money, but money can't buy me love.
Reception LCNM television. Oh, no, I'm afraid he's not here yet. I'll tell him.
There's supposed to be a car.
One of the commissioners is looking into it, Mr. Hamer.
Hello, Ronnie.
Hello, Bill. Fat slob. Hamer program run through must be over.
Well, Ron, you old scoundrel, where are you off to?
I'm afraid there's no trace of your car, Mr. Hamer.
Oh, but I can see a quite substantial one. There, just pulling up. Can I give you a lift, Ronnie?
Wasn't there when I looked right.
Jolly kind of you, Bill. You could drop me off somewhere central if you would. I'm actually going to Little Venice.
Not to the Reichenbergers' party, by any chance.
Yes, how extraordinary. Girls, autographs.
Excuse me, please. You run the Appleyard?
That's right, I am. Me before Hamer.
Can I have your autograph, please?
Certainly, of course. Appleyard house before Hamer.
Excuse me, are you Bill Hamer?
Yes.
Bloody big car to give the slob.
Can I have yours too, Mr. Hamer?
There you are.
Thank you very much.
Not
at all. Thank you for asking. What age are they? 12, 20?
Come on, Ron. Don't see why I should use my own car driver when the firm will cough up.
No, indeed. It's a minicab Baron.
Good night, Mr. Hamer. Good night, Mr. Appleyard.
I'll be back in a couple of hours. Well, open the bloody door, Perkins.
Just going to, Mr. Hamer. Not so young as...
Shut up. In you go, Ronnie. I envy you chaps who get shot at the thing while the evening's still young.
Genius's show goes out at peak time. Junior's doesn't, conceited twit.
I don't think I've seen you at a Reichenberger party, have I?
No, this is my first time.
You're coming up in the world, my lad. Coming a celebrity.
I won't have this self-infatuated talking machine on my program, call as he may.
Are you working on another book?
Coming out in the spring.
You certainly don't let up, do you, Ron? What's this one about?
The dental profession.
I won't be buying it. Scared stiff of the
My
buggers.
dentist gives you tranquilizers. Makes his work less tiring.
Look, just try to keep your mouth shut, will you, old chap? I had enough of your fatuous comments on the way down. You shall do well with it.
You'll knock it if you can. What next?
How old are you, Ronnie?
36. Who have you got on the show tonight, Bill?
Not such a very interesting lot, I'm afraid. In certain fields, you might say we're getting near the bottom of the barrel. Our last week's lot...
Oh, didn't see it, I'm afraid. Got hung up in the studio. Yes, I saw it. Royal Desires. Pity. Poor Ron.
Pity you missed it, old son. One of the best.
What were you talking about? Marijuana, wasn't it? Yes, I seem to remember...
No, marijuana was the week before. This was apartheid.
Bloody apartheid. Let him go on 1 minute, no more.
We all of us must take our share of the guilt, you know, Ron. We can't not do so.
What sort of people turn up at the Reichenbergers?
Antonio Reichenberger has this incredible faculty for spotting people. Uncanny. The up-and-coming material.
What's the bird situation?
Oh, yes.
Yes, go on, you mealy-mouthed adulterer.
I imagine somebody like you might well find something to interest him at Antonio's.
Look who's here, as they say. Mr. Heartthrob in person. TV's young Lochinvar. Nice of you to come, Mr. Appleyard.
Well, nice of you to invite me, Mrs. Reichenberger.
Oh, I always watch your program. Inside, isn't it? So you came with Bill Hamer, did you?
Yes, bumped into each other on our way out from the studios. This is a splendid house you have here, Mrs. Reichenberger.
Oh, say, Antonia, please. Yes? Ronnie?
Antonia. Lots of interesting people, too, I'd say.
Oh, I do hope there are. Even my wretched son has decided to come.
Can he be old enough to be out so late?
Nice of you, Ronnie, but he's 18 and quite a problem.
Well, we all are at 18.
I'd love to tell you all about it sometime. But look, you haven't even got a drink.
She should have a mind.
Oh, dear, that must be... Do excuse me, Ronnie, a moment.
Yes, of course, Antonia. Get a drink, Ron. Find the bird somewhere. God, what a crowd. Hello, Eddie.
Oh, boy, well...
Never better. Funny old... What the hell is this I'm drinking? Vodka? Hamer with Molly. Business not bad. My God, she's ugly. Ah, Moll. Beautiful.
Oh, liar.
He means it, Molly.
Sincerity always pays. That's all you've got, Moll. Who's that American? Angry man. Who with?
All right, but you know what she said to
Is this it? A girl or boy? From the back, it's hard to say. No, it's a girl. A she the Yankees crossed with. Get round to the front. God, what a girl. That face, hair same colour, sallow. Lion's mane colour. What a girl. No tits, tallish. Right, Bianca's had it.
I've had enough. Up to here. Good night, Simon.
Simon? girl? Oh, young gone. She looks,
Hello. Will you get me a drink?
What? Oh, yes, what would you like?
Scotch and water. No ice.
Now, come on, then. Over to the bar. How are you? I'm Ronnie Appleyard.
I'm called Simon.
Hello, Ron. I say inside is upset the beef.
Good. Scotch and water, no ice. Yeah, no, I'm busy, old thing. I'll see you next time. Scotch, Simon. What, Simon?
No, Simon what? Simon Quick.
Well, Simon's a boy's name.
Never mind, I'm called Simon.
You don't look well, are you ill?
I'm all right, I'm always all right.
You were rowing with that chap who left. Anything needing to be done about that?
No. I told him I didn't want to do something he wanted me to do, and he got mad at me. People always get mad at me.
Is he your husband?
No, I haven't got a husband.
Oh, I don't need one at your age, do you? What are you, 21?
No, 26. I don't know whether I need one, a husband. People always telling me I do.
People? What people?
Oh, people, you know. Have you got a wife?
No. What was it the American wanted you to do and you wouldn't?
Go away with him to Sardinia. Not sex. Just go and stay there.
Oh, you're well out of Sardinia, I'd say.
Do you work?
Yes, I do work. I'm a writer and broadcaster.
Is that giving talks on the radio?
Well, in my case, it's television. I run a show called...
Television? Do you know Bill Hamer?
Slightly, yes.
I think he's super. Oh, a charm.
Over there. Him. Get her away. That's away with him, fat bastard. Simon, what about skipping out of here, going and having dinner somewhere?
I'd rather go to bed.
You mean you're tired? Oh, some food will perk you up.
I don't feel tired. I mean sex.
Oh, fine. Nothing I'd like better. We'll grab a taxi and go to my flat.
I can't wait. I want it now.
Well, you can't have it now, for God's sake.
Of course I can. There are plenty of rooms in this house. I'll ask Antonia. She's an old friend of my mother's.
Simon! Oh, God. She's there. Potty? Drunk? What do? Oh, I tell you, seems speechless. Simon gone zombie again. Better face it. Excuse me.
How dare you?
I don't get it. What have I done?
You couldn't even do it yourself. You had to ask her.
I don't get it. What the hell did she say happened?
You did say you wanted to, you know.
I'm sorry. You must have misunderstood me. I'm so sorry.
I'll talk to Mr. Appleyard when you've gone, Mona.
That's not my name. I'm called Simon, and I'm not going.
Yes, you are, my girl. Under any name. My husband will put you in a taxi and send you home. What happened to George?
George left. He got mad at me. I won't go. I'll bite, fight and scrap.
Nonsense. Do you want me to upset your mother about this?
No, please don't do that, Antonia.
Behave yourself then. Adrian, darling, would you put Mona in the taxi and send her home?
One would think the girl's a child, not a grown woman. Come along now, Mona. Say goodnight to your friends.
Good night. Sorry.
Assemble, Ron, fast. Antonia, I feel quite dreadful, and I'd apologise like a shot, and most humbly, if I didn't feel absolutely certain I've done not the least thing that requires an apology. May I ask what, in fact, she did say?
That you and she wanted to go to bed together, and could you have a room upstairs for half an hour?
Oh, I see. Oh, dear. Well, that's untrue. I thought she looked upset, and I tried to cheer her up. Next time, I keep my charity to myself.
I should, if I were you. Surely you can see she's unbalanced.
You mean...
Oh, she's been out of hand for years. Her mother can't control her. This kind of behaviour is nothing out of the way at all, I assure you.
Oh, that's very sad. I am sorry, Antonia. I think I'll be getting along.
Do, Mr. Appleyard. Good night.
Thank you for having me. And I won't be invited again until the year 2000. I'll get out. Taxi, home. Oh, there's Hamer. Keep out of sight. Good. Narrow squeak. Potty little bitch. Cause trouble. Ah, door's open. Slip out into the night, Ron. I'll crucify you, Moll, somehow. Taxi rank at Warwick Avenue. Who's that? It looks like... Oh, no, Miss Quick.
I escaped from Adrian.
Yes, so I see. Look, I'm on my way home. You can please yourself, would you do?
You cross with me?
I'm really bored. Now, look, why don't you get into a taxi and buzz off before your mother sends out a search party?
Haven't got any money. Never have money.
Now, here's a quid. Now what?
What's your name?
I told you, Ronnie Appleyard.
I know, I forgot. Ronnie, can't I come home with you?
No, Simon, you can't.
I know I'm not beautiful at all.
Yes, you are. Very beautiful.
Then why don't you take me home with you? I'd do anything you wanted me to, and I'd be very quiet, and I'd go the moment you told me to.
All right. There's a taxi.
What was I doing wrong?
We won't argue. I know when I'm not wanted.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know whether it's me you don't like, or men, or sex. I'm not bothered which it is. That's your problem, love. Now, join me. Get out of my bed, put your clothes on, and go home.
If you say so. Couldn't I stay the night?
What for?
I want to go to the bathroom, please.
Be my guest, only don't be too long.
I'll put my clothes on there.
Yes, do that. Where the hell does she come from? Belong. Some certain sort of people. I can't think what.
Let me stay. Just the night. I'll be up in the morning.
You don't want to go home, is that it?
That's part of it.
Now, where is home, Simon?
Eaton Square.
Huh?
Mummy has his penthouse.
God. Now I know where you come from, belong to, the rich bastards. And I almost let you walk out of my life. When you're ready, I'll walk you there.
I'm ready.
Well, I will be in a moment. Aren't you going to put some makeup on?
I don't use makeup, Ronnie. I'm all the wrong colours. Mummy had a Paris man in and a New York man onto me, but they all just made me look terrible. I told you, they just made me look terrible. The Paris man made me look like a Red Indian, and the New York man made me look like an Arab. Nasty Red Indian and nasty Arab. Mummy thought of trying...
Who is Mummy?
Mummy's called Lady Baldock now. Before that, she was called Mrs. Aristophanou, and before that, she must have been called Mrs. Quick. But I don't remember her being called that. I can hardly even remember Daddy. He was an American. Stavros was a Greek, and Chum is English, of course. He's called Lord Baldock. He's very horrible to me all the time, Chummy is. You'll hate him.
Quick. Steer an old millionaire. Aristophanou shipping millionaire. Baldock, just a title. She, Juliet something. Louisiana. I should have put this together earlier. Baldock, of course. Wasn't there something in the papers just the other day, last week?
Mummy gave a big party for this Brazilian sculptor.
That's right. Sounded awfully grand.
What did I do wrong in bed?
Well, you're a virgin, aren't you?
If you're going to get all aggressive... There've been 44. I always keep count.
Crikey. Is that counting me?
No. But that's not so many. Works out about 4 a year since I started.
Now, what made you ask me?
Thought you looked nice.
Now, why the ludicrous business of asking Mrs. Reichenberger for a bed? What the hell did you expect her to say?
Good evening, Whittaker.
What?
Good evening, Miss Quick.
That's the porterman.
Oh.
I don't know, Ronnie. Wanted you. Here we are. So you're not to... Just... Can I see you again, Ronnie?
Well, if you really want to.
Of course I really want to. Come on up and say hello to Mummy now. Please, Ronnie. She's terribly nice. You'll love her. Wait here, Ronnie. I'll go and find Mummy. Chum and his friends are finishing dinner, so she'll be alone.
Chummy's friends finished dinner. That's Chummy Baldock. And that's Reg Sands, the football poor millionaire. Hey, that's the American at the Reichenbergers. Dinner jacket must have flown here. Looks as if he wants to hit me. Chummy leads him off. Looks flabbergasted, Chummy. Perhaps the American's mad. Small red-haired chap. Butler? Must be. A nasty little beast, methinks. Now, there they go, into some inner sanctum. Now, how did that yank get here in time to have dinner? Perhaps he is mad. Ah, here's Juliet. Ready for it?
Mr. Appleyard, how nice of you to bring my problem child home. I had a most curious and slightly disturbing telephone call about her earlier this evening. Still, let's not bother about it now. Mr. Appleyard, it's a pleasure to have you here. I watch you so often on television when I'm in London that I feel I know you.
Oh, well, thank you. How nice.
I'm afraid I have a lot of dreadfully dull people here tonight whom it would just bore you to death to meet. But I refuse to turn down the chance of talking with you for a little while, now that it's come up so unexpectedly. What would you like to drink, Mr. Appleyard? Mona, find Burke Smith and tell him to bring a bottle of the Lafroig and some Malvern water to the small parlour. I want them immediately. See that he understands that.
Yes, Mummy.
Then tell Chummy to slip away and join us. And he's to make sure George doesn't come along too.
Yes, Mummy. All right. Not George.
We'll go to the small parlour. I meant what I said just now about being grateful to you for rescuing my little Mona. You know, I think you might be good for her, if only you can manage to put up with all her... She has this completely disastrous taste in people.
I think I can see why you're so concerned about Mona, because there's obviously such marvellous basic material there.
Do please sit down, Mr. Appleyard.
Oh.
I do hope any little difficulties tonight won't discourage you from seeing some more of her. She does very much need what maybe you can give her.
May I say this? I'd say some of the trouble is that she has her work cut out keeping up with you.
Keeping up with me? In what way?
Well, you must know. You know, just the whole...
Well, Mr. Appleyard, I must say you're not in the least the way you seem on television.
Oh, television. Curious half-world of fakes and hangers-on and committee men.
Burke Smith, put the things on the silver table.
Chummy, this is Ronnie Appleyard. My stepfather, Lord Baldock, Ronnie.
Aha, I've heard that name, haven't I?
Aren't you going to sit down, Mona?
Funny, Chummy, go on.
What you blow?
Blow?
Yes, blow, like trumpet man.
Oh, you mean which jazz instrument do I play? I don't. Your service, Chummy.
Thank you, Burke Smith. Now go away.
You don't? Ronnie Appleyard? I thought only jazz musicians had names like that. Sorry. Wait. These directors of education, heads of art schools, are all called Stan and Reg and Alf. Perhaps you're one of them.
No, I'm not one of them.
Then what do you do?
What about something for me?
You know perfectly well, and you know I know you know, Chummy, so no answer.
I want a whiskey. Why can't I have a whiskey?
Simon, you know it keeps you awake.
Oh, Chummy, don't be so stuffy. Let the child have a whiskey if she wants one.
I was asking what you did for a living.
Yes, that's right. Of course you were.
Oh, Chummy, you know as well as I do that Mr. Appleyard does that marvellous program on television.
If you say so, darling. Good old Gogglebox. Tell me, do you know Bill Hamer?
Yes, I do. Not well, but a bit.
I apologize, but I can't stand it anymore. Who the hell are you? What the hell are you doing here?
George, dear boy, go to bed.
This guy was hanging around Simone at the party. Those Jewish people came.
Oh, I say, how frightfully rude of me. George, you haven't met Mr. Appleyard. Mr. Appleyard, this is Mr. Parrott.
How do you do? Simone tells me to lose myself. The next thing I know, he's brought in here, and you all feed me him whiskey.
Get out, George. Don't say another word.
Now, in my position, I have the right.
In your position? What position's that, George?
We have an understanding, Simona, as you very well know.
I don't want it any more. It's always been boring and horrible. Shut up and go away.
Oh.
I told you to go away once this evening already. Do you know why? Because I'd just seen a man I fancied a damn sight more than I fancy you, and I got him.
You just a goddamn bitch, Simone. That's all.
George, I can't have that. You'll have to go.
Oh, hell, I'm
You must go,
Julia.
George. I think the understanding is finished.
Come along, George. There's a good chap.
Mr. Appleyard, I can't tell you how sorry I am you've had to suffer all this. I'm afraid you had to find out rather a lot about us rather fast.
My dear Lady Baldock, I've been listening avidly to every word, but I assure you my memory is a total mess.
Oh, how very nice of you. You know, Mr. Appleyard, I'm sure we shall be seeing more of you this summer. I do hope so.
Don't like the sea. Water, water everywhere. Bloody light reflects too strongly. Now that must be the island. Malakoff. Oh, Mr. Appleyard, could they spare you for a few days to cheer us all up on our fuddy-duddy little primitive Greek island? Could they hell? Now, there it is. Arrive at 12:30. Now 12:40. Arrive at 1:20? They're not bad for these parts.
What time do we get to Malakoff?
What? Rich bastard.
Don't you speak English?
I am English. I don't know when we get to Malakoff. I suggest you try the purser's office. Oh, and by the way...
Yes?
Come back and tell me when you found out, will you?
There's no need to be damned rude.
Isn't there? Rich bastard and wife. Guests of Baldock's for sure. No other quality than being rich. Can do as they bloody well like all the hours there are. Splendid state. You two wrong one day. Miss Quick behaving badly. Not a word before she left for the fuddy-duddy island with dear mummy. I have to deal with that.
What's happened to that fool Berg Smith?
Short on his back, Tubby, in some drink shop, most likely.
It's Mr. Appleyard, isn't it, sir?
Afternoon, Bergsmith.
These are your cases, sir? And taxis over there, sir. Have you seen anything of Lord and Lady Upshot, sir?
No, not a thing.
I say, Tubby, there he is.
Berg Smith, don't drive off, you damn fool.
Ronnie, how lovely to see you.
Juliet, how lovely to be here.
Did you have a good journey? Did you run into the Upshots? Now, at the moment, there is some sort of luncheon party going on. Many Greek business people who are friends of my second husband. I'm sure all you want is a cold beer and a sandwich after that boat. And a good long siesta. Why don't you go and find Mona and get her to look after you? If you take the second archway and keep on round to the right, you'll find her. The child simply can't wait to see you. Ah, Biddy and Tubby, how marvelous you're here.
Super. Wonderful.
All right, Ron. What does Juliet want? Answer, that I keep Simon, called Mona, off the streets. And God knows she could be on them, until a successor to the Yank parrot is found. A rich bastard, not a Ron. Little do they know that what Ron has, he doesn't give up. One puzzle still. What does Juliet think I think I'm doing here? She's too smart not to have thought. The girl must be somewhere about here. Sort of courtyard flat. Simon! Simon!
Ronnie! I'm up here. You take the stairs.
Two at a time. Oh, I thought I was never going to find you. All that marble and those statues.
I'm in here. You open the door.
Must you sound like a radio play? There you are. How are you? Oh, I like the, what do you call it? Enlarged bikini. Give us a kiss.
Pleased to see you, Ron. You're hot and hungry, I'm sure. I got them to put some beer and sandwiches in your room.
Oh, good. Where is it?
Through there. That's the bathroom.
With you in a minute. I need a wash.
I'll go on through and put your food out for you. I got them to put a razor and things for you in the cupboard. Don't take too long, Ronnie.
More marble. Large bath. Cupboard. I thought so. Cut price plastic razor. Sweet dear rich bastards. Cheap soap, too. Love nest, is it? Can Miss Quick put food out? God, what razor blades are these? Local seashells. What's it all made of? Oh, towel. Now.
There you are.
I'm feeling better. Thank you for pouring the beer. Oh, I was thirsty.
I hope the sandwich is all right.
Well, I'll soon tell you. I don't know what it is, but it's all right. I see you and I are going to be living here in a little apartment of our own.
Right. Mummy always...
Always?
Mummy's very good about me and sex. I think she likes to know. She can't stop me, you see, so I think she thinks the more she knows about it, the better.
That's what I expect.
Ronnie, it is nice you're here. I never thought you would be.
No, I knew I'd be here. Why are you being so nice to me? You didn't bother to bring me in London, did you?
I was going to. Sorry, Mummy made me do all sorts of things. Ronnie, how long can you stay?
Well, I must be back in London on Monday week morning.
You've done a lot of travelling for 8 days.
And I wouldn't have done it for anybody else.
You're starting to like me, aren't you?
Well, what's the programme?
There's a dinner party tonight, and Mummy wants you to have your dinner jacket on and be in the drinks room by 6:30.
Good. Then I have time for a rest.
Can I rest with you, Ronnie?
Now, if you rest... Now, listen, Simon. I'm not having it like it was last time, you jogging about like an electric blender to stop me seeing how much you hate it.
What do you mean I hate it? I adore it. I'm crazy about it.
All right, you adore it. Now, what's the rest of the programme?
Programme here. Boat trip tomorrow. We have to go to the next big island, a Greek friend of Mummy's island. Vasilikos. There's going to be a luncheon party there. Boring.
It doesn't sound too boring. Well, come along.
Yes, Ronnie.
See. Boring. Whose island? Vasilikos, was it? She should be there soon. Simon doing a Garbo act on me, is she? Chummy sneering at the sea.
Bergsmith, bring the bottle over. Don't forget the ice. I should wonder how people survive.
Something Sexton. He certainly put it away. God bless his belly, and the rest of his alimentary tract. Not such a bad old rich bastard, though. Nor is she, Lady Sexton.
You know the skates, do you, Tommy?
What's that? Smudger and Clarissa. I was saying how marvellous they are.
Oh, marvellous. Down to that last $500,000.
Were you? Yeah. Oh, yes, jolly well right.
Didn't I meet them in Nassau in the winter? Lived in Northamptonshire, they said.
Now you interest me. Mansfield, no first name as yet. American, youngish, fat, nasty, rich. Next in line?
Yeah, I thought they were great, real great. Hello! Here's a sight to gladden the eye, I must say.
Miss Quick, out on her own. Hello, Simon.
No, Ronnie. No, Mansfield.
Oh, get lost. Are you having a drink?
Bert Smith is getting me one. I'm going to take it down to the cabin. Got lots of things to do.
I can't let her get away with that. Chummy notices. Didn't Aunt leave Mansfield his money? Must he always shout?
What you gonna do, Mona? Lots of things to do. Just you tell us a few of them.
I could tell you a few of them, Mansfield. Keep an eye on you. Oh, Chummy has a wet eye on me. Coming over. Hello, Chummy.
Hello, Ron. Simon seems a bit depressed, don't you think?
No, I don't.
You should have asked her to come and join you, you know, Ron.
Well, I was thinking of it, Chummy, but she didn't stop, did she?
Let's go over to the other side, eh?
I can't see why. The sea will look the same.
We haven't had time for a proper chat yet, Ron. I think we should have one.
If you say so, Chummy.
Burke Smith.
I expect you'll have noticed that I haven't much time for you.
Well, of course, I have been conscious of something, the atmosphere. But if I've done anything, you know, then I wish you'd tell me.
Come off it, me old Ron. No need to play silly buggers. I got your number, see?
Honestly, I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. Stay with it then. Stay with it as long as you're quite certain in your own mind that I've got your number. You're hanging about on the chisel, ain't you, Ron?
On the chisel? You mean?
Yes, and it's no good, old lad. Not a chance, Romeo. Wherefore art thou, Romeo? Yes, somebody who knows bloody well wherefore, Ronio, and don't you forget it. You know, he's going to marry that girl for her money if I have anything to do with it, and I do have a lot to do with it.
Yeah, I suppose you've ruled out the possibility that I might be in love with her.
You bet I have. What'd you take me for? Question of what you're here for, let me tell you. You're being given a free holiday entirely for Simon's benefit.
I see. Now, do go on, Chummy.
I will, Ron. Your job is to give that girl a good time, in bed and anywhere else you like. Talk to her, make her laugh, take her out of herself. That's your job, and you don't seem to be taking it very seriously.
Well, she is a very difficult girl, you know, in many ways.
You've got that far, have you? If she weren't difficult, she wouldn't need therapy from any silly little Tom, Dick, or Ron she might happen to fancy. So I want young Simon to be happy. If you can manage it for the next week, I'll be very grateful to you. Only so far, you haven't been doing it very well, have you? All right, then. Marked improvement in the next 48 hours, otherwise Juliet is going to find she simply must have your room. Understand?
You make it very clear.
Good. No hard feelings, I hope. Not like me to wave a big stick, but I don't like having you around the place. You may be good of your kind, but I don't like the kind. Nothing personal.
I can assure you I feel the same. About you, I mean. Now, I think I'll go back to the other side. Port, isn't it?
They say, Appleyard.
Yes, Saxton.
Chummy. Is he all right, is he?
Oh, yes, I think he's just giving the sea a quick look over. Not being sick.
Yeah, I wondered if it was tactless of me to talk about the Scapes like that.
The Scapes?
The Smudger and Clarissa Scape. About how well they manage. To Chummy. You see, the old man, Chummy's father, very fine chap in all sorts of ways, just had no idea of how to run things. Left poor Chummy without a bean.
Without a bean?
Yeah, so to speak, a few thousand a year. Burke Smith, I'm thirsty. So it might have been tactless of me to talk of the Scapes running things so well, eh? What?
Mr. Appleyard?
No, thank you, Burke Smith. Well, I'm sure you're worrying unnecessarily.
I hope you're all right. Yes. All a matter of how you do the legal business, you see. I mean, take young Mansfield. I expect you heard about that unfortunate business with his mother. Well, put it all behind him. Sensible of him. So, I mean, what else could he do,
Mansfield and his mother was discovered. I don't recall about the mother.
Oh, I'll tell you sometime. Oh, hello. There's the island, eh? Damned awful-looking place, eh? Bound to be a frightful bore of a party.
You think so?
Oh, what else? I mean, the chap's so ghastly rich.
Well, he's not the only one, is he? Will it be a big luncheon party?
No, not big. Just 70 or 80 old friends, you know.
God, look at it. A little open-air party beneath an awning with whacking great air conditioners to blow us all to hell. Look at that crumpet round the swimming pool. Last one a couple of very debilitating years. Look at Upshot. Lord of Same. Showing envy, resentment, with some respect, almost fear. Rank on rank of gins, pimses, whiskey sours, champagne cocktails. But that must be Basilicos, a clean-shaven Zeus, hilariously handsome. Girl beside him. Well, that figure not the handiwork of nature. Injections? Here's skinny Miss Quick. Make her happy, Ron.
Ronnie, what you drink?
Oh, Simon, nice of you.
What did that ghastly chummy say to you?
Well, I'd rather not talk about it now, do you mind?
Oh, no, Ronnie, of course I don't mind, I understand.
Simon, bring Ronnie over.
Mummy wants us to meet Kirill Vasilikos. You to meet him, I know him.
What Mummy says is what we do, isn't it, Simon?
Hello, Kirill.
Simona, how charming you look.
Kirill, this is Mr. Appleyard from London. Our good host, Ronnie.
Ronnie's very famous on television in London, Kirill.
Television in London, eh? Tell me, do you know Bill Hamer?
Oh, Bill! Yeah, a very old friend. I know Bill of old.
I met him in London sometime. Rather a good set, interesting city. I was discussing to go on his program.
Kirill, you never told me about a program.
My dear Juliet, nothing has come of it. He was not getting enough millionaires to come on the program. Oh, it was going to be everybody talking about rich people.
Rich people?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It is my bad accent. People with a tremendous lot of money. Rich people, eh? We are getting our hands dirty all the time with money. Now, but fellows like him are helping us to be better. So we don't think only of dollars, drachmas, pounds all day long, and having dirty hands. Well, it is nice to meet you, Mr. Apple. Well, we must be doing what God wishes us to be doing here. That's what it is. So I can't stop you from your lunch any longer. Ask for a double order of the slams. They are very small. Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye, Zeus. Don't like the way Juliet looked at Ron. Bastards are closing in. They've probably only got until this evening. Be nice to Simon. Be a bit honest. Tell her.
When we leave him, you know, Mona.
In about half an hour, when Mummy's finished her nap.
I shan't be sorry. See you on the yacht.
That was Lord Upshot.
Yes, I know, Simon. He always wants to know the time. Now, where were we? Yes, am I going back to London?
I wish I could come with you.
Oh, why don't you? It'd be marvellous if you did.
I can't. Got to stay.
Why? You must tell the truth, Simon.
Mummy wouldn't like it.
Now, what would she do if you just said you were going?
She wouldn't prevent me, but she'd be terribly upset.
So she's terribly upset. But you just tell her kindly. You are 26, Simon, 26.
Oh, Nanny, you don't understand. When Mummy's upset, it's just awful. She's so sensitive, and she's had 2 husbands die, and she's so brave. You don't know what it's like when she really gets upset.
Yes, Simon, she's used to her way.
It's not fair. She's had so much to put up with. She gets so terribly worked out.
She wants her own way, Simon. God knows why, but she does.
But Stavros, her second husband, wanted his own way in absolutely everything. He tried to send me away to school, but Mummy stopped it. You don't know the things she's had to go through.
Look, Simon, don't you think your trouble is simply that you're scared stiff of your mother?
No balls, Ronnie. You're so completely off. Everybody keeps saying we're just like sisters. You wouldn't know.
I do know, Simon, I do know. And your mother isn't your sister, and she never can be.
Well, all my girlfriends keep on saying that they wish they could get on with their mothers like I do with Mummy.
And you believe them, Simon? No, you're afraid of her, Simon. Everything you do shows it.
Not true. I hate you. I love Mummy, and I respect her.
Proved your point, Ron. No good, have to go. Oh, here comes Chummy. Happy sneer.
Not doing very well, are we?
Oh, get lost, Chummy. And by the way, I'll be going back to London well before Juliet wants my room.
Hi. Off in the morning, huh?
Yes, Mansfield. The boat leaves about midday.
London you go to, isn't it? So what's in London right now you have to catch? Just name me one thing.
Well, one thing is my job.
Oh, yeah. Well, what do you got to say about that view, huh? Isn't that just great, huh?
Sure, Mansfield. Pain in the arse, Mansfield.
All that ocean. All that, huh?
All what? Oof. Ah, Miss Quick and Mummy and Chummy. No upshots. Only Sir Saxton. Cecil Saxton.
Hi, Simon. Juliet.
Hi, student.
Student. Nothing under the sun an American can't be called.
You look good enough to eat, Simon. Finger licking good.
Thanks. Mummy bought me the dress.
Oh, God, the girls are somewhere.
Come sit down here, Ronnie. Have you got a drink?
Thanks. Ouzo. And I'll sit here, if you don't mind.
Ouzo. You know what that is. The drags. From the drags. They're drags, you know, the Greeks.
Evening, Ron.
Evening, Sir Cecil.
Oh, you got my first name, have you? Good.
Do you know what they are,
Loudmouth
Juliet?
customer, then. His father was a great friend of Juliet's. Wanted to marry her, I've heard.
Turks,
He is sober, I suppose.
Armenians, and
Father
Bulgarians
was a
and
general.
Arabs.
American.
Now, what's so great about the
Student.
Greeks?
Damn silly name, man. Was in the army. I expect you heard about that unfortunate business in West Germany.
Well, no, not actually.
Tommy, do come and sit down.
Just stretching my legs, you know.
Please don't slump like that, Mona.
No, Mummy, sorry.
Slump, she's asleep.
Ronnie, you were giving us such a fascinating account of youth problems at dinner. Frightening, too. Do you realize, student, that 32% of young people under 25 are going to get into some trouble with the authorities?
It was England he was talking about.
The situation is roughly the same in all the developed countries.
Tell me, what is it that makes all these children rebel and revolt? A refusal to grow up? That's what's wrong with my problem child here, isn't it, darling? You just hate the idea of growing up.
I suppose so, Mummy.
It's a whole sickness. And what she needs is discipline. Somebody who will run her whole life and see that she does exactly as she's told.
Excuse me, Juliet. Must find...
Don't you agree with me, student?
Oh, sure, Juliet, sure.
I'm afraid I don't.
What do you mean? Do you think I don't understand my own child?
Of course not. But I think she needs continuing kindness and sympathy and affection.
You mean we all treat Mona brutally the whole time?
Certainly not brutally. Look, I'm not happy about the way we're all sitting here and discussing Simon as if she were a piece of furniture or something.
Mona, look at me.
Not in it now, Ron.
Do you object to our talking about you?
No, Mummy.
There, Mr. Appleyard. I suggest you apologize.
If I had said anything to upset you,
I'll
then
bring you here and feed you and take you about in return for your services as Mona's companion. And you repay me by telling me my duty in public. I should have realized that somebody of your background wouldn't fit in here. I've seen your type before, Mr. Appleyard. Many times.
I say, darling, I think you're taking it all.
No, chummy. Mr. Appleyard, you'll need a little less television technique and a little more common decency the next time you come pushing and shoving your way into civilized society.
Well, that's what it is it?
Now, you look here, Appleyard.
All right, student. Mr. Appleyard, you're leaving tomorrow. So we need say very little more to each other. That's fine with me.
Fine with me. Poor you, Simon. You don't know what you want, do you? Good night, chummy. You've got what you want, haven't you?
Why did you say that I don't know what I want?
I don't know, Simon. Except that it seems so much the thing to say at that point of this evening.
I do know what I want. A nice man, all to myself.
Well, you've got one. Me. A nice one, I hope.
Oh, yes. A marvelous one. It's not going to be easy, though.
No, I know. Not easy.
There's Mummy, you see.
There's Mummy. I know. The little old United States. Fotheringay County. Well, here we are, Ron. Without a porter. And there's that Twit-Aimer with 2 porters.
They were trying to send our stuff on to Nashville.
Where's that, Nashville?
Nashville, that's in Tennessee, sir.
No doubt it is, my good fellow.
Ah, there's Burke Smith.
Mr. Hamer, sir. May I say how much I enjoy your show when I get the chance to see it? Mr. Appleyard, welcome to Broad Lawns.
Broad Lawns? This isn't Broad Lawns.
Lady Baldock's house, sir. The car's just over there, Mr. Hamer.
South suffered bloody defeat here in Civil War. Ron booked to follow in their footsteps, methinks.
The last time we were in the back of a car together, my old son, was when we were on our way to that thrash at the Reichenbergers. How long ago was that?
3 months, Bill. Must have travelled 10,000 miles since. All for Miss Quick. Broad Lawns. I wonder what's there for me.
Vast bloody country. Look at it. Nothing between here and the Gulf of Mexico, by the look of it.
It's only a 5-minute drive, sir.
Nice to know. Ron, how soon can I get away from here?
I don't know. I'm off on Sunday morning. Juliet, do you really think you can get Mr. Hamer to come? I'll do my best, Juliet. Because if he can't make it, I'll have to change my plan. Which won't include room for you. I do hope you understand, Ronnie.
I'd like to ask you, Mr. Hamer, if you'll forgive the intrusion, what are the main technical problems confronting one responsible for presiding over a television program such as yours?
Do you mean preparing the show or after it's on the air?
Cunning
Both,
bastard, Hamer.
Mr. Hamer, really?
Utter up
Although I
in
imagine they're
charge of our
quite
drinking
separate.
destiny for the next few days.
To explain would take quite a bit of time, Burke Smith, so we'll have to have a proper chat
Could have
sometime.
invited Hamer
I shall look
herself.
forward to
So
that.
what's she up to?
Look, Ron, what has this woman invited me along for?
I told you all I know about it. She wants you to set up your Rich Bastards program all over again and put it on with this Greek chap in it, so that he'll know it was our Juliet who fixed it up.
Has to bring me from New York for that. The whole kerfuffle is just to impress Vassy whatnot.
Get one up on him. Get herself invited to 3-star parties, you know?
I suspect there's more in it than that, old son, with her money and the rest of it.
But the thing is, Bill, she's horribly rich by your or my standards. But she's not really uncontrollably rich, like Vasilikos, so...
Could be, I suppose. One last question, old lad. What's in this for you?
What's in what? From her, I don't know. For me, you guess.
The daughter, Simona, isn't it?
Right in one.
Serious?
Yes. Marriage, if I can.
Blimey. You'll have your work cut out there, I should imagine. Was she hiking head?
Bloody wildcat.
I know. Some of these upper-class bints will bounce you to the ceiling. Well, bloody good luck to you. Watch out for Mum.
Like a hawk. Broad lawns. More Grecian pillars. Pictures. Early American signing things. Earlier ones shooting arrows at things. And there's Chummy sniffing the air. Other place. Conservatory ahead. There's Miss Quick, back to me. And student bloody Mansfield. Oh, of course, you old fool, Ron. That Greek island. What did Juliet think I thought I was doing there? Answer. Pressing on with plan to marry her daughter, while in fact only keeping her happy until student Mansfield was vetted and talked into taking on a 26-year-old neurotic terrified of her mother. Only question now, why me here now? Dispensable. We'll find out, no doubt.
Sure, Mona, sure. That's afternoon.
That's money. I'm sure she'll say yes.
Well, why shouldn't she? I can't see any objection myself.
What are they going to do, rob a bank? Please, Mummy, may we go and rob the First National? Shall I hit student? No. Get Simon loan. Somehow. Back away, Ron, so they never see.
Oh, I think this is real funny.
God! No, George Parrott. What's funny?
The irony of fate, Appleyard. You're just exactly where I was that time we met before. Realizing that you have just set eyes on the guy who's destined to be your successor gives you a kind of funny feeling, don't it?
Yes, it does, George. Look, I want to talk to you, not here, in private.
Sure. I know where. We must collect some booze. We may need it.
How did you manage to get a tray of 9 glasses of Juliet's best scotch up here, George Parrott? Never mind.
I used the handgun. So I was never engaged to Simone. I guess nobody ever was. The things would then get in the papers. We had this understanding. Did you ever get that far?
No.
No, you ain't rich, Appleyard. I presume it's Simona's money you're after.
Well, to begin with, it was. But then I started getting fond of her.
Yeah, well, before you get too fond of her, I got news for you. Simona don't own a dime. Maybe she did way back from her daddy. But Juliet has it all now, like in trust.
Crikey Moses. She'd lose all control over her. That I would never do.
Oh. Have another glass, Abby.
Oh.
Yeah, you got a point there. There's no question about that. Well, I can't see you achieving your ambitions in a coon's age, but here's luck. And not because I give a damn for you, but because I like anything that might cause my old friend student even minor inconvenience.
You know him well, do you?
Yeah, we almost grew up together. He's from around here. Spent some years in the East curing his accent. A cotton-picking bastard.
Somebody called Cecil Saxton told me...
Say, ain't he the most marvelous old guy talking that way, and him the son of a railroad engineer in, is it Leeds? He cured his accent, too, and good. I tried to get him to talk the way he used, and do you know he'd forgotten? He couldn't do it anymore. He was goddamn furious. Excuse me, I interrupted you.
Well, Saxton mentioned a student and some unfortunate businesses, his mother, and something about West Germany.
Oh, long stories, Happy. But I'll tell you this. Student's ma signed everything over to him. Death duties, if you get it. So when they were putting their pens back in their pockets, student says, does this mean this house and all is mine now, Ma? And she says, damn right it is, son. And he says, right, Ma, out. Well, that was the unfortunate business about his mother.
Cripes. And West Germany?
West Germany, 1955. He was Lieutenant Mansfield then, U.S. Army. Supplemented his pay along with the sergeant, holding up Germans, putting up a roadblock. And when the crowd comes along in a decent car, they stop him and remove his valuables and his car. Sell the car on the black market, divide the money. In the end, the Army gets to hear about it, and it gets mad. So Student stops being an officer anymore and gets put in the stockade. That was the unfortunate business in West Germany.
Good God. And Juliet can consider him as a husband for Simon? I suppose she does know about him.
Yeah, of course she does. Everybody does. He's rich, happy. That means he belongs to a very, very tight circle. A kind of mutual defense system. So you can get away with damn near anything, long as you stay rich. You're eligible on the marriage market, whatever you've done. And even if you can't perform.
Even if you can't perform?
Common knowledge, Abby. And what better husband for a girl who don't like it than a guy who can't do it?
Well, I'll be damned. Now, George, what I can't see is why I'm here. Any ideas?
Are you in a position to do Juliet any kind of a favor?
Well, I'm not. Only the chap I came with.
Yeah. Hamer. That fornicator. Tell me, you upset or frustrate her in any way recently?
Well, I did have a bit of a disagreement with her when I was
in public?
Yes, it was about...
It wouldn't matter a goddamn in hell what it was about. You're here to pay for that little error of judgment. Happy old man. Public humiliation. You here to see Simona and Student, the happy couple, with you not one of it.
Yes, that has the right sort of ring. And you, same as me.
No. I've expiated my crimes. Not that they were ever as great as yours. I've got to hand it to you for disagreeing with my Lady Baldock. Now I'm back to being an old friend of the family, because I'm rich, like I told you. It's a small circle. Real small.
Now, look, George, I've got to see Simon alone. How? Student will never be less than a yard from her.
Juliet's throwing a small party this evening.
Now that's where you got the tray of drinks from.
Sure, from under the nose of that red-headed lush of a butler.
Now, Juliet will be busy getting all that black hair coiled.
Yeah. Well, I'll see to it that Student is out of the way. You'll find Simona in the office place. I'll show you.
Why? I mean, why will she be in...
Because, happy old fella, I will see to it that she has to take an urgent call on the office phone. So get on your feet and get into action, boy.
Ronnie. No good. Nothing to say to each other. No point.
None of that, Simon. I love you, Simon.
Oh, Ronnie. That's a dreadful thing to say.
A nice thing, actually. Tell me, Simon, are you sleeping with Mansfield?
Don't want to show.
Now, take your hand away from your mouth. I can't hear you. Are you?
Yes.
That's better. But I gather he can't do it. Is that true?
He's very bad at it.
But can he manage it all?
Not much.
Not much?
Only twice. He's terrible at it.
And now you're going to marry the flaming shit.
He's not so bad. He hasn't asked me.
Yes. Or more than likely you'll find the whole thing suddenly fixed up, overnight. Complete with date, place, best man, the lot. You see, this time I think she means business.
What are you talking about?
Mummy. He hasn't meant business before, certainly. Not with George Parrott, for instance. He was neither stupid nor illiterate nor insensitive. Obviously, he'd be no good at all. Now, Student. Now, there's a real strong candidate for you. A loud-mouthed, bigoted fool with the sensitivity of a camel, and that's being unkind to camels.
He can't help his voice. And I don't understand all this meaning business and candidate thing.
Oh, Simon, the whole situation is very simple, but unusual, too. It's the simple things that are unusual. Now, listen. But first, you must understand. I came here only to see you. For no other reason, Simon. Because I love you.
Don't say that, Ronnie.
True, Simon. I didn't believe it was true until I saw you again downstairs. With Student. Now listen, Simon. A simple but unusual situation as I see it. In one way, your mother would like you never to get married at all so that she could keep you by her side and go on bullying you. And also because she knows you want to get married. So men appear and sleep with you, and that's fine because she knows you don't enjoy it. But this can't go on indefinitely. For one thing, an unmarried daughter over 25 is getting to be a worse and worse advertisement for her. So instead of preventing you from marrying, she'll make you get married to an absolute bastard instead. That is to say, not only a very unpleasant man, but a crook and a known crook.
She wants me to marry him because he's the son of the man she was in love with when she was a girl before she married Daddy.
Yes. That's the absolute clincher. Her official reason. All her friends would understand that.
Mummy loves me.
Stop it. Stop it. Try to behave like a grown woman.
I'll try, Ronnie.
Well done, Simon. Now, what she really feels about you, whatever the hell it really is, I don't know. But the only way for you yourself, to treat her is as if she hates you. Hates you.
Does she hate me, Ronnie? Why does she?
Well, there's plenty of things to choose from. You're Mr. Quick's daughter, for one thing, not General Mansfield's. Your first stepfather, what was his name?
We called him Stavros.
Stavros. Well, he took notice of you, not only of her. Same with Chummy.
Chummy's horrible. He hates me.
Yes, he's horrible, all right, but he doesn't hate you. In his way, his own horrible way, he cares for you. It's me he hates. Now, going on about your mother, she hates you also because you're not only better looking than she is, you're the same physical type, only your colouring is so much better and extraordinary. People compare the two of you, don't you see? And they can't help seeing that you're better. You have your father's colouring, I bet, yes?
I think so. Not better than Mummy.
Yes, you are! Though I'm sure you've been told the opposite since before you can remember. Oh, she should have had a homosexual son. Now, Simon, you must leave her. When I go back on Sunday to London, you must come with me. I'll look after you.
Couldn't.
Yes, you could. Now, you must meet me at the airport at 10:15 on Sunday morning. Sneak out, right? With just your passport.
Can't do it.
You must. Simon, if you don't come with me on Sunday, you're finished. It's your last chance of ever leading a normal life.
I know. Not brave enough, though.
You'll have to be.
Excuse me, Mr. Appleyard. Lady Baldock would like to see you before the party commences, Miss Mona.
Mummy would. I'll come right away. See you, Ronnie.
Shall I shut the door, sir?
No place like home, I always say. Always.
Southern Colonel drinking Southern Comfort. Mansfield, I could knife him. Hamer and old Basilikos. How these bastards travel.
Mr. Appleyard, how are you, my dear Sepp?
Well, Mr. Basilikos, how are you, Bill?
Enjoying meeting old friends, Ron.
I guess they're rich, you fat lecher. Now, where's Juliet and Chummy? Simon over with Mansfield. Southern Colonel coming over. Smile.
You're from London, I've been informed.
I am indeed.
You all got trouble there, real bad trouble.
Oh, have we?
You all got all these colored people coming in all the time, letting them mix with you and work and live alongside you all in 50 years' time.
Yes, I'm sure. Here's our host and hostess.
Hello, everybody. Max Smith, what's happened to my champagne? Why is there always this delay? I want it now. Do you hear? I want it now.
And one day you'll get it. Now, George Parrott, come in. Cutthroat sign. Danger? Mummy Mansfield coming over.
I do, Colonel. You telling our friend here of the dangers of integration, I heard?
I was trying. I don't think you quite saw my point.
Oh, I see the point. Who doesn't?
Our Mr. Appleyard is a nigger lover. Do you see that nigger over there? That's Hoskins, the negro butler. He wouldn't thank you for your liking him. No, sir. Do you know Appleyard something? We solved the nigger problem down here by realizing there is no problem. Except keeping them down. They're inferior. They always will be inferior, and we in the South have the honest-to-God common sense to realize it. What do you say to that? The only way to keep the Negro in his place is by fear. The only argument he understands is the lash.
Balls!
Pardon me?
You heard Mansfield. Balls! What you're saying is balls, ancient balls. Rubbish, nonsense, tosh, junk. And also extremely offensive, barbaric, inhumane, foolish, ignorant, outmoded, and in the circumstances unforgivably rude.
I'll handle this, student. I take it that you're drunk.
Not in the least. I wish I were.
Bergsmith knows you had 8 or 9 whiskies earlier.
4, actually. Which is less than that little redhead.
That is enough. We need not discuss the matter any further. However, what I won't tolerate is your behavior to student a moment ago. Fortunately, I'm in the position of not having to give my reasons. Leave my house.
What? You mean now?
As soon as is reasonable. A taxi will be at the door in 15 minutes. Hoskins, arrange it.
Darling, a mere difference.
Within these 4 walls, I have things the way I want them.
Mommy!
Oh, God, I can't stand that racket. Tommy, take her up to her room, will you?
Yes, come on.
Well, I mustn't let you keep me, Lady Baldock. So long then, all. See you in London, Bill.
So long, old boy.
Shirts, ties. The longest stay. I won't see Simon again. George Paris.
Here, Abby, stash this in your baggage. It's the best of the Scotch I could lay my hands on.
Oh, thanks, George. Why not? I've been accused of everything else.
Well, you certainly did it. A little on the short side, but by my sainted aunt, it was sweet. The guy was landed like a fish. Nobody's told him balls in 15 years.
Yeah, but was it worth it? There, unpacked.
You'll see.
15 minutes. Better get down to the taxi. Look, say goodbye.
She's waiting for you.
What?
Side entrance stuff, Happy, with the car. God knows where you get to, but she's got ideas.
Simon?
Sure. Now hurry, Happy, before Juliet and Chummy miss the child.
Oh, thanks, George. You southern bastard. Thanks.
George's car. Can't go to the airport.
Simon, we won't go anywhere but to the grave if you don't slow down just a small amount. Why not to the airport?
No passport. She keeps it locked up with hers and Chummy's.
Where are we going then?
A place called Old Boulder State Park, just across the line in Tennessee. She won't even have heard of it.
Well, you mean a tent for the night?
I've been there before. They're little log cabins. It's a gorgeous place. There's a place to shop. Always open.
Beautiful, Simon.
Darling Ronnie.
You cried when she sent me away?
What made me cry was that she did it to hurt me. She kept looking at me. She does hate me.
I told you. But you'll finish with her now.
Like it here, Ronnie.
For the open air, it's not bad. I love you, Simon. Do you know, nothing I've said or done since yesterday evening has made me feel as shit. It doesn't happen often to me.
You are funny. I meant to tell you ages ago that I loved you. But I couldn't say anything, because you hadn't. And the man has to say it first. I've never loved anybody before. You have, though. Lots, I expect, haven't you?
Well, yes, in a way. Different from this, though.
What I can't understand is why you never married any of them.
They weren't rich enough.
Ronnie!
At first, I fell for you. Then I was after you for your money. Then I started worrying about you. And I fell in love with you. I'd help you spend £1 million very cheerfully indeed. But it doesn't matter. I'll take you in what you stand up in. Or lie down in. But that car's pulled up.
Oh, Ronnie.
Oh, Simon. Well, if it isn't Chummy. With some friends he's made in the police force.
Oh, is this the man, Lord Baldock?
Yes, that's him.
Well, Chummy, what is it?
Simon, I want you to know this for your own good. Ron, let me introduce Captain Monaghan and Sergeant Eden. Come to take you home, Simon.
I won't come.
I think you will. If you don't, Appleyard will be arrested. Perhaps you'd care to explain the position, Captain.
Certainly, sir.
Mr. Appleyard is liable to arrest under suspicion of having removed Miss Quick from her recognized parental household, an offense under a statute of Fotheringay County. In addition, he has committed a federal offense under the Mann Act, prohibiting the conveyance of a female over a state border for an immoral purpose.
We have you hog-tied real nice, Mr. Appleyard.
This is like something out of... Do you expect these charges to stand up in court?
We reckon as how they will. Lady and Lord Baldock are mighty respected figures all over Fotheringay County, and anybody who does them a wrong ain't gonna be liked very well.
I see. Now, this Mann Act thing, it was an anti-prostitution measure. Miss Quick is no prostitute, is she, Chummy?
Oh, it wouldn't stand up in court, Ron. The other thing well might, though. So think what it would do to your reputation, Ron, me old pal.
Simon, who did you tell and why?
I told a friend of Mummy's, in case she got really upset. I'm sorry, Ronnie.
So am I, Simon. Well, there's nothing I can do. They know, Simon. If I'm taken to court on any of these charges, it's the end of my career.
It's only an old job.
How rich you are, Simon. How really tremendously rich. Only an old job. Take her away, Chummy. I'm sure you'll forget the charges if you get her back. And don't bother to say anything at all, Chummy, old chum, because whatever it is, I shall hate you for the rest of my life. Goodbye, Simon. Go back to Mummy.
Sorry. Love you. Frightened. Awful.
Where's Hamer? Keep Ron waiting. What's he want?
Ronnie, well, how are you?
Fine, Bill. I'm fine.
I haven't seen you since that incredible hassle at Broadlawns. That took some nerve, Ron. Do you know, when they found out that the girl had gone, the outside guests were all sent home without any dinner. Do you want to talk about it?
Well, some other time, Bill, if I may. It was rather messy and painful.
I can imagine. God, what a household. That Chummy character's an odd son of a bitch, isn't he? He couldn't not have known what was going on under that aristocratic toffee nose of his. Yes, I gave his lady the most frightful hammering.
Did you? What was she like?
On the job? Fantastic. Rather on the lines of the daughter, from what you were saying to me.
Where is she now, the daughter, do you know?
With the rest of the shower, in London, staying at Claridge's. The staircase in the penthouse is being painted or something.
Is student loudmouth Mansfield with them, do you know?
Yes, that little arrangement's still on, I gather.
Oh, poor silly Simon. Oh, never mind. What did you want of me, Bill?
My advertised programme tonight on the immigration laws is cancelled. Instead, because some of those taking part are so important that they can't make plans ahead of time, I am doing The Rich Bastards programme. Live, of course. Who are these strange people who own so much more money than you and I have and are so much bigger shits? Taking part will be Kirill Vasilikos, Lady Baldock, Thomas of the Financial Observer, and a last-minute surprise, Ronnie Appleyard. Well, you know the fee as well as I do. What you saying?
That's nice of you, Bill, and I appreciate it, but won't our Juliet refuse to go on as soon as she sees me? She doesn't care for me much, as you know.
That had occurred to me, but, Ron, she's so crazy to be on the box and in my programme that she'd appear with Hitler or anybody. Also, she probably thinks in her innocence that she could obliterate you with no trouble at all if she had to.
Fair enough, but why me? I mean, I'm obviously going to do a king-sized hatchet job on it, aren't I? And that can't do you any good, can it? Or can it?
Let's just say for now that's how I want it. I'll tell you all about it after the show. Nothing startling, actually, but I don't want you bringing it out in the heat of the moment on the air. Should be good television, Ronnie. You'll do it.
Yes, I'll do it, Bill.
Good. See you for Level and Cues at 9:45.
Usual before live show, futile resignation in all departments. Lights won't work, mics gone up to spad, cameramen all gone home to bed. Audience arriving, dribs and drabs. Here's Hamer, Juliet, Vasilikos, financial chap. She sees me.
Bill! Ron! Nice and on time.
Hello, Ronnie. Fancy seeing you.
What, here? My natural home, Juliet.
I mean that nobody gave me any idea that you were going to be on the show tonight.
I didn't know myself until the last minute. Now, Juliet, if you'd sit over there.
Nice to see you again, my dear Jap.
How are you, Mr. Basilicus? You're certainly looking very well.
Oh, well, thank you, nothing but well. Business is good. But how are things with you? Oh, you seem to me a little down in the mouth, a little sad, no?
Well, I've had rather an exhausting day.
Cheer up, it will pass. Tell me, it's your reputation to be the great television headset man, isn't it?
Well, I suppose so. Among other things, I hope.
Of course, of course. Then who are you headsetting tonight? Not me, I hope, my dear sir.
Good heavens, no. Why should I? Actually,
Gerald, would you come over, please?
Good luck, my dear Jap.
Audience filling up. There's Mansfield. No Simon. Sir Cecil and Lady Saxton. The upshots.
Could you all sort of chat about nothing for a moment so we can check the voice levels?
Yeah. Is your daughter going to be in the audience tonight, Juliet?
No, I'm afraid not. She's felt too tired. She and Chummy will be watching together, of course.
Did you know Mona is getting married, Mr. Appleyard?
Yeah, I had heard. Soon, Juliet?
In a few weeks, Ronnie. At St. Paul's, Wilton Place. A very small affair, just family. And friends.
Thank you, chaps. Just relax.
But nice and quiet, studio.
Good luck, everybody.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
LC&M Television brings you Truth and Laughter, Wisdom and Wit. The Bill Hamer Program.
The rich. Our civilization, rightly or wrongly, has grown up on and around the making of money. And where there's money, you presumably have rich people. I think they're a fascinating crowd, the rich, and I suggest we go on talking about them. Now, what about you, Ronnie? You're not rich yourself. None of us in this profession are ever going to get rich, are we? But you've run into the rich, right?
Yes, I have.
Well, I understand you know Lady Baldock, and you've met Mr. Basilicus. What's the word from you about this peculiar breed of human being?
Well, Bill, I'd say the first thing that strikes me is that the rich are human beings like ourselves, and that's something we must all keep trying to remember in the face of all the evidence.
Well, could you clarify that, Ronnie?
With pleasure. Some rich people have got the strength of character it takes to be rich and remain a human being. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the rich who are not properly human. Different to us. Different and worse. Not because they're worse by nature, but because of their opportunities. Opportunities for power without responsibility.
Mr. Appleyard, I think you are going to attack me.
Juliet, the sap was just putting his view about the rich, that's all. People aren't all the time having you in mind.
Would you like to carry on, Ronnie?
Thanks. I was saying that the rich have more opportunities than most of us for behaving badly. The exercise of power is very enjoyable to a lot of people.
Be more specific. I mean, what have you got in mind? Telling people to go to hell whenever you feel like it? Or do you mean something deeper and more sinister?
Well, there is a lot of telling people to go to hell, but there's more to it than that. Something deeper. You won't, for instance, have people smoke in your drawing room, but you yourself light a cigar or cigarette in that room when you have people there. So somebody else lights up, you tell them to put it out. And if they dare say, but what about you, you're smoking, you order them out of the house. Well, why shouldn't you? If you went on like that at the non-rich level, you'd soon find yourself without any friends. But if you're rich, you can afford to abandon reason and justice and good manners whenever you feel like it. And if you're that sort of rich, you don't feel at home with people who aren't rich. You're afraid they may be after your money. And you're certainly afraid of them if, being non-rich, they have some other claim to fame than the possession
Bill,
of money.
why are you letting him go on like that?
I won't sit here and listen to my best friends being insulted.
Fair enough. Everybody gets his chance to be heard in this program. Incidentally, one thing you said just now puzzles me rather.
What I said? What do you mean?
As I understood him, Ronnie was describing the worst kind of rich person, selfish, unreasonable, domineering, and so on. Do you mean to say that all your best friends are like that? It's hard to believe, isn't it? Perhaps not.
Carol, are you going to stand for this? These two men are insulting me and insulting you too, remember?
Nobody is being insulted, Juliet. Ronnie is telling us some things about the rich people that I'm seeing in an awful lot of the people I know. He's very wise.
But don't be so damn reasonable. Can't you see that that's what they want you to be?
I don't think reasonableness ever hurt anybody.
Mr. Appleyard, you're complaining about these horrible rich people you've met who've been good enough to invite you to their houses and give you their food and drink.
Yeah.
Don't you feel a little bit ashamed of abusing their hospitality?
That's nonsense, I'm afraid. If somebody buys me an expensive bottle of drink and tells me while I'm drinking it that I stink, that rather cancels out the drink.
A little while ago, I invited you to my home. Not only that...
I'm sorry. Let's try to keep personalities out of this. Now, we have an audience in the studio. Let's see what some of them think. I'm sure we can find some fruitful disagreements here.
I say...
would you introduce yourself, sir?
Certainly. Saxon. Cecil Saxon.
Sir Cecil Saxon, isn't it?
Yes, that's it. Yes.
And what do you think, Sir Cecil, of the things Mr. Appleyard has been saying?
Chap's gone into a tea. Some of the rich aren't too bad. I mean, take old Tubby Opshop over there. I mean, quite all right, as long as you keep off the port. Half the people my wife and I know, the rich are like Appleyard says. But take Juliet Baldock herself. Finest example of the lot. Chucking her weight about all over the shop moment she gets the chance.
Pardon me.
Sending people away without their dinner if she feels like it. Inviting them for the weekend. Keeping all the booze under lock and key. Using a butler to spy on our friends. Kicking anybody out on the spot if they dare say boo to her or her chosen few.
Thank you, Sir Cecil. Well, that's a strong view from somebody who seems to know...
You people are in a conspiracy against me, and I want to know why.
No, Juliet. Like I said, you are thinking everything is you. Well, the world is you. Everybody's only existing in a way that concerns you.
You mean, Carol, that you think I'm like this little monster here, this Appleyard said about the way we're all supposed to behave?
Yes, Juliet, yes, you are. I'm sorry to be saying you behave like some tyrant whenever it seems you can get away with it. You are not humble. You don't have feelings about our duty in this world to be good persons and do as God has wished for us.
All you people out there and at home or wherever you are, listen to me. Yeah. Now, I'm going to have my turn if these people here will allow me.
But of course, Lady Baldock.
All right. Now, let me tell you something about this Mr. Ronnie Appleyard, who's been so devastating about me.
You tell him, Julia.
I've been what used to be called very kind to Mr. Appleyard. He's been my house guest more than once. So you may wonder why Mr. Appleyard accepted my hospitality if he disapproved of me as much as he makes out. Let me explain. I have an unmarried daughter who will be very rich one day. Now, I'm not saying that Mr. Appleyard
Oh,
is...
yes, you are. I'm after her money, that's what you're saying. In fact, I'm not, but it's no good trying to explain that to you. I wonder when was the last time you took in a new idea or changed your mind about anything? 40 years ago?
How dare you? How dare you?
I'll tell you how I dare. I dare because for once in your life you're not in an unassailable position.
Ronnie, I'm not sure that this is of much general interest.
I don't care whether it's of general interest or not. And anyway, hell, it's of some general interest that we're talking to one of the most ruthless egoists in England.
You're a cynical little adventurer who thinks of nothing but getting his hands onto money he hasn't earned.
Well, that's good stuff coming from you.
At least I don't tamper with people's affections for the sake of money. Insinuating yourself, yes, break their hearts.
That's enough. Listen, I don't care if I'm on television or I'm on the stage of the Palladium. You're quite wrong. I want her, not the money. And I wouldn't touch your bloody money with a barge pole, and if you went down on your knees and begged me. You think I'd condescend to live in your world when I see what money's made of you?
I will not listen to another word.
Time for a short break.
Student, don't just sit there.
Sure, Julia. I'll give that smart bastard something to really complain about.
Get the skirt here. Stop it, Lady Baldock.
Oh, go to hell.
Julia, gestures will not help.
Appleyard, you've been asking...
Ah, my dear chap, what a sorry good pants.
Come in, Ronnie. I thought that punch you threw was going to go right through Mansfield's fat gut.
Yes, they'll probably sue me.
Cheer up, Ron, old boy. I've got some booze here. It was fun. That'll put the ratings up. Here, drink it down.
Oh, thanks.
I took the bottle with me when I left Broadlawns. Cheers.
Cheers. What made you do it? You knew what would happen, roughly, yes?
Indeed I did, old boy. Though it succeeded beyond my wildest dreams. Why did I? A mixture of motives. First, she once told me in the course of some dispute that I was a grubby little upstart. I reckoned I owed her something for that. Second, good old Vasilikos took a fancy to me, thought I was an interesting sap, but couldn't think why such a jolly good chap as me had so much time for a howling bitch like Juliet. Hated her for years. Something to do with something she did against his mother once years ago. And I knew you wouldn't mind the chance to carve her up. But I didn't know how much you felt for her girl.
And the ratings?
Falling off a bit. The word had got round that intellectually Hamer was bloody good, but a bit short on, the gutsy stuff, the knockabout entertainment that jams the switchboard. I think we put paid to that mistaken viewpoint for a few weeks, don't you? And it was fun, you know it was.
Well, at the time I did enjoy it.
Mansfield won't sue you. We may sue him for assault on the wretched floor manager. There you are, Ron. What a night.
What to do? Anticlimax. And however hard you hit student can't do it, Mansfield is going to walk up the aisle with her. Blast. I feel dead. Oh, who the hell? Press? Probably. Better answer. Might be a lovely bird. Holy cow. Chummy bulldog. What the devil do you want, may I ask?
I say, have you got a bird in here or anything?
Bird? Yes, 5 without a stitch on. No, why? What the hell do you want, Chummy?
I've got Simon in the car, opposite.
You... Simon, here?
Now listen, you ought to be gentle with her. She's scared stiff of seeing you after that log cabin business.
Yes. And what does she want? What's she here for?
I'd have thought that was rather up to you. I had to practically carry her here. So, as I say, you've got to be decent to her. I take it you want to marry her?
Yes, yes.
Right. Wait here. I'll tell her.
And where is Juliet? Simon, I didn't expect you.
Ronnie, you're not cross with me?
No. Well, come on in. And you too, Chummy. Are you letting me have her after all?
I'm delivering her to you. Sorry about that business at the log cabin. I was wrong. But at that stage, I still thought you were after her money. I say, have you got a whiskey or something I could do with a drink?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. So, you saw the program and you got away before Juliet got back? Or have you murdered her?
No, not yet. We got out before she arrived. What she realizes...
whiskey. Now, you too, Simon. Drink up and take heart.
Thank you.
You will marry me, won't you, Ronnie? I've been such an idiot.
Yes, I'll marry you, Simon. As soon as possible, I think, Chummy.
Take my advice and drive away from this flat tonight. Find a quiet hotel, vanish. Get a special license and keep away from your usual haunts until you're married. She can't do much before you're spliced, but she can be an irritant, to put it no higher. And Simon's had enough.
Oh, she does hate me, and she stopped me from liking Chummy.
Now, what's she going to do to you, Chummy?
Oh, something, undoubtedly something. Even on her most charitable view, I've been guilty of criminal negligence in not reading Simon's mind and locking her up.
I guess you did more than that.
Yes, you can't prove it. We're pretty sure that you had help, but you can't prove it. And I fixed an alibi at White's.
She'll still give you hell, Chummy.
Yes, I've been getting fed up, really fed up. And now that Simon's settled, there's a pink woolen dinner jacket she wants me to wear. I might kick off with that. You know, when you're doing exactly what she wants you to do, she's the most affectionate, loving person in the world. That's rather like saying how marvellous the tiger looked when he jumped onto the antelope and sank his teeth in. Not worth it. Now I must be off.
Chummy, why have you done this? Brought Simon here, said go and marry. This evening, was it?
I assumed you realised. Yes, that bit about your not taking her money even if she begged you to. That did it. Telling her to stuff her money in front of how many million people means you never see a bean of it until... Did you know that at the time you said it?
No. It took me a minute or two. I was in a bit of a state.
I thought you were, not like your old self at all. Of course, if you'd told me a few minutes back that I could keep Simon now you'd said goodbye to her money, I should have looked a proper Charlie. Didn't think you would, though. Must be awful. Get going as soon as you can, Simon. Good luck, Appleyard. I'll see myself out.
Well, good luck with the dinner jacket, chummy.
So long.
I'm sorry for what I said about your job. Because, well, without it, I was such a fool, Ronnie.
This whole thing is very odd. I was a shit when I met you. I still am in lots of ways. But because of you, I've had to give up being a full-time one, fall back into the ranks of the failed shits, and take on responsibility for other people.
You're not like that. Not now, you're not. All my life I've been a fool, Ronnie. Haven't changed, or perhaps a bit.
You've changed a lot. Well, nobody could blame you for what you were.
I could. No sense at all. Silly all the time.
No, not silly all the time. Getting unsillier. And one day I might even get you to start to like making love with me.
It wasn't horrible anymore. Last time in that cabin. Not ghastly.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present An Ideal Husband by Oscar Wilde. First produced at the Theatre Royal Haymarket in 1895. In this production, the part of Sir Robert Chiltern is played by Noel Johnson, Lady Chiltern by Jane Wenham, Lord Goring by Ronald Lewis, and Mrs. Chiefley by Rosemary Martin. The play opens in the Octagon Room at Sir Robert Chiltern's house in Grosvenor Square.
Sir Charles and Lady Grendon, Lady Gordon and Miss Gordon, Lord Adamford, Mrs. Lavery and Miss Lavery, Sir John and Lady
Going on to the Hartlocks tonight, Margaret?
I suppose so. Are you?
Yes. Horribly tedious parties they give, don't they?
Horribly tedious. And never know why I go. Never know why I go anywhere.
I come here to be educated.
I hate being educated.
So do I. It puts one almost on a level with the commercial classes, doesn't it? Dear Gertrude Chiltern is always telling me that I should have some serious purpose in life. So I come here to try to find one.
Mr. and Lady Jane Barford.
I'm so glad you could come.
Lord Caversham.
Good evening, Lady Chiltern.
Ah, Lord Caversham.
Has my good-for-nothing young son been here?
I don't think Lord Goring has arrived yet.
Why do you call Lord Goring good for nothing, Lord Caversham?
Because he leads such an idle life, Miss Chiltern.
How can you say such a thing? Why, he rides in the Row at 10 o'clock in the morning, goes to the opera 3 times a week, changes his clothes at least 5 times a day, and dines out every night of the season. You don't call that leading an idle life, do you?
You are a very charming young lady.
How sweet of you to say that, Lord Caversham. Do come to us more often.
Never go anywhere now. Sick of London society. Shouldn't mind being introduced to my own tailor. He always votes on the right side, but objects strongly to being sent down for dinner with my wife's milliner. Never could stand Lady Caversham's bonnets.
Oh, I love London society. I think it is immensely improved. It is entirely composed now of beautiful idiots and brilliant lunatics, just what society should be.
Which is Goring? Beautiful idiot or the other thing?
I have been obliged for the present to put Lord Goring into a class quite by himself. But he is developing charmingly.
Into what?
I hope to let you know very soon, Lord Caversham.
Oh!
Lady Markby, Mrs. Cheveley.
Good evening, dear Gertrude. So kind of you to let me bring my friend, Mrs. Cheveley. 2 such charming women should know each other.
I'm delighted. I think that Mrs. Cheveley and I have met before. I did not know she had married a second time.
Oh, nowadays people marry as often as they can, don't they? It is most fashionable.
Good evening, Lady Markby.
Oh, dear Duchess. And how is the Duke? Brain still weak, I suppose?
I'm afraid so.
Well, that is only to be expected, is it not? His good father was just the same. There's nothing like race, is there?
But have we really met before, Lady Chiltern? I don't remember where. I have been out of England for so long.
We were at school together, Mrs. Cheveley.
Indeed. I have forgotten all about my school days. I have a vague impression that they were detestable.
I am not surprised.
Do you know, I am quite looking forward to meeting your clever husband, Lady Chiltern. Since he has been at the Foreign Office, he has been so much talked of in Vienna. They actually succeed in spelling his name right in the newspapers. That in itself is fame on the continent.
I hardly think there will be much in common between you and my husband, Mrs. Cheveley.
Good evening, Lady Markby.
Sir Robert.
I hope you've brought Sir John with you.
Oh, I have brought a much more charming person than Sir John. Sir John's temper, since he has taken seriously to politics, has become quite unbearable. Really, now that the House of Commons is trying to become useful, it does a great deal of harm.
I hope not, Lady Markby. But who is the charming person you have been kind enough to bring to us?
Her name is Mrs. Cheveley, one of the Dorsetshire Cheveleys, I suppose, but I really don't know. Families are so mixed nowadays. Indeed, as a rule, everybody turns out to be somebody else.
Mrs. Cheveley. I seem to know the name.
She's just arrived from Vienna, Sir Robert.
Ah, yes, I think I know whom you mean.
Oh, she goes everywhere there and has such pleasant scandals about all her friends. Let me introduce you, my dear. Sir Robert Chiltern is dying to know you.
Everyone is dying to know the brilliant Mrs. Cheveley.
Thank you, Sir Robert. An acquaintance that begins with a compliment is sure to develop into a real friendship. And I find that I know Lady Chiltern already.
Really?
Yes. She has just reminded me that we were at school together. I remember it perfectly now. She always got the Good Conduct Prize.
And what prizes did you get, Mrs. Cheveley?
My prizes came a little later on in life. I don't think any of them were for good conduct.
I'm sure they were for something charming. Tell me, what makes you leave your brilliant Vienna for our gloomy London? Or perhaps the question is indiscreet.
The questions are never indiscreet. Answers sometimes are. I wanted to meet you.
Indeed?
It is quite true. I wanted immensely to meet you. And to ask you to do something for me.
Well, I hope it is not a little thing, Mrs. Cheveley. I find that little things are so very difficult to do.
No, I don't think it is quite a little thing.
I'm so glad. Do tell me what it is.
Later on. And now, may I walk through your beautiful house? I hear your pictures are charming. Poor Baron Arnheim, you remember the Baron, used to tell me you had some wonderful corals.
Did you know Baron Arnheim well?
Intimately. Did you?
At one time.
Wonderful man, wasn't he?
He was very remarkable in many ways.
I often think it's such a pity he never wrote his memoirs. They would have been most interesting.
Lord Goring.
Good evening, my dear Arthur.
Robert. Good evening.
Mrs. Cheveley, allow me to introduce you to Lord Goring, the idlest man in London.
I have met Lord Goring before.
I did not think you would remember me, Mrs. Cheveley.
My memory is under admirable control. And are you still a bachelor?
I believe so.
How very romantic.
Oh, I'm not at all romantic. I'm not old enough. I leave romance to my seniors. May I ask, are you staying in London long?
That depends partly on the weather, partly on the cooking, and partly on Sir Robert.
Oh, yes, it's one of those things. Good evening, Miss Mabel.
You are very late, Lord Goring.
Have you missed me?
Awfully.
Then I'm sorry I did not stay away longer. I like being missed.
How very selfish of you.
I am very selfish.
You were always telling me of your bad qualities, Lord Goring.
I have only told you half of them as yet, Miss Mabel.
Are the others very bad?
Quite dreadful. When I think of them at night, I go to sleep at once.
Well, I delight in your bad qualities. I wouldn't have you part with one of them. Aren't you coming to the music room?
Not if there is any music going on, Miss Mabel.
The music is in German. You would not understand.
And are you going to any of our country houses before you leave England, Mrs. Cheveley?
Oh, no. I can't stand your English house parties. In England, people actually try to be brilliant at breakfast. And that is so dreadful of them. Only dull people are brilliant at breakfast. My stay in England really depends on you, Sir Robert.
Seriously?
Quite seriously. I want to talk to you about the Argentine Canal Company.
What a tedious, practical subject for you to talk about, Mrs. Cheveley.
Oh, I like tedious, practical subjects. What I don't like are tedious, practical people. There is a wide difference. Besides, you are interested, I know, in international canal schemes. You were Lord Radley's secretary, weren't you, when the government bought the Suez Canal shares?
Yes, but the Suez Canal was a very great and splendid undertaking. This Argentine scheme is a commonplace stock exchange swindle.
A speculation, Sir Robert. A brilliant, daring speculation.
Believe me, Mrs. Cheveley, it is a swindle. Let us call things by their proper names. I hope you have not invested in it. Oh, I'm sure you are far too clever to have done that.
I have invested very largely in it.
Oh, who could have advised you to do such a foolish thing?
Your old friend and mine.
Who?
Baron Arnheim.
Ah, yes, I remember hearing at the time of his death that he had been mixed up in the whole affair.
It was his last romance. His last but one, to do him justice.
But you have not seen my corals yet. They're in the music room. May I show them to you?
I am not in the mood tonight for silver twilights or rose-pink dawns. I want to talk business.
I fear I have no advice to give you, Mrs. Cheveley, except to interest yourself in something less dangerous. The success of the canal depends, of course, on the attitude of England, and I am going to lay the report of the commissioners before the House tomorrow night.
That you must not do. In your own interests, Sir Robert, to say nothing of mine.
In my own interests?
I want you to withdraw the report on the ground that you have reason to believe that the commissioners have been prejudiced or misinformed. Then I want you to say a few words to the effect that the government is going to reconsider the question, and that you have reason to believe that the canal, if completed, will be of great international value.
Mrs. Cheveley, you cannot be serious in making me such a proposition.
I am quite serious. And if you do what I ask you, I will pay you very handsomely.
Pay me?
You are a man of the world, and you have your price, I suppose. Everybody has nowadays. The drawback is that most people are so dreadfully expensive. I know I am. I hope you will be more reasonable in your terms.
If you will allow me, I will call your carriage for you. You have lived so long abroad, Mrs. Cheveley, that you seem to be unable to realize that you are talking to an English gentleman.
I realize that I am talking to a man who laid the foundation of his fortune by selling to a stock exchange speculator a cabinet secret.
What do you mean?
I mean that I know the real origin of your wealth and your career, and I have got your letter, too.
What letter?
The letter you wrote to Baron Arnheim when you were Lord Radley's secretary, telling the Baron to buy Suez Canal shares. A letter written 3 days before the government announced its own purchase.
It's not true.
You thought the letter had been destroyed. How foolish of you. It is in my possession.
The affair to which you allude was no more than a speculation. The House of Commons had not yet passed the bill. It might have been rejected.
It was a swindle, Sir Robert. Let us call things by their proper names. And now I am going to sell you that letter. And the price I ask for it is your public support of the Argentine scheme. You made your fortune out of the one canal. You must help me and my friends to make our fortunes out of another.
It is infamous what you propose. Infamous.
Oh, no. This is the game of life as we all have to play it, Sir Robert, sooner or later.
I cannot do what you ask me.
You mean you cannot help doing it? If you refuse...
What then?
You are ruined, that is all. Sooner or later we all have to pay for what we do. You have to pay now.
What you ask is impossible.
Suppose that when I leave this house, I drive down to some newspaper office and give them this scandal and the proofs of it.
I will give you any sum of money you want.
Even you are not rich enough, Sir Robert, to buy back your past. No man is.
I will not do what you ask me. I will not.
You have to. I will be in the ladies' gallery tomorrow night at 11:30. If by that time you have made an announcement to the House in the terms I wish, I shall hand you back your letter. I intend to play quite fairly with you. One should always play fairly when one has the winning cards.
You must let me have time to consider your proposal.
No. You must settle now. I have got to telegraph Vienna tonight.
Oh, my God, what brought you into my life?
Circumstances.
I consent. The report shall be withdrawn. I will arrange for a question to be put to me on the subject.
Thank you. I knew we should come to an amicable agreement. And now you can get my carriage for me, Sir Robert. I see the people coming up from supper, and Englishmen always get so romantic after a meal, and that bores me dreadfully. What a charming house you have, Lady Chiltern. I have spent a delightful evening. It has been so interesting getting to know your husband.
Why did you wish to meet my husband, Mrs. Chiefley?
I wanted to interest him in this Argentine canal scheme, of which I dare say you have heard, and I found him most susceptible. Susceptible to reason, I mean. A rare thing in a man. I converted him in 10 minutes.
Converted?
He is going to make a speech in the House tomorrow night in favour of the idea.
There must be some mistake. That scheme could never have my husband's support.
Oh, I assure you, it's all settled.
What?
I don't regret my tedious journey from Vienna now. It has been a great success. But, of course, for the next 24 hours, the whole thing is a dead secret.
A secret? Between whom?
Between your husband and myself.
Your carriage is here, Mrs. Cheveley.
Thanks. Good evening, Lady Chiltern. Good night, Lord Goring. I am at Claridge's. Don't you think you might leave a card?
If you wish it, Mrs. Cheveley.
Oh, don't be so solemn about it, or I shall be obliged to leave a card on you. In England, I suppose that would hardly be considered en règle. Abroad, we are more civilized. Will you see me down, Sir Robert? Now that we have both the same interests at heart, we shall be great friends, I hope.
What a horrid woman.
You should go to bed, Miss Mabel.
Lord Goring.
My father told me to go to bed an hour ago. I don't see why I shouldn't give you the same advice. I always pass on good advice. It's the only thing to do with it. It is never of any use to myself.
Lord Goring, I am not going to bed for hours. You can come and sit down if you like and talk about anything in the world except the Royal Academy, Mrs. Cheveley, or novels in Scotch dialect. They are not improving subjects. What is this? Someone has dropped a diamond brooch.
Huh?
Quite beautiful, isn't it? I wish it was mine.
I wonder who dropped it.
It is a beautiful brooch.
It is a handsome bracelet.
It isn't a bracelet, it's a brooch.
It can be used as a bracelet. May I? Thank you.
What are you doing?
Miss Mabel, I'm going to make a rather strange request to you.
Oh, pray do. I've been waiting for it all the evening.
Don't mention to anybody that I've taken charge of this brooch. Should anyone write and claim it, let me know at once.
That is a strange request.
Well, you see, I gave this brooch to somebody once, years ago.
You did?
Yes.
Oh, then I shall certainly bid you good night. Good night, Gertrude.
Good night, dear. Lord Goring,
Yes.
you saw whom Lady Markby brought here tonight.
Yes. It was an unpleasant surprise. What did she come for?
Apparently to try to lure Robert to uphold some fraudulent scheme in which he is interested.
Oh, she's mistaken her man, hasn't she? It is extraordinary what mistakes clever women make. Good night, Lady Chiltern.
Good night, Lord Goring.
My dear Arthur, you're not going. Do stop a little.
Afraid I can't, thanks. I promised to look in at the Heartlocks. I believe they've got a mauve Hungarian band that plays mauve Hungarian music. See you soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye. How beautiful you look tonight, Gertrude.
Robert, it's not true, is it? You're not going to lend your support to this Argentine speculation, you couldn't.
Who told you I intended to do so?
Mrs. Cheveley, as she now calls herself, she seemed to taunt me with it. Robert, I know this woman, you don't. We were at school together. She was untruthful, dishonest, and an evil influence on everyone whose trust or friendship she could win. She was sent away for being a thief. Why do you let her influence you?
Mrs. Cheveley may have changed since then. No one should be entirely judged by their past.
One's past is what one is. It is the only way by which people should be judged.
Oh, that is a hard saying, Gertrude.
It is a true saying, Robert. And what did she mean begin by boasting that she had got you to lend your support to a thing I have heard you described as the most dishonest scheme that there has ever been in political life.
I was mistaken in the view I took.
But you told me yesterday that you had received the report from the Commission and that it entirely condemned the whole thing. Robert, are you telling me the whole truth?
Why do you ask me such a question?
Why do you not answer it?
Gertrude, truth is a very complex thing. Sooner or later in political life, one has to compromise. Everyone does.
Compromise? Robert, why do you talk so differently tonight? Why are you so changed?
I am not changed, but circumstances alter things.
Circumstances should never alter principles.
But if I told you...
What?
That it was necessary. Vitally necessary.
It can never be necessary to do what is not honourable.
I have told you it is a question of rational compromise. It is no more than that.
That is all very well for other men, for men who treat life simply as a sordid speculation, but not for you, Robert, not for you. You are different. All your life, you have stood apart from others, to the world. As to myself, you have been an ideal always. Be that ideal still. Don't kill my love for you. Don't kill that.
Oh, Gertrude.
I know that there are men with horrible secrets in their lives, men who have done some shameful thing and who in some critical moment have to pay for it by doing some other act of shame. Don't tell me that you are such as they are. Robert. Is there in your life any secret dishonour or disgrace? Well, tell me. Tell me at once, so that...
So that what?
That our lives may drift apart.
Drift apart?
That they may be entirely separate. It would be better for us both.
Gertrude, there is nothing in my past life that you might not know.
Oh, I was sure of it, Robert. I was sure of it. Oh, don't let us ever talk about the subject again. You will write, won't you, to Mrs. Cheveley and tell her that you cannot support this scandalous scheme of hers. If you have given her any promise, you must take it back, that is all.
Must I write and tell her that?
Oh, surely, Robert. Right this moment.
But it is so late. It's close on 12.
But she must know at once that she has been mistaken in you. Write that you decline to support this scheme of hers as you hold it to be dishonest. Yes, write that word, dishonest. She knows what that word means.
Very well, my dear.
Robert, I feel tonight that I've saved you from something that might have been a danger to you, from something that might have made men honour you less than they do. I don't think you realize sufficiently, Robert, that you have brought into the political life of our time a nobler atmosphere, a finer attitude towards life. I know it, and for that I love you, Robert.
Oh, love me always, Gertrude. Love me always.
I will love you always, because you will always be worthy of love. We needs must love the highest when we see it.
My dear Robert, it's a very awkward business, very awkward indeed. You should have told your wife the whole thing. Secrets from other people's wives are a necessary luxury in modern life, but no man should have a secret from his own wife. She invariably finds it out.
Arthur, I couldn't tell my wife. I would have lost the love of the one woman in the world I worship. She would have turned from me in horror.
Lady Chiltern is as perfect as all that.
Nothing could make her alter her views.
Robert, how could you have sold yourself for money?
I did not sell myself for money. I bought success at a great price, that is all.
Yes, you certainly paid a great price for it. But what first made you think of doing such a thing?
Baron Arnheim.
Damn scoundrel.
No. He was a man of most subtle and refined intellect, a man of culture, charm and distinction.
I prefer a gentlemanly fool any day. Personally, I have a great admiration for stupidity. It is a sort of fellow feeling, I suppose. But how did he do it? Tell me the whole thing.
One night, after dinner at Lord Radley's, the Baron, with that wonderfully fascinating quiet voice of his, expounded to us the most terrible of all philosophies, the philosophy of power. Preached to us the most marvelous of all gospels, the gospel of gold. I think he saw the effect he'd produced on me, for some days afterwards he wrote and asked me to come and see him. I remember so well how, with a strange smile, he led me through his wonderful picture galleries, showed me his tapestries, his enamels, his jewels, and his carved ivories, and then told me that luxury was nothing but a background, a painted scene in a play, and that power over other men, power over the world, was the one thing worth having, the one supreme pleasure worth knowing, the one joy one never tired of, and that in our century only the rich possessed it.
A thoroughly shallow creed.
Wealth has given me enormous power. It gave me at the very outset of my life freedom, and freedom is everything. You have never been poor, and never known what ambition is. You cannot understand what a wonderful chance the Baron gave me. When I was going, he said to me that if ever I could give him any private information of real value, he would make me a very rich man. 6 weeks later, certain private documents passed through my hands.
State documents?
Yes.
I had no idea that you, of all men, could have been so weak, Robert, as to yield to such a temptation.
Weak? Weak? Do you really think, Arthur, that it is weakness that yields to temptation? There are terrible temptations that require strength and courage to yield to. To stake all one's life on a single moment, to risk everything on one throw. I had that courage. I sat down the same afternoon and wrote Baron Arnheim the letter this woman now holds. He made £750,000 over the transaction.
And you?
I received from the Baron £110,000.
You were worth more, Robert.
No. That money gave me exactly what I wanted, power over others. I went into the house immediately. Since then, everything that I have touched has turned out a success. Sometimes it has made me almost afraid. Arthur, do you despise me for what I've told you?
I'm very sorry for you, Robert. Very sorry indeed.
I don't say that I suffered any remorse. I didn't. But I have paid conscience money many times. I had a wild hope that I might disarm destiny. The sum Baron Arnheim gave me I have distributed twice over in public charities since then.
Oh, dear me, what a lot of harm you must have done.
Oh, don't say that, Arthur.
Never mind what I say, Robert. I'm always saying things I shouldn't say. Now, as regards this dreadful business, I will help you in whatever way I can. Of course you know that.
Thank you, Arthur, thank you. But what is to be done? What can be done?
In your case, Robert, a confession would not do. If you made a clean breast of the whole affair, you would never be able to talk morality again. And in England, a man who can't talk morality twice a week to a large, popular, immoral audience is quite over as a serious politician. No, a confession would ruin you.
It would ruin me. The only thing for me to do now is to fight the thing out.
I was waiting for you to say that. It is the only thing to do now. And you must begin by telling your wife the whole story.
That I will not do.
Robert, believe me, you are wrong.
It would kill her love for me. And this woman, this Mrs. Cheveley, how can I defend myself against her? You knew her before, Arthur, apparently.
Yes.
Did you know her well?
So little that I got engaged to be married to her once when I was staying at the Tenbys. The affair lasted for 3 days. Nearly.
Why was it broken off?
Oh, I forget. At least it makes no matter.
Well, I shall send a cipher telegram to the embassy of Vienna to inquire if there is anything known against her. There may be some secret scandal she might be afraid of.
Oh, well, she wore far too much rouge last night and not quite enough clothes. That is always a sign of despair in a woman.
I will fight her to the death, as long as my wife knows nothing.
Oh, fight in any case, Though I should not fancy Mrs. Cheveley as a woman who would be easily frightened.
Good afternoon, Lord Goring.
Good afternoon, Lady Chiltern. Have you been in the park?
Oh, no. I have just come from the Woman's Liberal Association, where, by the way, Robert, your name was received with loud applause. And now I have come in to have my tea. You will wait to have some tea, won't you?
I'll wait for a short time, thanks.
You're not going, Robert?
I have some letters to write, dear.
Oh, you work too hard. You seem never to think of yourself, and you're looking so tired.
It is nothing, dear. Nothing.
Do sit down, Lord Goring.
Ah.
I'm so glad you've called. I want to talk to you about...
Mrs. Cheveley?
Yes. After you left last night, I found out that what she had said was really true. Of course, I made Robert write her a letter at once, withdrawing his promises.
So he gave me to understand.
Robert must be above reproach. He is not like other men. He cannot afford to do what other men do. Don't you agree with me? Why are you looking at me so strangely, Lord Goring?
Lady Chiltern, I have sometimes thought that perhaps you are a little hard in some of your views on life. I think that often you don't make sufficient allowances. In every nature there are elements of weakness. Life cannot be lived without much charity. And if you are ever in trouble, Lady Chiltern, trust me absolutely, and I will help you in every way I can. If you ever want me, come to me for my assistance, and you shall have it.
Lord Goring, you are talking quite seriously. I don't think I have ever heard you talk seriously before.
You must excuse me, Lady Chiltern. It won't occur again, if I can help it.
But I like you to be serious.
Dear Gertrude, don't say such a dreadful thing to Lord Goring. Seriousness would be very unbecoming to him. Good afternoon, Lord Goring. Pray be as trivial as you can.
I should like to, Miss Mabel, but I'm afraid I'm a little out of practice today, and besides, I have to be going now.
Just when I have come in. What dreadful manners you have. I'm sure you were very badly brought up.
Oh, I was.
I wish I had brought you up.
I'm so sorry you didn't.
It is too late now, I suppose.
I am not so sure.
Will you ride tomorrow morning?
Yes, at 10.
Don't forget.
Of course I shall. By the way, Lady Chiltern, there is no list of your guests in the Morning Post today. It has apparently been crowded out by the County Council or the Lambeth Conference or something equally boring. Could you let me have a list? I have a particular reason for asking you.
Oh, I am sure Mr. Trafford will be able to give you one.
Thanks so much.
Tommy Trafford is the most useful person in London.
And who is the most ornamental?
I am.
How clever of you to guess it. Goodbye, Lady Chiltern. You will remember what I said to you, won't you?
Yes. But I don't know why you said it to me.
I hardly know myself. Goodbye, Miss Mabel. 10 tomorrow.
Sharp?
Quite sharp. But don't bring Mr. Trafford.
Of course I shan't bring Tommy Trafford. Tommy Trafford is in great disgrace.
I am delighted to hear it.
Gertrude, I wish you would speak to Tommy Trafford.
Oh, what has poor Mr. Trafford done this time? Robert says he's the best secretary he's ever had.
Well, Tommy has proposed to me again. Well, Tommy really does nothing but propose to me. He proposed to me last night in the music room, when I was quite unprotected, as there was an elaborate trio going on. I didn't dare to make the smallest repartee, I need hardly tell you. If I had, it would have stopped the music at once. Musical people are so absurdly unreasonable. They always want one to be perfectly dumb at the very moment when one is longing to be absolutely deaf. Then he proposed to me in broad daylight this morning, in front of that dreadful statue of Achilles. Really, the things that go on in front of that work of art are quite appalling. The police should interfere.
Oh, Mabel.
I wish, Gertrude, you would speak to him and tell him that once a week is quite often enough to propose to anyone, and that it should always be done in a manner that attracts attention.
Robert thinks very highly of Mr. Trafford. He believes he has a brilliant future before him.
Oh? Oh, I wouldn't marry a man with a future before him for anything under the sun.
Oh, Mabel.
I know, dear. You married a man with a future, didn't you? But then Robert was a genius, and you have a noble, self-sacrificing character. You can stand geniuses. Oh. I have no character at all, and Robert is the only genius I could ever bear. As a rule, I think they're quite impossible. Geniuses talk so much, don't they? Such a bad habit. And they're always thinking about themselves when I want them to be thinking about me.
Lady Markby, Mrs. Cheveley.
Mrs. Cheveley, it's impossible.
Good afternoon, my dear.
Oh, dear Lady Markby, how nice of you to come and see me. Won't you sit down, Mrs. Cheveley?
Thanks. Isn't this Miss Chiltern? I should so much like to know her.
Mabel, Mrs. Cheveley wishes to know you.
I thought your frock so charming last night, Miss Chiltern. So simple and suitable.
Really, I must tell my dressmaker. It'll be such a surprise to her. Goodbye, Lady Markby.
Going already?
I'm so sorry, but I'm obliged to. I'm just off to rehearsal at Lady Basildon's. I've got to stand on my head in some tableau.
On your head, child? Oh, I hope not. I believe it is most unhealthy.
But it is for an excellent charity in aid of the undeserving, the only people I'm really interested in.
You're remarkably modern, Mabel. A little too modern, perhaps. Nothing is so dangerous as being too modern. One is apt to grow old-fashioned quite suddenly. Oh, I've known many instances of it.
Oh, what a dreadful prospect. Goodbye.
Dear Gertrude, we just called to know if Mrs. Cheveley's diamond brooch has been found.
Here? Yes, I missed it when I got back to Claridge's, and I thought I might possibly have dropped it here.
I have heard nothing about it, but I will ring for the butler and ask.
Oh, pray don't trouble, Lady Chiltern. I dare say I lost it at the opera before we came on here.
What sort of a brooch was it that you lost, Mrs. Cheveley?
A diamond snake brooch with a ruby, a rather large ruby.
Mason.
Milady?
Has a ruby and diamond brooch been found in any of the rooms this morning?
No, milady.
It really is of no consequence, Lady Chiltern. I'm so sorry to have put you to any inconvenience.
Oh, it has been no inconvenience. That will do, Mason. You can bring tea.
Yes, milady.
Well, I must say it is most annoying to lose anything. I remember once at Bath years ago, losing in the pump room an exceedingly handsome cameo bracelet that Sir John had given me. I don't think he has ever given me anything since, I'm sorry to say. He has sadly degenerated. Oh, really? This horrid House of Commons quite ruins our husbands' force. I think the lower house by far the greatest blow to a happy married life that there's been since that terrible thing called the higher education of women was invented.
Oh, it is heresy to say that in this house, Lady Markby. Robert is a great champion of the higher education of women, and so I am afraid am I.
The higher education of men is what I should like to see. Men need it so sadly.
They do, dear, but I'm afraid such a scheme would be quite unpractical. I don't think man has much capacity for development. He's got as far as he can, and that's not far, is it? Well, with regard to women, dear Gertrude, you belong to the younger generation, and I'm sure it's all right if you approve of it. In my time, of course, we were taught not to understand anything. That was the old system, and wonderfully interesting it was. I assure you that the amount of things I and my poor sister were taught not to understand was quite extraordinary. But modern woman understands everything, I'm told.
Except their husbands. That is the one thing the modern woman never understands.
And a very good thing, too, dear, I dare say. It might break up many a happy home if they did. Not yours, I need hardly say, Gertrude. You have married a pattern husband. I wish I could say as much for myself. But since Sir John has taken to attending the debates regularly, which he never used to do in the good old days, his language has become quite impossible.
Oh?
Sir John is a great trial.
Lady
I trust, Gertrude, that Sir Robert is not like that.
But I am very much interested in politics, Lady Markby. I love to hear Robert talk about them.
Well, I hope he's not as devoted to blue books as Sir John is. I don't think they can be quite improving reading for anyone.
I have never read a blue book. I prefer books in yellow covers.
Yes, yellow is a gayer colour, is it not? I used to wear yellow a good deal in my early days, and would do so now if Sir John were not so painfully personal in his observations. And a man on the question of dress is always ridiculous, is he not?
Oh, no. I think men are the only authorities on dress.
Really, dear? One wouldn't say so from the sort of hats they wear, would one?
Tea, husband.
Thank you, Mason. Just here, please.
Thank you, milady.
May I give you some tea, Mrs. Cheveley?
Thanks.
Some tea, Lady Markby.
No, thanks, dear. The fact is, I have promised to go round for 10 minutes to see poor Lady Brancaster, who is in very great trouble.
Oh.
Her daughter, quite a well-brought-up girl, too, has actually become engaged to be married to a curate in Shropshire. It is very sad indeed. I can't understand this modern mania for curates. In my time, we girls saw them, of course, running about the place like rabbits. We never took any notice of them, I need hardly say. But I am told that nowadays country society is quite honeycombed with them. I think it is most irreligious. Yes, and now, Gertrude, if you will allow me, I shall leave Mrs. Cheveley in your charge and call back for her in a quarter of an hour.
Of course. I should like to have a few minutes' conversation with her.
How very kind of you, Lady Chiltern. Believe me, nothing could give me greater pleasure.
No doubt you both have many pleasant reminiscences of your school days to talk over together. Oh, shall I see you at Lady Bonner's tonight, Gertrude? She's discovered a wonderful new genius. He does nothing at all, I believe. That's a great comfort, is it not?
No, Robert and I are dining at home by ourselves tonight, and I don't think I shall go anywhere afterwards. Robert, of course, will have to be in the house.
Dining at home by yourselves? Is that quite prudent? Oh, of course, I forgot. Your husband is an exception. Mine is the general rule, and nothing ages a woman so rapidly as being married to the general rule.
Yes. Wonderful woman, Lady Markby, isn't she? Talks more and says less than anybody I ever met.
Mrs. Cheveley, I think it is right to tell you quite frankly that had I known who you really were, I should not have invited you to my house last night.
Really? I see that after all these years you have not changed a bit, Gertrude.
I never change.
Then life has taught you nothing?
It has taught me that a person who has once been guilty of a dishonest and dishonourable action may be guilty of it a second time, and should be shunned.
Would you apply that rule to everyone?
Oh, yes, to everyone without exception.
Then I am sorry for you, Gertrude. Very sorry for you. I don't mind your talking morality a bit. Morality is simply the attitude we adopt towards people whom we personally dislike. You dislike me. I'm quite aware of that. And I have always detested you. And yet I have come here to do you a service.
Like the service you wished to render my husband last night, I suppose. Thank heaven I saved him from that.
It was you who made him write that insolent letter to me. It was you who made him break his promise.
Oh, yes.
Then you must make him keep it.
What?
I give you till tomorrow morning, no more. If you are wise, you will make him do what I tell him.
You are impertinent. What has my husband to do with you, a woman like you?
Oh, in this world, like meets like.
How dare you class my husband with yourself? How dare you threaten him or me? Leave my house.
Your house. A house bought with the price of dishonour. A house everything in which has been paid for by fraud.
Robert!
Ask him what the origin of his fortune is. Get him to tell you how he sold to a stockbroker a cabinet secret. Learn from him to what you owe your position.
It's not true. Robert, it's not true.
Look at him. Can he deny it? Does he dare to?
Go. Go at once. You have done your worst now.
Oh, my worst. I have not finished with you, either of you. I give you both till tomorrow morning at noon. If by then you don't do what I bid you, the whole world shall know the origin of Robert Chiltern.
You sold a cabinet secret for money. You built your career on dishonour. Oh, tell me it is not true. Lie to me. Lie to me. Tell me it is not true.
What this woman said is quite true.
Robert.
But Gertrude, you don't realize how I was tempted. Let me tell you the whole thing.
Oh, don't come near me. Don't touch me. You sold yourself for money. You lied to the whole world.
Gertrude.
No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Your voice wakes memories of words that made me love you. And how I worshipped you. The world seemed to me to be a finer place because you were in it. And when I think that I made of a man like you my ideal, the ideal of my life...
There was your error. The error all women commit. Why can't you love us, faults and all? Why do you place us on monstrous pedestals? You made a false idol of me, and I hadn't the courage to come down, show you my wounds, tell you my weaknesses. I was afraid that I might lose your love as I have lost it now. And so last night you ruined my life for me.
What?
Yes, ruined it.
What that woman asked was nothing compared to what she offered. I could have killed the sin of my youth, destroyed its record. You prevented me.
Robert!
And now what is there before me but public disgrace, ruin, shame, the mockery of the world, a lonely, dishonoured life. A lonely, dishonoured death it may be someday. Let women make no more ideals of men. Let them not put them on altars and bow before them, or they may ruin other lives as completely as you, whom I have so wildly loved, have ruined mine.
Got my second buttonhole for me, Phipps?
Yes, my lord.
Rather distinguished thing, Phipps. I'm the only person of the smallest importance in London at present who wears a buttonhole.
Yes, my lord, I have observed that.
You see, Phipps, fashion is what one wears oneself. What is unfashionable is what other people wear.
Yes, my lord.
Just as vulgarity is simply the conduct of other people.
Yes, my lord.
And falsehood is the truth of other people.
Yes, my lord.
Other people are quite dreadful. The only possible society is oneself.
Yes, my lord.
To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance, Phipps.
Yes, my lord.
I don't think I quite like this buttonhole, Phipps.
My lord?
Makes me look a little too old. Makes me almost in the prime of life, eh, Phipps?
I don't observe any alteration in your lordship's appearance.
You don't, Phipps?
No, my lord.
I'm not quite sure. For the future, a more trivial buttonhole, Phipps, on Thursday evenings.
I will speak to the florist, my lord.
Do.
She's had a loss in her family lately, which perhaps accounts for the lack of triviality your lordship complains of in the buttonhole.
Extraordinary thing about the lower classes in England. They are always losing their relations.
Yes, my lord. They're extremely fortunate in that respect.
Any letters, Phipps?
3, my lord.
I want my cab round in 20 minutes.
Yes, my lord.
Phipps?
My lord.
When did this letter arrive?
It was brought by hand earlier in the evening, just after your lordship went to the club.
That will do. Lady Chiltern's handwriting. That is rather curious. I thought Robert was to write. Wonder what Lady Chiltern has got to say to me. I want you, I trust you, I am coming to you, Gertrude. I want you, I trust you, I'm coming to you. So, she has found out everything. Poor woman.
Lord Caversham.
Oh, why will parents always appear at the wrong time? Some extraordinary mistake in nature, I suppose. Delighted to see you, my dear father.
Take my cloak off.
Is it worthwhile, Father?
Of course it's worthwhile, sir. Which is the most comfortable chair?
This one, Father. It is a chair I use myself when I have visitors.
Thank you. No draught, I hope, in this room?
No, Father.
Glad to hear it. Can't stand draughts. No draughts at home.
A good many breezes, Father.
Eh? Don't understand what you mean. I want to have a serious conversation with you, sir.
Oh, my dear Father, at this hour?
Well, sir, it's only 10 o'clock. I think the hour is an admirable hour.
The fact is, Father, that this is not my day for talking seriously.
What do you mean, sir?
During the season, Father, I only talk seriously on the first Tuesday in every month from 4 to 7.
Well, make it Tuesday, sir. Make it Tuesday.
But it is after 7, Father. And my doctor says I must not have any serious conversation after 7. It makes me talk in my sleep.
Talk in your sleep, sir? What does that matter? You're not married?
No, Father, I am not married.
That is what I've come to talk to you about, sir. You have got to get married, and at once.
Oh, really?
Dabby, sir, it's your duty to get married. You can't be always living for pleasure. Every man of position is married nowadays. Bachelors are not fashionable anymore. They're a damaged lot. Too much is known about them. It's high time for you to get married. You're 34 years of age, sir.
Yes, Father, but I only admit to 32. 31 and a half when I have a really good buttonhole. This buttonhole is not trivial enough.
I tell you, you're 34, sir. And there is a draft in your room besides, which makes your conduct worse. Why did you tell me there was no draft, sir? I feel a draft, sir. I feel it distinctly.
So do I, Father. It is a dreadful draft. I will come and see you tomorrow, Father. We can talk over anything you like. Let me help you on with your cloak, Father.
No, sir. I called this evening for a definite purpose, and I am going to see it through at all costs, to my health or yours. Put down my cloak, sir.
Certainly, Father, but let us go into another room. There is a dreadful draught in here.
A dreadful draught, sir. Phipps, is there a good fire in the smoking room?
Yes, my lord.
Come in there, Father. Your sneezes are quite heartrending.
Well, sir, I suppose I have a right to sneeze when I choose?
Quite so, Father. I was merely expressing sympathy.
Oh, damn sympathy. There's a great deal too much of that sort of thing going on nowadays.
I quite agree with you, Father. If there was less sympathy in the world, there would be less trouble in the world.
That is a paradox, sir. I hate paradoxes.
So do I, Father. Everybody one meets is a paradox nowadays. It is a great bore. It makes society so obvious.
Conceited young puppy.
Phipps.
My lord?
There is a lady coming to see me this evening on particular business. Show her into the drawing room when she arrives, you understand?
Yes, my lord.
It is a matter of the gravest importance, Phipps.
I understand, my lord.
No one else is to be admitted under any circumstances.
I understand, my lord.
Ah, that is probably the lady.
Well, sir, am I to wait attendance on you?
At once, Father. Do forgive me.
Is Lord Goring not here?
His lordship is engaged at present with Lord Caversham, madam.
How very filial.
His lordship told me to ask you, madam, to be kind enough to wait in the drawing room for him. His lordship will come to you there.
Lord Goring expects me?
Yes, madam. His lordship told me that if a lady called, I was to ask her to wait in the drawing room. Through here, madam. His lordship's directions on the subject were very precise.
Oh, how dreary a bachelor's drawing room always looks. I don't care for that lamp there. It is far too glaring. Light some candles.
Certainly, madam.
I hope the candles have very becoming shade.
We've had no complaints about them, madam, as yet.
I wonder what woman he was waiting for tonight. It will be delightful to catch him. Men always look so silly when they are caught. Oh, what a very uninteresting correspondence he has. Bills and cards, debts and dowagers. Who on earth writes to him on pink paper? I know that handwriting. Gertrude Chiltern. The 10 Commandments in every stroke of the pen and the moral law all over the page. How I detest that woman. I trust you. I want you. I am coming to you.
The candles in the drawing room are lit, madam, as you directed.
Thank you.
I trust the shades will be to your liking, madam. They're the most becoming we have. They're the same as his lordship uses himself when he is dressing for dinner.
Then I am sure they will be perfectly right.
Thank you, madam.
My dear Father, if I am to get married, surely you will allow me to choose the time, place, and person. Particularly the person.
That is a matter for me, sir. You would probably make a very poor choice. It is I who should be consulted, not you. There is property at stake. It is not a matter for affection. Affection comes later on in married life.
Yes, in married life, affection comes when people thoroughly dislike each other, Father, doesn't it?
Certainly, sir. I mean certainly not, sir. You're talking very foolishly tonight. What I say is that marriage is a matter for common sense.
But women who have common sense are so curiously plain, Father, aren't they? Of course, I only speak from hearsay.
No woman, plain or pretty, has any common sense at all, sir. Common sense is the privilege of our sex.
Quite so. And we men are so self-sacrificing that we never use it, do we, Father?
I use it, sir. I use nothing else.
So my mother tells me.
It is the secret of your mother's happiness. You are very heartless, sir. Very heartless.
I hope not, Father. Arthur! Robert, my dear fellow.
Ah, Chiltern. I'm just leaving. Good night to you.
Oh, good night, Lord Caversham.
Good night. Good night.
My dear Arthur, what a piece of good luck. Your servant had just told me you were not at home. How extraordinary.
The fact is, I'm horribly busy tonight, Robert, and I gave orders I wasn't at home to anyone. Even my father had a comparatively cold reception. He complained of a draft the whole time.
Ah, you must be at home to me, Arthur. You are my best friend. Perhaps by tomorrow you will be my only friend.
Oh?
My wife has discovered everything.
Who told her?
Mrs. Cheveley herself.
I see. You have heard nothing from Vienna yet in answer to your wire?
Yes, I got a telegram from the first secretary at 8 o'clock tonight.
Well?
Nothing is absolutely known against her. On the contrary, she occupies a rather high position in society. It is a sort of open secret that Baron Arnheim left her the greater portion of his immense fortune. Beyond that, I can learn nothing. Arthur, I am parched with thirst. May I ring for something, some hock and seltzer?
Certainly. Let me.
Thanks. I don't know what to do, Arthur. I don't know what to do. You are my only friend. I can trust you absolutely, can't I?
My dear Robert, of course.
My lord?
Bring some hock and seltzer.
Yes, my lord.
And, Phipps.
Yes, my lord.
Will you excuse me for a moment, Robert? I want to give some directions to my servant.
Certainly.
Phipps.
My lord.
When that lady calls, tell her that I'm not expected home this evening. You understand?
But the lady has arrived, my lord.
What?
The lady is in that room, my lord.
Next door? Good heavens.
You told me to show her into that room, my lord.
You did perfectly right.
Thank you, my lord.
Arthur, tell me what I should do. My life seems to have crumbled about me.
Robert, you love your wife, don't you?
I love her more than anything in the world. I used to think ambition the great thing. It is not. Love is the great thing in the world. There is nothing but love, and I love her. But there is a wide gulf between us now.
Has she never in her life done some folly, some indiscretion, that she should not forgive you?
My wife? Never. She does not know what weakness or temptation is. She stands apart, as good women do, pitiless in her perfection. But I love her, Arthur.
And she loves you, Robert. Why should she not forgive?
There is something more I had to tell you, Arthur.
Hock and seltzer, sir.
Thank you.
Is your carriage here, Robert?
No, I walked from the club.
Sir Robert will take my cab, Phipps.
Yes, my lord.
Robert, you don't mind my sending you away?
You must let me stay for 5 minutes. I have made up my mind what I am going to do tonight in the house. The debate on the Argentine Canal is to begin at 11. What is that?
Nothing.
I heard a sound in the next room. Someone has been listening.
No, there is no one there.
There is someone. I can see there is a light in the room. Someone has been listening. Arthur, what does this mean?
Robert, you are unnerved. I tell you, there is no one in that room. Sit down.
Do you give me your word that there is no one there?
Yes.
Your word of honor?
Yes.
Let me see for myself.
No.
If there is no one there, why should I not look?
I have told you there is no one in that room. That is enough.
It is not enough. I insist on going into that room.
For God's sake, don't. There is someone there. Someone you must not see.
I thought so. No.
Robert, it was for your sake she came here. It was to try and save you she came.
You are mad. What have I to do with her intrigues with you? Let her remain your mistress.
It is not true, Robert. Before heaven, it is not true.
Let me pass, sir. You have lied enough.
Good evening, Lord Goring.
Mrs. Cheveley. Great heavens. May I ask what you were doing in my drawing room?
Merely listening. I have a perfect passion for listening through keyholes.
I am glad you have called. I'm going to give you some good advice.
So pray don't. One should never give a woman anything she can't wear in the evening.
You have come here to sell me Robert Chiltern's letter, haven't you?
To offer it to you on conditions.
What is your price for it?
How absurdly English you are. The English think that a checkbook can solve every problem. Why, my dear Arthur, I have much more money than you have, and quite as much as Robert Chiltern. Money is not what I want.
What do you want, then, Mrs. Cheveley?
Why don't you call me Laura?
I don't like the name.
You used to adore it.
Yes, that's why.
Arthur, you loved me once.
Yes.
And you asked me to be your wife.
That was a natural result of my loving you.
And you threw me over because you saw, or said you saw, poor old Lord Mortlake trying to have a violent flirtation with me in the conservatory at Tenby.
I am under the impression that my lawyer settled that matter with you on certain terms, dictated by yourself.
At that time, I was poor. You were very rich.
Quite so. That is why you pretended to love me.
I did love you. And you loved me. I suppose that when a man has once loved a woman, he will do anything for her, Except continue to love her?
Yes, except that.
I am tired of living abroad. I want to come back to London. I want to have a charming house here. I want to have a salon. When I saw you last night at the Chilterns, I knew you were the only person I had ever cared for, if I ever have cared for anybody, Arthur. And so, on the morning of the day you marry me, I will give you Robert Chiltern's letter.
What?
That is my offer. I will give it to you now, if you promise to marry me.
Now?
Tomorrow.
Are you really serious?
Yes, quite serious.
I should make you a very bad husband.
I don't mind bad husbands. I have had two. They amused me immensely.
You mean that you amused yourself immensely, don't you?
Do you think it is quite charming of you to be so rude to a woman in your own house?
In the case of very fascinating women, sex is a challenge, not a defence.
I suppose that is meant for a compliment. My dear Arthur, women are never disarmed by compliments. Men always are. That is the difference between the two sexes.
Women are never disarmed by anything, as far as I know them.
Then you are going to allow your greatest friend, Robert Chiltern, to be ruined, rather than marry someone who really has considerable attractions left. For the privilege of being your wife, I was ready to surrender a great prize, the climax of my diplomatic career. You decline. Very well. If Sir Robert doesn't uphold my Argentine scheme, I expose him.
You mustn't do that. It would be vile, horrible, infamous.
Oh, don't use big words. They mean so little. I must go. Goodbye. Won't you shake hands?
With you? No. You seem to have forgotten that you, who came here tonight to talk of love, went this afternoon to the house of one of the most noble and gentle women in the world to degrade her husband in her eyes, to put poison in her heart and bitterness in her life. For that there can be no forgiveness.
Arthur, you are unjust to me. I didn't go to taunt Gertrude. I called with Lady Markby simply to ask whether an ornament, a jewel that I had lost somewhere last night, had been found.
A diamond brooch with a ruby?
Yes. How did you know?
Because it is found. In point of fact, I found it myself and stupidly forgot to tell the butler anything about it as I was leaving. This is the brooch, isn't it?
Yes. I'm so glad to get it back. It was a present.
Won't you wear it?
Certainly, if you...
Allow me.
Why do you put it on as a bracelet? I never knew it could be worn as a bracelet.
Really? There.
Ah, but it looks very well on me as a bracelet, doesn't it?
Yes, much better than when I saw it last.
When did you see it last?
Oh, 10 years ago on Lady Berkshire, from whom you stole it.
What do you mean?
I mean that you stole that ornament from my cousin, Mary Berkshire, to whom I gave it when she was married. Suspicion fell on a servant who was sent away in disgrace. I recognized it last night and determined to say nothing about it until I had found the thief. I have found the thief now.
It is not true.
You know it is true.
I will deny the whole affair from beginning to end. I will say that I have never seen this wretched thing, that it was never in my possession.
You can't get that bracelet off unless you know where the spring is, and I see you don't know where the spring is. It is rather difficult to find.
Oh, you brute, you coward.
Oh, don't use big words. They mean so little.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to ring for my servant. He is an admirable servant, always comes in the moment one rings for him. When he comes, I will tell him to fetch the police.
The police? What for?
Tomorrow the Berkshires will prosecute you. That is what the police are for.
No, don't do that. I will do anything you want, anything in the world you want.
Give me Robert Chiltern's letter.
I have not got it with me. I will give it to you tomorrow.
You are lying. Give it to me at once. At once, Mrs. Cheveley.
You... Very well.
This is it?
Yes.
For so well-dressed a woman, Mrs. Cheveley, you have moments of admirable common sense. I congratulate you.
Please get me a glass of water.
Certainly.
Now.
There you are.
Thank you. Will you help me on with my cloak?
With pleasure.
Thanks. I am never going to try to harm Robert Chiltern again.
Fortunately, you have not the chance, Mrs. Cheveley.
Even if I had the chance, I wouldn't. On the contrary, I am going to render him a great service. I can't bear so upright a gentleman, so honourable an English gentleman, to be so shamefully deceived.
I don't follow you.
The letter you have just burnt, although interesting, lacks a certain simple eloquence of style. Would you not agree, Lord Goring?
What do you mean?
I mean that I'm going to send Robert Chiltern the love letter his wife wrote to you tonight.
Love letter?
I want you, I trust you, I am coming to you, Gertrude.
You wretched woman. Give me back that letter. I'll take it from you by force.
No.
Yes, my lord?
Lord Goring merely rang that you should show me out. Good night, Lord Goring.
You say Sir Robert is not home yet, Mason?
Sir Robert is still at the Foreign Office, my lord.
And Lady Chiltern is not yet down?
Her ladyship has not yet left her room. Miss Chiltern has just come in from riding.
Ah, that is something.
Lord Caversham has been waiting some time in the library for Sir Robert.
Oh.
I told him your lordship was here.
Thank you. Would you kindly tell him I've gone?
I shall do so, my lord.
Really, I don't want to meet my father 3 days running. It is a great deal too much excitement for any son. I hope to goodness he won't come up. Father should be neither seen nor heard. That is the only proper basis for family life.
Well, sir, what are you doing here? Wasting your time as usual, I suppose?
My dear father, when one pays a visit, it is for the purpose of wasting other people's time, not one's own.
Have you been thinking over what I spoke to you about last night?
I have been thinking about nothing else.
Ah. Engaged to be married yet?
Not yet. But I hope to be before lunchtime.
You can have till dinner time. It would be of any convenience to you.
Thanks awfully, but I think I'd sooner be engaged before lunch.
I never know when you're serious or not.
Neither do I, Father.
I suppose you read the Times this morning?
The Times? Certainly not.
Do you mean to say you have not read the leading article on Robert Chiltern's career?
Good heavens. No, what does it say?
What should it say, sir? Everything complimentary, of course. Chiltern's speech last night on this Argentine canal scheme was one of the finest pieces of oratory ever delivered in the House.
And did Chiltern uphold the scheme?
Uphold it, sir? He denounced it roundly, and the whole system of modern political finance. This speech is the turning point in his career. How I wish you would go into Parliament.
Oh, my dear father, only people who look dull ever get into the House of Commons, and only people who are dull ever succeed there.
Oh, why don't you try to do something useful in life?
I'm far too young.
Oh, I hate this affectation of youth, sir. It is a great deal too prevalent nowadays.
Ah, youth isn't an affectation. Youth is an art.
Why don't you propose to that pretty Miss Chiltern?
I am of a very nervous disposition, especially in the morning.
Well, I don't suppose there's the smallest chance of accepting you. You certainly don't deserve her, sir.
My dear father, if we men married the women we deserve, we should have a very bad time of it.
Oh!
Ah!
How do you do, Lord Caversham? I hope Lady Caversham is quite well.
Oh, Lady Caversham is as usual. As usual.
Good morning, Miss Mabel.
And Lady Caversham's bonnets, are they at all better?
They have had a serious relapse, I'm sorry to say.
Good morning, Miss Mabel.
Oh, are you here, Lord Goring? Of course, you understand that after your breaking your appointment, I am never going to speak to you again.
Oh, please don't say such a thing. You are the one person in London I really like to have to listen to me.
Lord Goring, I never believe a single word that either you or I say to each other.
You're quite right, my dear, quite right. As far as he's concerned, I mean.
Do you think you could possibly make your son behave a little better occasionally, just as a change?
I regret to say, Miss Chiltern, that I have no influence at all over my son. I wish I had, if I had. I know what I would make him do.
I am afraid that he has one of those terribly weak natures that are not susceptible to influence.
He is very heartless.
very heartily.
It seems to me that I am a little in the way here.
It is very good for you to be in the way and to know what people say of you behind your back.
I don't at all like knowing what people say of me behind my back. It makes me far too conceited.
Oh, after that, my dear, I really must bid you good morning.
Oh, I hope you're not going to leave me all alone with Lord Goring, especially at such an early hour in the day.
I'm afraid I can't take him with me to Downing Street. It is not the Prime Minister's day for seeing the unemployed.
People who don't keep their appointments in the park are horrid.
Detestable.
I'm glad you admit it. But I wish you wouldn't look so pleased about it.
I can't help it. I always look pleased when I'm with you.
Then I suppose it is my duty to remain with you.
Of course it is.
Well, my duty is a thing I never do on principle. It always depresses me, so I'm afraid I must leave you.
Oh, please don't, Miss Mabel. I have something very particular to say to you.
Oh, is it a proposal?
Well, yes, it is. I am bound to say it is.
I am so glad. That makes the second today.
The second today? What conceited ass has been impertinent enough to dare to propose to you before I had proposed to you?
Tommy Trafford, of course.
Tommy?
It is one of Tommy's days for proposing. He always proposes on Tuesdays and Thursdays during the season.
You didn't accept him, I hope.
I make it a rule never to accept Tommy. That is why he goes on proposing. Of course, as you didn't turn up this morning, I very nearly said yes. It would have been an excellent lesson both for him and for you if I had. It would have taught you both better manners.
Oh, bother Tommy Trafford. Tommy is a silly little ass. I love you.
I know. And I think you might have mentioned it before. I'm sure I've given you heaps of opportunities.
Mabel, do please be serious.
Ah, that is the sort of thing a man always says to a girl before he has been married to her. He never says it afterwards.
Mabel, I have always told you that I love you. Can't you love me a little in return?
You silly Arthur. If you knew anything about anything, which you don't, you would know that I adore you. Everyone in London knows it except you. It is a public scandal the way I adore you. I've been going about for the last 6 months telling the whole of society that I adore you. I wonder you consent to have anything to say to me. I have no character left at all.
Do you know, I was awfully afraid of being refused.
But you never have been refused yet by anybody, have you, Arthur?
Of course, I'm not nearly good enough for you, Mabel.
Oh, I am so glad, darling. I was afraid you were.
And I'm a little over 30.
Dear, you look weeks younger than that.
How sweet of you to say so. And it is only fair to tell you frankly that I am fearfully extravagant.
But so am I, Arthur, so we're sure to agree. And now I must go and see Gertrude.
Must you really?
Yes.
Then do tell her I want to talk to her particularly. I've been waiting here all the morning to see either her or Robert.
Do you mean to say you didn't come here expressly to propose to me?
No, that was a flash of genius.
Your first.
My last.
I'm delighted to hear it. Now, don't stir. I'll be back in 5 minutes. And don't fall into any temptations while I'm away.
Dear Mabel, while you are away, there are none. It makes me horribly dependent on you.
I shall be in the conservatory under the second palm tree on the left.
Second on the left?
Yes, the usual palm tree.
Good morning, dear.
Gertrude.
How pretty you're looking.
How pale you are looking. It is most becoming.
Good morning, Lord Goring.
Lady Chiltern, I have a certain amount of very good news to tell you. Mrs. Cheveley gave me Robert's letter last night, and I burned it.
Oh.
Robert is safe.
Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, what a good friend you are to him. To us.
There is only one person now that could be said to be in any danger.
Well, who is that?
Yourself.
I? In danger? Well, what do you mean?
Yesterday evening you wrote me a letter asking me for my help. You wrote to me as one of your oldest friends. Mrs. Cheveley stole that letter from my room. She puts a certain construction on that letter and proposes to send it to your husband.
But what construction could she put on it? Oh, not that.
Yes.
And she proposes to send it to my husband. Oh, tell me what happened.
Mrs. Cheveley was shown into my rooms last night without my knowledge. I thought that the person who was waiting to see me was yourself.
Oh.
Robert came in unexpectedly. A chair or something fell in the room adjoining. He forced his way in and discovered her. We had a terrible scene. I still thought the visitor was you. Robert left me in anger. At the end of everything, Mrs. Cheveley got possession of your letter. She had taken it from my bureau. When or how, I don't know.
When did this happen?
At 10:30. And now I propose that we tell Robert the whole thing at once.
You want me to tell Robert that the woman you expected was not Mrs. Cheveley, but myself? That it was I whom you thought was concealed in the room in your house at 10:30 at night? You want me to tell him that?
I think it is better that he should know the exact truth.
Oh, I couldn't. I couldn't.
May I do it?
No.
You are wrong, Lady Chiltern.
No. The letter must be intercepted. But how can I do it? Letters arrive for him every moment of the day. His secretaries open them and hand them to him. I dare not ask the servants to bring me his letters. It would be impossible. Oh, why don't you tell me what to do?
Pray be calm, Lady Chiltern, and answer the questions I'm going to put to you. You said his secretaries open the letters?
Yes.
Who is with him today? Mr. Trafford, isn't it?
No. Mr. Montford, I think.
Your letter was on pink paper. He could recognize it without reading it, couldn't he, by the colour?
I suppose so.
Is he at home now?
Yes.
Then I will go and see him myself. Robert is coming upstairs with a letter in his hand. It has reached him already.
Oh, you have saved his life. What have you done with mine?
Oh, my love, is this true?
Robert?
I want you, I trust you, I am coming to you, Gertrude. Is this true? Do you indeed trust me and want me? If so, it was for me to come to you. This letter makes me feel that nothing that the world may do can hurt me now. You want me, Gertrude?
Yes.
You trust me, Gertrude?
Yes.
Oh. Why did you not add you loved me?
Because I loved you.
Gertrude, when Montford passed me your letter, he'd opened it by mistake, I suppose, and I read it. Oh, I did not care what disgrace or punishment was in store for me. I only thought you loved me still.
There is no disgrace in store for you. Mrs. Cheveley has handed the letter to Lord Goring and he has destroyed it.
But are you sure of this?
Yes. Lord Goring has just told me.
Then I am safe?
Yes.
Oh, for 2 days I have been in terror. Is Arthur still here?
Why, I think he has just gone to the conservatory.
Oh, Gertrude, I am so glad I made that speech last night in the house. So glad. I made it thinking that public disgrace might be the result.
Public honor has been the result.
I think so. I fear so, almost. For although every proof against me is destroyed, I suppose, Gertrude, I should retire from public life.
Yes. Yes, Robert, you should do that. It is your duty to do that.
Yes. And you would be happy living somewhere alone with me abroad, perhaps, or in the country, away from London, away from public life. You would have no regrets.
None, Robert.
And your ambition for me?
I have none now but that we two may love each other. Oh, let us not talk about ambition.
No. My dear Arthur. Arthur, I have to thank you for what you've done for me. I don't know how I can repay you.
My dear fellow, I'll tell you at once. At the present moment, under the usual palm tree, I mean in the conservatory...
Lord Caversham.
Oh, that admirable father of mine really makes a habit of turning up at the wrong moment. It is very heartless of him, very heartless indeed.
Good morning, Lady Chiltern. Warmest congratulations to you, Chiltern, on your brilliant speech last night. I've just left the Prime Minister, and you are to have the vacant seat in the Cabinet.
A seat in the Cabinet?
Yes. Here is the Prime Minister's letter.
A seat in the Cabinet?
Certainly. And you well deserve it, too. You have got what we want so much in political life nowadays. High character, high moral tone, high principles. Everything that you have not got, sir, and never will have.
I don't like principles, Father. I prefer prejudices.
I cannot accept this offer, Lord Caversham.
Cannot accept it, sir?
My intention is to retire at once from public life.
Decline a seat in the cabinet and retire from public life? Never heard such damn nonsense in the whole course of my existence. I beg your pardon, Lady Chiltern. Chiltern, I beg your pardon. Don't grin like that, sir.
No, Father.
Lady Chiltern, you're a sensible woman. The most sensible woman in London. Will you kindly prevent your husband from making from talking such... Will you kindly do that, Lady Chiltern?
I think my husband is right in his determination, Lord Caversham. I approve of it.
You approve of it? Good heavens.
I admire him immensely for it. I have never admired him so much before. You will go and write your letter to the Prime Minister now, won't you? Don't hesitate, Robert.
I suppose I had better write it at once. Such offers are not repeated. I will ask you to excuse us for a moment, Lord Caversham.
What is the matter with this family? Idiocy. Hereditary, I suppose. Wife as well as husband. Very sad indeed. And they're not an old family. Can't understand it. Shan't stay in this house any longer, sir.
No. Well, just go into the conservatory for a moment, Father. Second palm tree to the left, the usual palm tree.
What, sir?
The conservatory. There's someone there I want you to talk to.
What about, sir?
About me, Father.
You? Not a subject on which much eloquence is possible?
No, Father. Perhaps not.
Robert is writing the letter.
Is he?
Yes.
Why are you playing Mrs. Cheveley's cards?
I don't understand you.
Lady Chiltern, you wrote me a letter last night in which you said you trusted me and wanted my help.
Yes.
Now is the moment when you really want my help. Now is the time when you have got to trust me. You love Robert. Do you want to kill his love for you? What sort of existence will he have if you rob him of the fruits of his ambition, if you close the doors of public life against him?
But it is my husband himself who wishes to retire from public life. He feels it is his duty.
Rather than lose your love, Robert would do anything, wreck his whole career, as he's on the brink of doing now. He's making you a terrible sacrifice. Take my advice, Lady Chiltern, and do not accept so great a sacrifice. Robert has been punished enough.
Oh, we have both been punished. I set him up too high.
Do not, for that reason, set him down now too low.
Gertrude, here is the draft of my letter. Shall I read it to you?
Let me see it.
What are you doing?
I will not spoil your life for you, nor see you spoil it as a sacrifice to me. Lord Goring has convinced me.
Gertrude.
You can forget. And I forgive.
Oh, Gertrude.
Oh, Robert.
Arthur, it seems that I am always to be in your debt.
Oh, dear, no, Robert. Your debt is to Lady Chiltern, not to me.
Tell me what you were going to ask me just now as Lord Caversham came in.
Robert, you are your sister's guardian, and I want your consent to my marriage with her. That is all.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Thank you, Lady Chiltern.
My sister to be your wife?
Yes.
I'm very sorry, but that is quite out of the question.
What?
I cannot have her sacrificed.
Sacrificed?
You cannot bring Mabel the love that she deserves.
What reason have you for saying that?
Do you really require me to tell you?
Certainly I do.
As you choose. When I called on you yesterday evening, I found Mrs. Cheveley concealed in your rooms. It was between 10 and 11 o'clock at night. I do not wish to say anything more. Your relations with Mrs. Cheveley have, as I said, nothing whatsoever to do with me. I know you were engaged to be married to her once. The fascination she exercised over you then seems to have returned. You spoke to me last night of her as a woman whom you respected and honored. Well, that may be so. But I cannot give my sister's life into your hands.
I have nothing more to say.
Robert, it was not Mrs. Cheveley whom Lord Goring expected last night.
Chilton. Not Mrs. Cheveley. Well, who was it then?
It was your own wife, Robert.
What?
Yesterday afternoon, Lord Goring told me that if ever I was in trouble, I would come to him for help, as our oldest and best friend. Later on, I wrote to him, telling him that I trusted him, that I had need of him, and that I was coming to him for help and advice.
This letter?
Yes. Yes, that letter. I didn't go to Lord Goring's after all, but Mrs. Cheveley went. She stole my letter and sent it anonymously to you this morning, that you should think... Oh, Robert, I cannot tell you what she wished you to think.
Arthur, go to Mabel. You have my best wishes.
I hope she hasn't changed her mind. It's nearly 20 minutes since I saw her last.
Lord Goring, I think your father's conversation much more improving than yours. I'm only going to talk to Lord Caversham in future, and always under the usual palm tree.
Darling.
You don't mean to say, sir, that this charming, clever young lady has been so foolish as to accept you?
Certainly, Father. And Chilton has been wise enough to accept the seat in the cabinet.
I'm very glad to hear that, Chilton. I congratulate you, sir. If the country doesn't go to the dogs or the radicals, we shall have you Prime Minister someday.
Luncheon is on the table, milady.
Thank you, miss.
You'll stop to luncheon, Lord Caversham, won't you?
With pleasure. And I'll drive you down to Downing Street afterwards, Chilton. You have a great future before you. A great future. Wish I could say the same for you, sir. But your career will have to be entirely domestic.
Yes, Father. I prefer it domestic.
And if you don't make this young lady an ideal husband, I'll cut you off with a shilling.
An ideal husband? Oh, I don't think I should like that. It sounds like something in the next world.
What do you want him to be then, my dear?
Oh, he can be what he chooses. All I want is to be, a real wife to him.
Upon my word, there's a good deal of common sense in that.
Aren't you coming in, Robert?
Gertrude,
Yes?
is it love you feel for me? Or is it pity merely?
It is love, Robert. Love and only love. For both of us, a new life is beginning.
In that revival of An Ideal Husband by Oscar Wilde, the part of Sir Robert Chilton was played by Noel Johnson, and Lady Chilton by Jane Wenham. Jane Knowles played Mabel Chilton, Ronald Lewis, Lord Goring, and Rosemary Martin, Mrs. Cheveley. Lord Caversham was played by Ralph Truman, and Lady Markby by Ellen Pollock. Lisa Rain played Mrs. Marchmont, Jill Simcox, Lady Basildon, Richard Griffiths, Mason, and James Thomason, Phipps. An Ideal Husband was produced by David Geary.
I couldn't stand England, so I got to hell out. I like it here in the Persian Gulf. And I want to have a look at some of the islands in the Indian Ocean, the palms along the shore of the lagoon, the sails of dhonis against the blue of the sky. And one day, I'll find what I'm looking for. What are you looking for? People. In the meantime, you're sitting cross-legged on a dhow in native clothes with only a kit bag. What more do I need? Why are you bothering to talk to me? I'd have thought you'd have kept well away when you found out who I was, when you knew that my name was Strode.
The Strode Venturer, a radio play by Peter Hall from the novel by Hammond Innes.
Look down there. I'd forgotten how big London was.
You've been too long in Java. It's always a shock when you come back to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be landing shortly. Please fasten your seatbelts.
The end of the journey. I've been glad of your company, Commander Bailey.
Thank you.
I hope I've not bored you about seismography, but it's my great interest. I seem to have talked about it ever since we left Singapore.
Not a bit. I've always been fascinated by the Indian Ocean.
And the seabed, I assure you, is in the process of change.
Change. It's what's facing both of us.
Yes, we both have new lives to make. Mine was forced on me by conditions in Java. I didn't wish to give up my rubber plantations. You are at least leaving the Navy voluntarily.
Well, that's what worries me. I've landed myself in the mess I'm in. I got a couple of children away at boarding school. Had a letter from my daughter. The fate they had in one. You know, she wrote, I suppose you'll be a director or something. Couldn't we have a house in London as well as a cottage in Sussex? Well, what am I to say to her? That I'm at a turning point in my life, and when my gratuity is gone, well, we may not have a house at all.
Take my advice. Don't just drift into something because it offers you security. Security is never worth a damn. And you've no wife to consider. Forgive me, but your recent bereavement, it has this practical side.
Oh, yes. And, well, anyway, my marriage for some years.
Yes, so you indicated. Myself, I'm looking forward to starting over again.
Well, at least you've got some capital left from your estate.
A little? But you had these shares you told me about in the shipping company.
Yes, there's something odd going on there. That's one of the reasons I wanted to come back to find out what it is.
You should go there at once.
I shall.
We are about to touch down. Here is my address.
The Oriental Club.
Yes, if you should care for a drink sometime.
Thank you.
You know, apart from your shares, I feel you have some other interest in this shipping line.
Yes, I have. My father started it. The line they now call the Strode Orient.
Bailey? Oh, yes, of course. That was many years ago.
Well, I was a boy at the time, but I remember my father's death only too well, when Strode bought him out. He died at sea on one of the firm's ships.
Well, that's all ancient history. Now, you wrote to Mr. Strode in regard to some employment with us.
Yes.
To Mr. Henry Strode or Mr. George Strode?
Well, I just addressed the letter Mr. Strode. I met him out in the Persian Gulf.
Mr. Henry Strode is chairman, and Mr. George Strode... I don't think either of them has ever been in the Persian Gulf.
Is there another brother?
Well, there's Peter Strode. He's a half-brother. We don't see much of him. Rather a rolling stone, as a matter of fact.
And he's not a director of the firm?
No.
Well, could I see Mr. Henry Strode, then?
I'm afraid he's not in today. He always hunts on Thursdays.
I see. The firm's in a pretty bad way, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that. We didn't have an especially good year in 1962.
And 1963 doesn't look like being any better.
Really, Commander Bailey, I cannot make forecasts to someone who is a stranger to us.
And I suppose Mr. George Strode isn't in either.
No. I believe he's lunching at his club today. A business lunch, of course.
Of course. And you don't know where Mr. Peter Strode is?
I'm afraid I have no idea.
I've had an offer for my shares. Pretty poor one. From an undisclosed purchaser. I want to find out what's going on with Strode Orient, Mr. Wimbrel. But if I can't from you, I know a man in the city, a stockbroker. I'll go and see him. Good day to you.
Just a moment. Perhaps I have been a little unnecessarily reticent. There are certain matters which are common knowledge in the city, which perhaps I might...
Good. Carry on.
In 1955, the year Mr. Henry Strode Sr. died, the price of the shares ranged from 42 shillings to 58 and 6. May I ask what you were offered for yours?
10 shillings.
Huh? That's high with the current state of the market.
High?
Recently they've fallen as low as 2 shillings. How many do you hold?
20,000. What was an inheritance of £50,000 I've dropped to 2, not as much as my gratuity.
Oh, you've left the Navy, then?
Well, I'm in the process of leaving.
You've probably been offered a price above the market value by a group who are anxious to acquire a controlling interest in Strode.
A takeover bid?
Yes. The directors are against it. The annual general meeting of Strode Orient is tomorrow.
Right. I'll come to it.
Do. I'll have a chat with the chairman and try to arrange to take you in to see him afterwards.
Oh, thank you.
How did you get on with Peter Strode when you met him?
Rather well.
That's what I hoped. Yes. I think you may be very helpful to us, Commander Bailey.
Now,
What can I get you?
Scotch?
Yes, thanks.
Soda?
Not for me, thank you.
Wimble? Thank you. Yes, Mr. Strode.
Yes, I noticed you were at the meeting. Quite a lively affair this year.
Well, some of the shareholders didn't seem too happy.
That man Selden, you mean? He's always a nuisance. I can usually make short work of him.
There we are. The great majority of shareholders appreciate that shipping is going through the worst slump in its history.
Cheers.
Yes,
quite so. But as you heard, there is a minority who feel that the board should be strengthened by the addition of Peter Strode.
Well, my impression was that they thought the family wouldn't sell out as long as they were all on the board.
A united front.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, how well do you know Peter?
Well enough to know that he wouldn't want to work in a city office.
No, we don't expect that.
I think the chairman has in mind a purely nominal appointment.
I suppose you've no idea where he is at present.
None whatever.
I understand you were in the Persian Gulf together.
Yes, that's where I met him.
Well, if your information is correct, it's 5 or 6 years since he was in that area, way back in the 50s, surely. Do you think you could locate him now?
Well, probably, but why don't you do it yourself?
Oh, my brother and I have never got on very well with Peter. Like you, I think I could find him if I tried, but he'd probably tell me to go to hell.
Whereas if someone else put the proposition to him, he might accept.
Exactly. Now, you're just out of the Navy and shopping round for a job, eh?
Yes.
Well, you find Peter. Persuade him to come back and join the board, and there'll be a job for you in Strode Orient. How's that?
What sort of a job have you got in mind?
Well, we could find you something suitable. As for salary, I suggest the same as you're getting in the Navy. Backdated to today, as soon as Peter's on the board. Would that satisfy you?
There's the question of expenses, Mr. Strode.
Of course, you draw on the company for all necessary expenses.
Could I have the whole offer in writing?
Of course, my dear fellow. I'll send it off to you today, together with a letter confirming Peter's appointment to the board.
Right.
I don't think you'll have any difficulty in persuading him. Just remind him that a seat on the board means $4,000 a year in his pocket, eh?
Well, when you write the letter, perhaps you'd give me the names of possible contacts. There must be someone in England who knows where he is.
Well, there's his bank, of course, and, his sister, Ida. We've tried them both.
Without success, I fear. His sister?
Yes, Mrs. Roche. Runs an antique shop in, Dartmouth.
It's very kind of you to be giving me lunch.
Well, why shouldn't I? Haven't been in Dartmouth since I was at the Naval College. I'm celebrating.
Sweet, sir.
Oh, then, come along. How about this magnificent array?
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly eat any more.
Oh, go on. Have some of that cream pudding. Then we can have a glass of Barsac to go with it.
Oh, no.
All right, well, let's compromise with the fruit salad, then.
Well, all right.
We can still have the Barsac.
I have got to be in my shop this afternoon.
Well, that's all the better. You'll sell that Minton dessert service in a flash. And we'll have half a bottle of Barsac.
Very good, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know Peter well?
That's difficult to say. I knew him for only a short time, but, well, yes, we got on well.
I'm glad. Bearing in mind the history.
Well, strangely enough, when I first met him, I felt no hostility. And your brother is a very likable man.
Our father must have seemed like a monster to you.
Perhaps when I was a boy.
His methods of taking over your father's company weren't exactly scrupulous.
No, but one grows up. The hate can't last forever.
The wine, sir.
Ah, thank you.
Madam, thank you.
Yes, I got on well with your brother, and that's all that matters.
Yes, I think it is.
Now, you said you'd expected they want to make him a director. Why?
Because he'll be 30 in a month's time.
What difference does that make?
My father left the shares to him on condition that he couldn't sell them till he was 30.
I see.
117,000 of them. Nearly all his holding in Strode & Company. Oh, that's the parent company. It controls Strode Orient.
Yes, I see. So Peter, or whoever owns his shares, has a big slice in the control of the lot.
Nearly half.
And that's why brothers Henry and George are so anxious to get into the fold in case they lose their comfortable jobs.
Of course. Until now, they've been quite prepared for him to starve. There's been no dividend for years.
Yes, I know. I'm another holder of Strode shares. I inherited them from my mother, all that was left of the crash.
Rather a lot of people seem to be making nothing out of Strode.
Oh, you too?
I've got some shares. Not nearly as many as Peter.
Do you ever hear from your brother?
Oh, yes. We've always been very fond of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because we had an unsettled childhood.
I see.
My mother was half French and much younger than father.
Yeah.
The marriage didn't last. I think father hated us after that. He got the 4 children of his first marriage, that's Henry and George and the 2 girls,
Yes.
back to the house in Hampstead. I remember once Peter came home from school. He was 12 at the time.
He's 3 years older than I am.
Mm-hmm.
And he found his room taken over by his brother George. He had been pushed up into the attic. He walked out of the house in a rage. He was missing for over a week. Eventually, the police found him on an East Coast barge. Will you take your coffee on the terrace, sir?
Yes. We'll be out in a minute.
I'm telling you this because I don't want you to have any false hopes. You're wasting your time going to Peter with a proposition like this. He'd never accept anything from Henry and George. He hates their guts and everything they stand for.
Why doesn't he fight them? What's he running away from?
It's pride, I suppose. There's a lot of his father in Peter. Perhaps you're right. Maybe all his life he's been running away. I don't know. But he'd never sit on a board of directors run by those two. There's too much bad blood. And it's none of his fault. They behaved abominably, and so did Father.
Well, he gave Peter a huge holding in the business.
To save death duties. At least that's what he told me when he gave me my share.
Well, he could just as easily have given his shares to the sons who were in the business.
That's true. Perhaps he'd got their measure by then. Didn't concern me much at the time. I was just married. Now my husband's dead, I'm much more interested.
Your husband's dead?
Yes. Philip died in a car crash 2 years ago and left nothing but bad debts. He was that sort of a man. He'd have run through my Strode shares if he'd been able to.
Well, I'm glad he couldn't. Do you know, we're both in the same boat. My wife died last year.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Have you any children?
Yes, 2.
You're lucky. I haven't any.
Well, what have you decided? Will you give me Peter's address?
I don't know it.
But I gather he wrote to you pretty regularly.
He never gives an address. I've no idea what he's doing, but I think it's something rather special.
Will you tell me where his last letter came from?
I don't even know that. They're always sent through his solicitor. He's the only person who knows where Peter is.
The solicitor? That's the first I've heard of him.
Oh, his name's Turner. He's rather a sweet old man. His offices are in Holborn. I'll give you his address. Whether he'll tell you where Peter is, I don't know.
Well, I can only hope.
Shall we go and have coffee?
Yes. It's rather pleasant on the terrace. Looks out over the estuary.
You must know it well.
Oh, every inch of it.
There's something eternally fascinating about ships.
Do you think so?
Well, there always has been for me. And the company. I think it must be in my bones. If you can find Peter, give him my love, and tell him I'm not selling my shares.
Neither am I.
It's a deal?
I hope so.
So, you want to go out there and talk to Peter? I wonder why. What's your motive?
Well, if I'm successful, Mr. Turner, I'll get a job in Strode Orient.
The human mind is more complex than that. It's not the job you're after.
I tell you, Lithium.
Oh, you may believe it, but deep down, you wouldn't remember. But it was a bitter struggle. I was a young man then. Young to have a man like Henry Strode for my client.
Did you know my father?
No, I met him twice. They weren't pleasant meetings. Your father was tough. Quite as tough as Henry Strode, but in a different way. How tough are you, Bailey?
I don't know.
No, you probably don't. But it's something I have to consider.
Oh, damn it, I'm only asking for his address.
But that's just what he doesn't want anybody to know.
Can't there be an exception?
Possibly. But I want you to understand. At a time when the smell of decay was in the air, I helped Peter's father to build up a great merchant adventuring business. I've lived to see it virtually destroyed in less than a decade. All I'm left with is a young man whose only thought in life is to travel. But still, he's his father's son.
Isn't this the opportunity you've been waiting for?
Possibly. I think I should tell you that Peter has had an offer for his shares.
What's his reaction?
I cabled him that in my opinion he would be disposing of what remains of his heritage and that he would regret it all his life. I haven't had a reply.
But can't I help to persuade him?
If I can trust you. But suppose you are working for the other side, these property dealers who have no other interest but a quick profit.
I'm not.
No, I don't think you are. And as a director of the firm, he would be able to influence decisions? Yes. I've been expecting them to make a move like this. I think perhaps Peter has been too. I'll write down his address for you.
You won't regret it.
And I hope not. Here it is. Yeah. 24 Battery Road, Singapore 1.
No.
Why are you surprised?
Well, I've just come from Singapore.
Well. You asked for Charles Legrand. That was his mother's maiden name.
Why isn't he using his own name?
Oh, I've no idea. Strange fellow, Peter, you know. Secretive. But I've great hopes. So, you've just come back from Singapore, hmm? Well, you're going back there, Commander Bailey, with my very best wishes. Yes, I have great hope.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes?
I'm looking for a Mr. Charles Legrand.
Yes?
His employers tell me he's just gone on leave.
Yes.
He was going on a sea trip, but they don't know where. As you're the agents for Strode Orient, I thought I'd ask you whether he's booked with you.
Why come to us? There are plenty of other lines.
I've already tried them. Now, he probably joined the ship about a week ago. Did you have a sailing then?
Yes. The Strode Venture.
Where was she bound for?
The Maldives. To Adu Atoll.
And is it a regular service?
Yes. But the Strode Venture is a cargo vessel. She carries no passengers.
I've come from the Strode London office. I have instructions to find Mr. Legrand. He might be on board as a guest of the captain.
Captain Deacon is not the sort of man to encourage guests.
Well, he may have shipped as a member of the crew.
There is nobody of that name among the crew.
May I see the list, please?
I don't know whether
I have direct instructions from Mr. Henry Strode, and I carry his authorization.
If you insist. Would he have shipped as an officer?
Well, I doubt whether he'd have the qualifications.
It is a Chinese crew.
I'd still like to see the list.
There you are.
Thank you.
You find a name you are looking for?
No. But among the Chinese crew, I find the name of Strode, Peter Strode. You knew Mr. Strode was on board?
One of the staff engaged a crew in the presence of a mercantile marine officer.
Yes, of course, but you know very well who he engages. You must have known that this was a member of a family. How long will the voyage take?
About a week.
And exactly when is she due to arrive?
This evening.
And when does she leave?
That depends on the RAF. How quickly they unload her.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I'll get in touch with the RAF here and see if they'll fly me up to Gann. Good day.
Good day, sir.
Do you know anything about Adu Atoll? Not a thing. Looks like a huge RAF aircraft carrier stranded on a coral reef. Well, that's just the island of Gann, of course, not the whole atoll. It's the finest natural harbor you've ever seen. I believe it was used a lot during the war.
Yes, I realize that. I picked up some charts in Singapore of the whole 500-mile chain of islands. It says that the Aduans are great navigators and traders.
I think the only things they export are dried fish and cowrie shells. They scrape in existence for what they can harvest from the sea. The soil's pitiful. Visibility's bad tonight, but you can see Adu Atoll now.
But that cluster of red lights.
Yes. We're just over the lagoon.
I don't see any sign of a ship. I have to visit the Strode Venturer.
It could be a bit further out in the lagoon. There's plenty of it. The Strode Venturer. Have you been on it before?
No.
It is a battered old tramp, 3-island type. She's an odd vessel.
In what way?
I don't want to spoil your first vivid impression of her. Do our people know you're coming?
Oh, yes.
Well, the Adge will probably be down to meet you then. We'll be able to fix up for you to be taken out in a launch straight away. But when you've been on board, I think you'll understand it. We're all a bit curious about your visit.
I want to see Captain Deacon.
Sorry, sir. Captain not seen anybody.
Well, he'll see me. That'll be his cabin there. I know these ships well. Captain's cabin's always below the wheelhouse.
Sir, Captain not to be disturbed. He gave orders.
Don't worry. I'll tell him I insisted.
But he's lying down, sir.
Captain Deacon?
What? Who are you?
Commander Bailey from the London office.
What do you want?
I want to see one of your crew, name of Strode.
Strode, is he?
Yes. Peter Strode. He's on board, and
What do you want with him?
Well, just a word, that's all.
A word with him, and you say you're from the London office? Mm-hmm. It's got nothing to do with London or our ship is crew.
A member of the Strode family, you must have realized.
If a man wants to live his own life, he's entitled to, isn't he? Yeah. I'd have given him my own cabin if he'd wanted it. I did it once before when he came on board half dead with fever. What the hell's he got to do with London if he insists on shipping his crew?
Nothing. They don't even know he's here.
So why are you here, then? What's your position with the company?
I'm acting for the chairman of the board. I've full authority.
Oh, I don't doubt that. But it's my memory. Plays me tricks.
So many men, all types. Seeing you, time passes.
I'm waiting to see Strode.
Well, up to him, I suppose. Mr. Fields! Mr. Fields is my first officer. Ah! Mr. Fields, is Strode still on board?
I don't know. I think so.
We'll find out. What did you say your name was?
Bailey.
Well, tell him that Commander Bailey from the London office wants a word with him.
You want to know what it's all about, won't he?
Just tell him I'd like to see him for a moment in private.
Well, get on. Get moving. Your name's Bailey.
Yes.
Sure. Have a drink.
No, thanks.
I think I'll have one. Yes. Time passes. I was over the job of third officer on one of the cracked PO boats once. Turned it down. Some idea of loyalty to Strode. I was their youngest first officer then. I had some trouble once when I was working for another line, court of inquiry, endangering my ship. Had the wrong owners then. Nobody backed me up.
Have you been at sea all your life?
37 years. And I ended up working with a bunch of Chinamen. Early in the war, I was torpedoed in the Malacca Strait. I beached my ship in Sumatra and spent 4 years in a Jap prison camp. Afterwards, everything was different. New ships, new men. Trade all gone to hell. And suddenly, I was too old. And this ship, she's too old. I'll tell you something. One of these days, this old bitch is going to lie down and die on me. She's patched in a dozen different places. And in the sea, I have to keep the pumps going. Tell that to the directors in London. If we ever hit a real storm...
Strode says he won't see you.
Did you give him my name?
Oh, yes.
Where is he?
I don't know whether...
All right, Mr. Fields. Take the commander to him. Let Strode... Tell him to his face.
I said I didn't want to see you. How did you know where to find me?
Hello, Strode. Do you remember me?
Oh, yes, I remember you. You better have this letter. It's no use to me. You can tell my brothers I'll consider their proposition when I get back to Singapore.
I've seen your sister. She wanted me to tell you
Look
that...
here, Bailey. I know who you are. I know the company's history as well as you do. What are you after?
I'm not after anything. I'm just doing a job for the chairman.
They're worried, aren't they? About the future.
Well, they'd rather have you on the board than run the risk of being taken over.
Did you know someone's after my shares?
Yes.
And if I sell, they'll liquidate.
Very probably.
Yes. Where do you come into it? I'd have thought you'd want to smash the company.
Don't be absurd.
What are you getting out of this?
A job.
Sir Reginald Bailey's son working in Chesterton House.
If I wanted to smash the company, I'd be selling my shares. I'm not.
Why aren't you?
Your sister's not selling hers either. You've got a choice now. Sell your shares or stop running away and join the board.
I don't have to do either.
No, but it's time you made up your mind.
So, I'm running away, am I?
I think you've been running away all your life.
My father said that to me once. I'm sorry, Bailey. I should have remembered the sort of person you are. I'll talk anyway. The situation isn't quite so straightforward as you think. You see... this boat's coming for me. Do you want to come with me?
Where?
Oh, one of the islands.
Well, there's an RAF launch picking me up.
Let it wait. Once you're on Gan, you'll be stuck there. The islands are out of bounds to service personnel. There's no need for you to know that yet, and... there's something I want to show you.
Very well.
This is one of the islanders' big inshore boats, a Bondo Donny. With a good sailing breeze, like there is tonight, we'll be there in under an hour. Yes, there's something I'd like you to see.
So this is Maydew.
Yes. What did you think of the trip?
Oh, perfect. These people know how to handle a sailing boat.
Oh, they're splendid navigators. Just before I take you in to see Don Mansour, I want you to look at something. Under all that thatch over there. Do you know anything about the political situation here?
No.
Of course you don't. The people on Adu Atoll have always been different from the rest of the inhabitants of the Maldives. The Aduans are the great boat builders and traders. But the little they've been able to export has always had to be sold through Male. That's the Sultan's capital, 300 miles north of here.
The Mali government doesn't give a damn for the welfare of the Adouans. They're exploited, they've no proper diet, the rate of TB's much too high.
Well, hasn't the RAF being here helped?
Oh, a little. They employ 700 of them. Yes, the RAF have done a good job. They give them medical supplies and so on. But these people need trade, something permanent they can rely on. What happens when the RAF go?
Well, there's no question of that.
Not yet. Some transport aircraft are already overflying Gan. 2 years ago, the Adouans set up as an independent People's Republic. A couple of gunboats were sent down from Mali, and if it hadn't been for the RAF, there'd have been a bloody massacre. The Adouans are still free, but they've had to pay a high price for their freedom. Now, have a look in here.
What is it? Looks like some sort of a longhouse.
No. The thatch covers a boat. They have these boats laid up all over the island.
It's like a small dhow. What is it, 200-300 tons?
Something like that. They use a variation of the calabash with its water horizon as a sextant. They've no engines in these boats. Just sail. Put your hand on the sternpost. What do you think?
Well, the surface is very rough and tired. Exhausted with the heat of the sun.
They've all been laid up for 2 years. Another few years and they'll never go to sea again. As a sailor, doesn't it make your heart bleed?
But why?
Come along to Don Mansour's house. I want you to see the way they live. The sort of people they are. You'll see why I want to help them. They've the skill to build these boats and the techniques to sail them. I want to find them something to trade in. Give them new spheres of influence. The Adouans are the greatest people in the Maldives. They ought to be the most successful. Let's go. And you ask Don Mansour why these boats are laid up.
It is piracy, Commander Bailey. All Adwan people fear piracy from the Maldivian government. The Sultan's men have motor launches and machine guns. Our ships have sails and no guns. So we can do nothing, only lay up our ships and pray to Allah.
And Don Mansour is probably the greatest navigator in Adu.
I have sailed many times to Ceylon.
And other places?
That is right, Peter. Some other places also. Allow me the pleasure of asking my wife to bring you another drink, Commander Bailey.
Oh, thank you. No, I must get back. The RAF will be wondering what's happened to me.
I thought it best to bring him here first before they stopped him coming to Medu at all.
I would like to stay, Don Mansour. And I like this drink.
We make it from fan, from the palm trees.
Well, it's delicious.
And I am most honored to have you visit my house.
It's been very interesting.
Though I fear our entertainment must of necessity be poor.
It may not always be so.
No. We hope. And you see, Commander Bailey, we have great faith in Peter and what he may do for us, which is why we are so delighted he brings such an honored guest from the British Navy. Now, please allow me to get you another glass before you leave.
Well, yes, Don Mansour, thank you, I will.
A great pleasure, Commander.
As soon as you've had your drink, you'd better get back to the boat.
Well, aren't you coming?
I don't think so. I have a meeting now. If I get their agreement, I shall stay.
What answer do I take back to your brothers?
Huh? Oh, are you flying back to England?
Yes.
When?
Well, I don't know yet. In a few days.
Well, tell them I'll discuss it when I get back to London.
When will that be?
A month. Maybe 2.
The Strode Venture is bound for Aden next. Now, from Aden, you could fly to London and be there in a week.
No.
Well, what is there here on this atoll that's more important than the thing you've been working towards for 3 years?
People. I've spent my whole life looking for somewhere to put down roots.
And you found it here?
There's an opportunity here. Chance to build something for the future. And if George and Henry don't take it, well, I'll face that when it comes.
Your glass, Commander.
Oh, thank you.
What do you think, Don Mansour? Shall we tell him?
I am willing.
Right. Don Mansour isn't only a brilliant navigator, he's a very brave man. Last year, he had a crack at running the blockade the Malay government have put around his people. Down here on the equator, storms aren't very common. Not really bad ones, anyway. But he hit one. Well, go on, you tell him.
I was carried into an area where I had never been before. Perhaps no one has. It is off the track of all shipping and of any routes aircraft take, even the aircraft of the Royal Air Force.
An undiscovered island?
Perhaps. Do you know anything about minerals?
Very little.
Look at these.
Oh, they're look like lumps of ore.
Yes. Strange, isn't it?
Here's a people desperate for independence, and these little fragments could be the answer. For them, and for me. For you too, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. I brought specimens, you see, back from this island. And at first I kept them to show only as something strange.
Something strange?
Yes, you've heard there's been evidence recently of submarine volcanic activity in the Indian Ocean.
Yes, isn't there a seismological survey of the Indian Ocean being done this year? If you waited...
Wait.
You could...
I'm not waiting a day longer than I have to. This international survey includes the Russians as well as us. If I wait for them, I shall have missed the chance of a lifetime.
It was Peter who understood the value to us. He has had the ore analyzed. It is high-grade manganese.
About 45%.
For which there's a ready market?
Yes, in Britain, Germany, and in any half a dozen European countries. But I must have confirmation, and I must have that before the international survey found it. Now, Bailey, I got Don Mansour to agree to our telling you all this because, well, God knows why, I trust you.
Well?
I'll make my decision now. It's in your interest that I agree to become the director of Strode so that you can get a foot in the door of the firm, right?
Yes.
Yes. Then my offer is this. Say nothing of what we've told you, and especially keep dead mum to the RAF types on Gan. Get back to Singapore as soon as you can, and then cable London.
All right. I agree.
There's no need to hurry booking your flight back to London.
Right. And when will you be back?
Don't keep asking me that. How can I tell? What do you say, Don Mansour?
From what I know of Peter, Commander Bailey, I think he will return to London when it is in the interest of the Adwan people for him to do so.
In all my years of shipping, I never heard of such monstrous behavior. I wish you'd come back to London sooner, Bailey. You might at least have been some help to us. The Strode Venturer was due in Aden on the 3rd of April. It's now the 10th. She's still not arrived. You know where she is?
No.
You saw Peter, you talked to him, you must have some idea.
None whatever. Surely you've had some sort of radio contact with her.
Well, of course we have. We've asked Cable and Wireless to contact her, inquiring the reason for delay. Here's the reply. Date of arrival Aden uncertain. Charterers have agreed sub-charter Strode Venturer to us for maximum period 1 month. Am engaged vital exploration, little-known area Indian Ocean. Will explain on arrival London. And you see who signed it?
Yes, Peter Strode.
Alexander says he agreed to the sub-charter because you told him that Peter was now a director. Did you tell him that?
Yes.
Why?
There was nothing confidential about it. You'd announced at the meeting that he was being offered a directorship.
No, that's true, I suppose. But what in God's name is Peter doing signing cables from the Strode Venturer? I've ordered Deacon to turn his ship round, make for Aden at once. If he doesn't, he'll be fired. And if I thought you'd encourage Peter...
May I suggest, sir, that my instructions were to find your brother and persuade him to join the board. I've done that.
Oh, yes, indeed, you've found him. You've done what we asked. Well, now we must find you an office and give you something to do. Would you like to start straight away?
Well, I have a private appointment this afternoon, but otherwise I can start at once.
Right. Tomorrow morning, then. You seem to be ushering in a rather unsettling era for us, but, oh well, things may settle down soon.
Very interesting, Commander Bailey. How lucky you got my message so promptly at Strode's. You had no awkward inquiries about why I should want to see you, I trust?
No, I told them that I'd found Peter through you. There's no reason why we shouldn't be in touch.
No, of course not. You know, it was never money that interested Peter. What you have told me merely confirms my assessment of him. Now that I have reached the end of my life, I am better able to appreciate the real values. Money must always be the servant, the means to something that you really believe in. This business of the Strode Venturer. Now, you met Deacon, did you?
Yes.
Deacon would never have agreed to do this for money. You can't buy men like that. Did you know that Deacon was one of your father's officers?
I had a feeling he might have been.
He took to drink, I believe. Well, you can't blame him. Had a rough deal. Well, I don't pretend to know what Peter is up to, but when do you expect him back?
A month, perhaps longer.
A month. Even that may be too late. My doctor says the body, it's only a mechanism. I've worked mine pretty hard. It tires eventually.
Well, I must go.
No. I was not ringing for you to be shown out, but for someone to be shown in.
Ida.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, my dear, but I wanted to have a word with this young man first. You know each other, I think?
I certainly do, yes.
Have you told her about your meeting with Peter?
Yes.
Oh, he telephoned me as soon as he got back.
Good. Then I needn't go over that. Now, I don't get about much these days, but I still have my contacts in the city. I've kept in touch with Strode affairs, on account of Peter, you understand, my dear.
Well, of course. You've always been wonderful in looking after our interests.
Thank you, Ida. Well, I've tried. Now, you both know the present situation. Strode and Company control Strode Orient, so it is the shares of the parent company which are vital. A group of people have been buying shares in a bid to take over the company.
The same group who offered for Peter's and mine?
That is so. They will not now succeed.
How do you know?
Because over the last year, I too have been buying heavily. Between us, Ida, Peter, you, and I now virtually control Strode and Company.
I see. So, the future policy of the
Well, the future, yes. That is the point. I have just been indicating to Commander Bailey how limited my own future is. Now, really, I have seen you only once before, and my contacts with your father were in trying circumstances. And since you were here a few weeks ago, I have instituted inquiries about you. You've been bred to the sea, and though there is nothing in your record to suggest that you have more than average initiative, you seem to be a very reliable man. I have therefore added a codicil to my will. The shares I own in Strode and Company will pass to you at my death.
But I'm
giving you what I hope amounts to the final control of Strode and Company in the event of a showdown between Peter and the others. It seems to me that you're the right man for this particular job, and I thought there was a certain justice in it being taken by the son of the founder of the original company.
Yes, but why don't you leave the shares to Peter? I don't understand, sir.
I do. I think it's wise.
Now, I must ask you both to leave. I've had a busy day. I'm glad you understand, Ida.
Is there anything we can do for you?
No, my dear, nothing. Just remember me once in a while when I'm gone. I'm not certain, not yet. But I think perhaps it helps to be remembered sometimes.
He knows he's dying. He's been in our lives always, a sort of rock. Something solid to cling to when we were in trouble. I shall miss him.
Yes, of course you will.
Thank you for suggesting a drink. I needed this.
Well, I was feeling a bit stunned myself. Cheers.
Cheers. Where's Peter now, do you think?
Well, God knows.
All these plans, and Peter may be lost in that dreadful old ship, stuck on some uncharted island in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
I think Peter's too live a person. He won't get sunk without trace before he's even started.
I hope he doesn't make a fool of himself.
Why should he?
And that's where you come in. Mr. Turner knows Peter's weakness. He's like me. He can be terribly impulsive. He once told me all his travelling was done like that. Somebody in a bar, a ship in harbour, the signpost beckoning. He doesn't plan, he acts. That's why he's left you all those shares. You're my brother's keeper now, you realise that?
I don't see he needs one.
Everything he does has always fascinated me. But there's a sort of crazy streak in Peter.
Well, there was nothing unstable in the way he was organizing those islanders on Maydu.
It's not so much that he's unstable, but there's something theatrical in his makeup. He's flamboyant. He gets carried away by his enthusiasm. What do you do now?
Well, find somewhere to live, get stuck into an office at Strode's, go and see my children.
I must go back to Dartmouth. But I've an idea that when Peter gets back, he'll need all the help he can get. I think I'll come up to London for a time. The sparks will start to fly with the brothers, you know. Whatever it is he's planning, which you won't exactly tell me.
I'd rather Peter did that.
I know. Well, whatever it is, he's not going to find it easy with them.
I'll telephone you in Dartmouth then as soon as we hear he's hitting London.
I wish you would. I look forward to that.
I'll be ringing anyway, letting you know how things are going.
Good.
You know, we've been drawn together.
By a web of circumstance?
That and something else.
I couldn't stand that office a moment longer. I'm glad you got a flat, Bailey.
Well, best I could get in a hurry, and it's central.
And I do as well, to get us a cup of coffee.
Is that all you think about?
What? Oh, no, of course not. Wonderful to see you. But
Is
anyway.
that duffel bag your entire luggage, Peter?
Yes.
Your clothes are dreadful. You can't go about London like that.
Oh, I'll buy something. You can come and help me.
That's a promise. I shall keep you to it.
But look what I've got in my duffel bag. Manganese. The
The first consignment.
From your island?
Well, if you can call it that. It was the bed of the Indian Ocean, really. Never seen anything like it. All grey slime and weed and the empty cases of shellfish, and stinking like a dirty harbour at low water.
How big is it?
Oh, about 3 miles by 2. It's just a dead, decaying mass brought up from the ocean bed 1,000 miles from anywhere.
Volcanic?
Well, I suppose so, originally.
Have you a photograph of it?
No, I didn't have a camera. Neither did any of the crew. Just as well. We don't want anyone else out there searching for it.
Well, the crew must have known what you were up to, bringing off samples.
They were scared stiff, most of them. A strange atmosphere about a hunk of land that's just emerged from the sea. Something primeval. And the crew wouldn't have known about geology. They thought I was crazy.
Anyway, they know where it is and they'll talk.
They'll talk, yes, but they don't know where it is.
How come?
There were only 2 sextants on board, and I got a hold of them before we sailed. I had Don Mansour with me, and his reckoning of the position was pretty vague. I started a square search. I saw that nobody but myself kept a track chart.
So only you know where it is?
Well, that's how I want it. There's millions of tons of this stuff there for the taking. The surplus of shipping and the eastern countries taking over our traditional cargo, it'd make a difference to have our own freight source, wouldn't it?
Well, of course. This is just what Strodes have needed for years.
Yeah. And I didn't just bring back this bag of ore. I had number 4 hold half filled with the stuff. I'm getting samples away to a long list of industrial firms.
Even the brothers must see that this is a godsend for the company.
Oh, they don't.
What?
I've talked to Henry already. He won't touch it. The stupid fool can't see further than the nose in front of his face.
We must do something at once. Well, I think Peter should go and see Mr. Turner.
The shares?
Let Mr. Turner explain all that, if he wants to. He's a wily old bird. He may think of a better plan. But whatever he advises, I have an idea that Peter will go back to Brother Henry with something to shake him rigid.
Nice office you've got, Henry. Fitted carpets from ear to ear, yeah? Merchant adventurers operate in comfort these days. Did our father, do you think?
You haven't been making things very comfortable for us these past few days, Peter.
Oh, haven't I? I thought I'd rather splendidly kept clear of the office.
The company you've been keeping is most unsuitable for a director of Stroke.
Oh, my lunch with Slattery, you mean? You got wind of that, did you?
Well, you seem to us to be making every effort to make it known. You know, of course, that Slattery has been at the centre of the attempted takeover bid.
Oh, yes. He made the original offer for my shares.
And now that you're a director, you can't sell them without our agreement. I imagine you'd forgotten that. So you see, you were wasting your time. And it didn't look well. George was most distressed.
I bet he was. It's his turn to retire from the board of Strode and Company in a few weeks, isn't it? He expects to be re-elected, of course.
Oh, George's re-election, like my own, has always been a matter of routine.
Ah, but if I use the voting rights my shares carry, and 1 or 2 other people agree with me, we could elect, Slattery. Now I've got into the way of these little city lunches, I thought I might make
before you say anything, Peter, and this was the reason I asked you to come into the office today, I have to tell you that George and I have reconsidered the matter and decided that Strode Orient should accept responsibility for a pilot operation in the Indian Ocean. We could offer you the Strode Trader, now laying up in Bombay. And financially, I asked you to come into the office today. I have to tell you that George and I have reconsidered the matter and decided that Strode Orient should accept responsibility for a pilot operation in the Indian Ocean. We could offer you the Strode Trader, now laying up in Bombay, and financial support up to £10,000.
Thank you very much. Just exactly what I asked for originally. God, nobody cares a damn till you frighten them. What a place. I can't wait to get back among people I understand. But the Strode Trader... Can I have Deacon again?
No, we're sending a younger man, Reese, a very good record.
I'd rather have Deacon.
I'm sorry, Reese is already appointed. He's young, very keen. We'll have no trouble with him at command.
All right. I'll get off to Bombay at once. I assume Bailey will be available?
Oh, yes.
He can follow. There'll be a good deal to organise here.
How's it been today?
Oh, not too bad. As it was my last day in the office before I leave, Strode's were slightly less lethargic than usual.
They've been disgraceful.
Yes.
They agreed to back the Indian Ocean venture, as they call it, and they've given you no encouragement at all.
Do you know, I don't know what I would have done these last weeks if it hadn't been for you.
I've got some pouille fumée to go with the salmon tonight.
That sounds great.
Did you manage to fix the bulldozer firm?
Oh, yes, their Bombay agents are delivering to Peter tomorrow. And I don't just mean you coming round to the flat each evening to get us supper. I've never known anyone like you, as interested in the enterprise as getting the right wine to go with the salmon.
I love the business. I was brought up with it. All these difficulties would never have happened if there'd been anybody at Strode House to succeed my father. A man with real drive.
Well, I agree that Henry doesn't quite fit that bill.
Geoffrey,
Yes?
why shouldn't I come too on this trip?
What, to Bombay, you mean?
And on the Strode Trader.
My dear girl, a ship plying around the Indian Ocean looking for a volcanic island is no place for a woman, certainly not.
I could telephone Peter.
He would say the same. I was talking to him today. I fixed the contract with the Dutch agent in Rotterdam for monthly deliveries of the ore starting on the 1st of August.
Fine. Did they insist on the penalty clause?
Yes, that's why I rang Peter.
And he agreed?
Of course.
Right. That's the real merchant venturer spirit. To gamble and then make sure you win. Did Peter say anything else?
Yes, I asked him how Reese was making out.
What did he say?
Well, apparently he's very efficient, but...
What?
Well, Peter said he couldn't quite put his finger on it, but in some way he thought he was too efficient.
Well, in 48 hours you'll be seeing for yourself. Damn you. Why shouldn't I come too?
You know what's happening to us, Ida?
Yes.
It's something we've both been through before, but, well, for me it's happening all right.
Me too. Have you quite made up your mind about my not coming with you on the trip?
Quite.
If you don't let me, I shan't go back to my hotel tonight. I shall stay here.
Well, that won't make me change my mind.
Dear 120.
120, sir.
That do you?
Yes.
Have you worked out an ETA?
Not yet.
When can I have it?
Shortly.
I am not sailing my ship into an uncharted area, not for you or anybody else.
I'll let you have it tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow by noon, then, or else. Otherwise, I stop engines. You've got the chart of this area locked away in your cabin, and the sextants, the chronometer, the navigation tables. Now, after 6 days at sea, I don't know where we are within 100 miles. I've had very nearly enough. You're not a qualified navigator. And steaming through the night...
Experience is more important than qualifications. You've been in wireless touch with head office, and they've cleared you to agree with me.
Yes.
I've navigated boats all over the world, and in and out of more islands than you've ever set eyes on. And I've more at stake than just this ship. You needn't be afraid I'll put her aground.
Tomorrow, then. By noon.
He's getting scared, sailing blind. And this atmosphere. 1 minute we're in a sort of a fog, and the next it's pitch black. And it's just as hot as ever.
Now, Reese isn't nearly so ignorant of our position as he pretends. The wireless operator picked up the aircraft beacon again on his DF. It gave him a position line.
Well, what's the point of all this secrecy?
That island belongs to Don Mansour and the Adwans. It's their one hope of survival. I'll do anything to keep its position secret until they've established a settlement there and claimed it for their own.
Mr. Strode, this atmosphere, was it like this before when you came here with the Venturer?
No. It was hot and humid, but not like this. There's a lot of electricity in the air tonight.
Well, I don't like it. There's no moon. We can't see a thing. I think there's going to be a storm.
Storms are very rare in this area. If you check the Met charts...
Hell with the Met charts. They're generalizations. They're not specific to this area. I think we should heave to till dawn.
Oh, whatever for. You've empty sea for miles around.
How do you know? You found one new island. There may be others.
Breakers ahead!
Breakers?
Breakers ahead! Breakers? How can there be breakers?
There, man, there! Can't you see them? Straight over the bow!
Slow stern! Slow stern! Starboard helm! Starboard helm!
Hard over, man!
Hard over, sir!
But there's no sound. What are they breaking against? Coral reefs?
There's no coral reefs there.
Oh, we're nearly on them! Full astern!
Full astern, sir! I think it's the white water.
What's that? What do you say?
The white water. They call it Ranamari. It's an optical illusion. I've never seen it, but I've heard about it. Don Mansour's seen it twice. Each time his crew were frightened to death.
You mean I'm frightened?
Not now. I think we all were for a minute.
I shall leave too.
Stop engines! Stop engines! Look, if you'll let me take over and steam through the night, I'll give you your ETA now. We'll be lying off the island by noon tomorrow.
I shall stay on the bridge.
All right. Now, shall we get back on course?
Slow ahead.
Slow ahead.
Steer 120.
120, sir.
I think I ought to call the captain, Mr. Strode.
It's up to you. When does the officer of the watch call the captain? I don't know.
What's this? Why wasn't I called?
Oh, I was thinking about it,
Well, you should have thought quicker, Lenny. What the hell is it? It looks as though the sea's become suddenly diseased, like some fungus growth.
It's pumice.
There must have been a disturbance of some kind.
It's everywhere, spreads for miles.
How much longer do you expect me to drive my ship into an area that's clearly volcanic?
Not long. We're only a few hours sailing time from the island.
Yeah, well, all I hope is that we aren't anchored off the island when the old flipping log goes up.
Look, over here, Peter. There are bigger pieces. They're like plates, aren't they? There must be millions of them.
We should be out of it soon. It's clear ahead. Something's been going on. Some sort of submarine activity. Suppose the island's disappeared. I'd look bloody stupid, wouldn't I?
Starboard bow, Captain Reed, sir. Fine on starboard bow. Here, the cloud's lifting ahead.
Yes. It's land all right. And black. Nothing growing at all. Have the glasses, Mr. Strode. It's bleak enough. Like the back of a whale at this distance.
Yes. Yes, that's it. It must be.
What's the matter?
It's bigger. I can't tell till we're nearer, but I think it's at least twice the size it was.
Oh, gold, and I'm on the first landing party.
I'd like us to run in with the island bearing 034. On that course, it's all clear. No obstructions. We should be ashore before noon. Earlier than I thought.
No birds. Not a sign of a living thing.
Not here. That beach we landed on was useful. But we need to find some sort of natural quay where we can bring the barge alongside for loading.
And for getting the gear on shore?
Yes. We're on the old part of the island now, of course.
What happens if it sinks below the surface of the sea again?
Oh, no. I talked to several experts in London. They were all agreed that if an island emerged in this area, it would continue to grow. Or at least that it would stay above the surface of the sea. The movement here's a slow one. It's nothing dramatic.
But can your Adwans survive in this desolation?
Look, they're not helpless. They're an intelligent and highly civilized people. And they're tough.
Well, they'll need to be. Isn't only that it's bleak. The island's got an atmosphere, a sense of deadness.
Not to them. Now, just over the top here, I'll show you something. There's a hollow about 50 feet across. Oh, there. See, it's a natural rain trap.
3 palm seedlings.
Yeah. They've grown since I was here last. They must be 5 feet high now.
Oh, it's incredible what water can do.
The most barren place on Earth can be transformed by a single rainstorm.
Yes.
See, here on the equator, there can be as much as 90 inches of rainfall in a year. There are half a dozen pockets of vegetation like this. As the surface weathers and the roots of the trees get a grip in it, the pockets will spread. A few years and there'll be tropical growth over quite a lot of the island. With the right seeds introduced now, it'll be like Adu Atoll, capable of supporting life.
You've got a vision of what it might be. I accept that. But will the Adwans see it?
You wouldn't ask that if you'd been with us before. Don Mansour stood in this little oasis, gazing around in wonder like a child. No, more like Cortes. The Adwans don't need any encouragement.
When are they coming?
Oh, God knows. Depends on a lot of things. Their president, their ships, and the wind. But when they do, they'll find a camp, stores, and equipment. And I reckon it'll take 3 days to get the stuff ashore. Mm-hmm. While they're doing that, we'll make a series of test boreholes with the portable drill. On the 4th day, we should be getting the first load of ore out to the ship.
Oh, this'll water the palm trees.
Well, they'll just have got the last load into number 3 hole before the storm started. The barge will stay out there now.
Oh, it doesn't matter. We can go back in the runabout.
It may not last long. I'll stay on the island with my team. I'm glad we got the bunkhouse up for him.
It'll be bad tonight. The Lascars hate it.
Well, they're all huddled in the canteen now. Some of them are praying.
Well, time you two got back to the ship.
Well, why didn't you come as well?
Yeah, you could come back at first light.
No, I'm staying here on the island.
Oh, okay. I'll go and get the engine started. Yeah, the rain's not quite so bad.
It'll be worse tonight. Wouldn't it be better if I stayed ashore with you?
Oh, no, I'd rather you were on the ship. I like to feel my line of retreat is quite secured.
Now, you don't trust Reese, do you?
Not really. When he said we ought to work a night shift, I could have hit him. Whatever that man suggests, I start wondering what's behind.
Well, that one was easy. He wants to get away as soon as he can.
Come on, Commander!
Right, I must go. It's getting dark fast. Cheers.
Well, don't be seasick on the way back.
Right.
Oh, that was a big one. Thinking about your evening meal.
And a shower and some dry clothes.
Never known this little trip take so long. Nearly there, though, now.
Right.
Now, why did he have to anchor out so far?
He thought it was safer. I don't blame him.
Reese has got the jitters, you know. So have I. Did you see?
What?
In that flash of lightning. The men at the bows, they're fetching her anchor.
My God, yes. That's why it's taken so long to reach us. She's broadside to the wind and drifting with it.
So they've got the anchor up. He's pulling out to sea.
Well, we can't go back now. The wind's against us. Can we make her?
The wind's taking us right onto the barge.
I can't.
Look, we're going to crash against the side. We'll have to jump for it. Catch the edge of her side. Now! Right! Now! Here! Yeah. Get hold of that cable. Yes. It's all right. I'll give you a pull. Okay. We made it. Hey, look out, Bailey! Oh, my God.
What's the time?
About midnight, I should think. Thank the Lord you've come round.
How long have I been out?
3 or 4 hours.
I see. What happened?
You fell into the hold of the barge. We lashed alongside the ship.
What's that?
The trader's engine room telegraph.
What's she doing?
Beaming out to sea.
Why are we still on the barge?
Because I can't bloody well make contact with them. Oh. We're stuck here.
How long for?
Till dawn, I'd say. Till they can see us.
Oh, my God. Have I broken any bones?
Oh, I don't think so. Just bashed your head on a bit of that flaming manganese ore when you fell.
Why doesn't that thunder stop?
Sorry, mate. Anything about that?
The engines sound different. What are we doing?
Slowing, I think.
What the hell happened?
Hello? Think we did? The boss now?
Right over.
It's been it. The bridge has been struck. She's burning. She's burning.
God, what can we do?
Nothing. Well, there's plenty of light, but no one's going to have time for us now.
Pull him up, quickly there.
Have you got Bailey up okay?
Yes, he's all right.
Oh, came the dawn. You've had a night, skipper.
We've got the fires out anyway.
What happened? Why are we aground?
We are lucky the old ship didn't go up.
What's the damage?
3 dead, including Cummings. 4 injured.
Oh, God.
The whole electrical installation has been burnt out, but a day's work may get the main engines going. With jury rigs steering from the tiller flat, we've got a chance.
Was there any arrangement for regular radio reports to head office?
No, it could be a week before they think of instituting any sort of search. Then there's the question of our position. My estimate could be 200 miles out. I should never have agreed to navigate in blind like that, with only one man knowing our position.
Well, you did. It's no good bellyaching about it now.
It's Strode's fault. I knew this secrecy was a mistake, and now it may cost us our lives.
It's not only us, it's Strode and the men with him. You made no attempt to get them off.
There wasn't time, man. We were dragging.
The wind was from the east, and it was blowing off the island.
That doesn't mean a thing. Intense storms like that down here on the equator, they're circular. Once you're through the eye of it, the wind comes in from the opposite direction.
You could have sent in a landing craft to get them off.
What? Why should I risk men's lives? They were perfectly safe where they were. It wasn't they who were in danger, it was us.
You were in a hell of a hurry to get right out of the area, weren't you?
If I'd hove to a few miles off, we might have drifted anywhere. I thought it best to steer a set course. So many hours out, so many hours back.
Well, I suppose that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, excuse me, skipper. But do you notice the smell?
Yes, sulphur. Is something burning still?
Oh, no, not on the ship. But look, out there, about 3 miles off.
What? It looks like bubbles of hot gas. It's the water were being lifted under pressure.
Pressure from the seabed.
Reese, what course did you steer from the island?
We steamed south, 129 degrees.
You mean you were backtracking the course you went in by?
I thought it safer.
Well, how long for? Did you change course?
No, the same course for 4 hours.
4 hours on the same track, and when we went in, it was deep water.
Yes, and now we're aground, and there's evidence of volcanic action all around us.
I don't know about you, but I think the sooner we get out of here, the better.
I agree. If the tide's right, we should be able to float her off in 24 hours.
Well, we're clear, thank God.
All ahead!
All ahead! All ahead!
Is this your course?
Yes.
You're not on the reciprocal of 129?
Nope. I'm heading for Gan.
For Gan? But the islands! You can't head for Gan, not yet. Not till you got Peter and the men off. You can't just leave them there.
My concern is for the safety of the ship. Anyway, I'm not abandoning them. They're ashore and they've got food for a month. Some rivets have gone on the starboard side. We're taking in water. Did you know that?
Are the pumps holding it?
At present, yes.
Look, Reese, I'm an executive of Strode Orient, and I'm ordering you now to head the ship back to the island and get those men off.
You've no power to give me orders on my own ship.
I suppose you're right. But then there's always the question of fitness to command.
What?
What would it look like as an inquiry?
Will you give me your instructions in writing?
Certainly, if you want it.
Very well, I'll alter course. It's your responsibility, remember? I'm glad you gave me those instructions in writing.
There must be something wrong.
Altogether, we've covered 500 square miles with visual sightings right in the area where the island should be. We've allowed more than amply for any possible variations through current or winds. There's not a trace of the island. It's gone.
It can't have gone.
Can't it? We're in an area of volcanic change, and you know it.
I don't know what we're in, but I do know there's something wrong.
Bearing in mind that we are shipping water and that I've a half-burnt-out ship, are you prepared now for me to set course for Gan?
Yes. I've no option.
Thank you. We may make it in 3 days. You'll fly straight back to London from Gan, I suppose?
London. Oh, my God.
I don't believe it. If Peter were dead, I'd know.
But, Ida, the RAF have searched 250,000 square miles of the Indian Ocean. There's nothing there but sea. What more can anyone do?
I don't know. But I can tell you that Peter's alive. I'm certain of it. And we need him desperately. You know the annual general meeting's the day after tomorrow?
Is it?
When the news of the discovery broke, there was tremendous press coverage, of course. Strode shares started to rise. With the other directors pushing them, Henry and George jumped on the bandwagon. But now, have you seen the papers today?
No, not yet.
The Air Ministry have announced that they've abandoned their search. They say there's no hope for the men on the island. Do you realize what'll happen now?
Yes, the shares will drop again, I suppose.
They're thinking of getting Slattery and one of his friends on the board.
Henry and George are ready for a takeover, you mean?
Of course.
Well, does it matter now?
Of course it matters. It's Peter's birthright I'm fighting for. And I know Peter's alive. When he first went to the island, it was in the Strode venture, a deacon in command. I think it would be worth talking to him. Could we get him to London?
But what's the point? Peter was as secretive then about the position of the island as he was with Reed.
But Seacon's a more experienced man than Reed.
Yes, he's also an alcoholic.
I know, but drunk or sober, a man who's been at sea as long as he has ought to have some idea where his ship was.
No, we've got to have some new evidence, something to throw at Henry before he'll agree to going on with what everybody thinks is a hopeless search.
Unless we do, it's the end of Peter, the end of Strode, and you ought to mind about this, the end of the last remnants of your father's company.
Wait a minute. Straker.
Who?
Hans Straker.
Who's he?
He's a man I met on the plane when I first came back to England. He's a seismographer. He knows about volcanic disturbances. I'll telephone him now.
And after you've seen this man, we'll go down to Strode House. I'm ready for Henry.
Yes. Now, here's the number.
Oh, I haven't told you. I've seen old Mr. Turner again. He's very ill, in a nursing home.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He asked me whether I was going to marry you.
What did you say?
That we talked about it. He seemed pleased.
Did he?
And he's made over those shares to you now. I told him you might be needing them sooner than he thought.
Did you? Why?
Don't you see?
Oh, just a minute. Hello? Yes. Is that the Oriental Club?
This island of yours, I recorded a pronounced tremor in the Indian Ocean somewhere south of Adu Atoll in April last year. That would have been when the island first appeared.
Do your instruments give you exact locations?
No. For that you need recordings from a number of stations.
But the pumice and the water around us boiling like that.
An indication of volcanic eruption, but not severe. Now, if we turn to the charts of the last few weeks...
You mean you've been recording recently?
Oh, yes.
Can you record at this distance?
Oh, certainly. My instruments are very good. You have to remember that the Earth's crust is only about 50 miles thick. It's like a thin skin. It's only when the tension breaks that you get a major earthquake or eruption.
And you don't think that could have happened in this case?
Definitely not. For an island to disappear in a matter of days would constitute a major disturbance. Your island is certainly still there. And there is no reason why it should not remain permanent.
Well, thank you. I think I've got an interesting meeting ahead of me at Strode House.
I'm sorry I can't give you an exact location. Have you considered that the island may contain other minerals besides manganese which might affect a ship's compass? Even aircraft, I believe, can be thrown off course by large iron deposits when flying low.
No, there was no iron in the ore samples, and Shackletons are fitted with gyro compasses.
It's odd, but there is a mistake somewhere. A mistake.
How can there have been a mistake?
We don't know, but
Surely,
we've reason
Henry, you don't mean that Reese had instructions to leave Peter on the island?
Oh, you must be overwrought.
I think it would have suited your plans.
What plans?
To bring Slattery and Wolfe onto the board.
My meetings with Slattery were merely preliminary feelers, contingency plans in the event of
what?
Of the failure of the expedition.
Which you expected.
No, I hoped, of course, as we all did. But no one could pretend that the venture was certain to succeed.
And now it appears to have failed. You're ready to sell out.
You don't understand the position of the firm.
I do. That's why I'm determined that Peter shall be found.
I'm as grieved as anyone about Peter, but whatever this friend of Bailey's may say...
He has evidence that the island must still be there.
The RAF tell us that it is not.
I'm not satisfied. I want to make another trip with Deacon in the Strode Venturer.
Deacon is no longer employed by us.
What?
I dismissed him. He disobeyed orders from head office during Peter's first trip.
An old man who's been nearly his whole life with the firm? Where is he now?
Still in Aden, as far as I know.
The last place for him to find another ship.
And the Strode Venturer?
In Aden. We sent another man out.
He could be recalled.
And Deacon could be reinstated?
Really, I am prepared to concede, Ida, that you are distraught over the loss of Peter. But you, Bailey, you must remember that you are merely an employee of the firm, and
I'm not. After Peter, I'm the largest shareholder in Strode & Company.
What?
Lawrence Turner has been buying shares heavily, and he's made them over to him.
I heard rumours that Turner was buying, but... Oh, anyway, with Peter presumed dead...
I don't presume him dead. And Mr. Turner says it will take time for you to have that legally accepted. And I hold the proxy for the votes his shares carry. If it comes to a showdown at your precious annual general meeting, we can outvote him.
So you can stop flirting with Slattery and his friends about a takeover. It's too late. The control of Strode & Company is now with Peter, Ida, and me. I suggest that you get in touch with Aden at once, and that I fly out there in the morning.
Mr. Fields, is Captain Deacon aboard?
You've caused enough trouble, you and that Peter Strode.
Would you mind taking me to his cabin, please?
Why should I? They sack him and throw him on the beach, then come along and say he's to be reinstated. What are you trying to do? Crucify him? A man needs warning after that sort of treatment. He needs an hour or two to get used to the idea that he's taking command again.
Do you mean he's drunk?
He's had a lot of worry, you see. Don't you understand what he's been through? Lying in a doss house thinking his life's over? What's it all about, anyway?
I arranged that he should be reinstated so that he can help to find the island.
Why?
Don't you listen to the radio? Strode and a dozen men are stranded on it.
Oh, so that's it. He's wandered again now. They've never given him a chance, the Strodes. He worked for your father, too. Did you know that?
Yes, I knew that. Why are you telling me this?
I just wanted you to know. You owe something to Harry Deacon. He hasn't had much of a life.
Mr. Fields, I want the Strode Venturer to leave as soon as possible for Gan. I've arranged with the agents to finish loading during the day. We could leave tonight. Can you take her out of Aden?
Very well, as long as Deacon says it's all right. We needn't tell the agents about him, need we?
No. And if you tell me where the island is, I won't have to wait for Deacon to surface.
I don't know where it is. Strode hid the sextants. He directed the courses and wouldn't let anyone near him when he was plotting them.
Well, where was Deacon? In the cabin?
No. He came up to the bridge every now and then, same as he always did. No reason why he should change his habits just because one of the Strodes was on board.
Do you mean he was drunk?
He's never drunk. Not when we're at sea. But the captain doesn't have to be on the bridge all the time. He'll help you all he can. I know he will, but leave him a day or two, will you? Give him a chance. That's all I ask for him. That he should have a chance.
Seems a long time ago. Too damn long. My mind's not clear. You don't mind me lying on me bunk, do you? I still don't feel too good. Must have picked up a bit of fever in that damn place in Aden.
No, of course not. You stay where you are.
You've had pretty well all I can remember. What's you that up to?
Well, it's the course back that gives us the best picture.
Yeah.
I've got it all plotted on the chart now. First southerly, then westerly the first day, and the final approach to Ado Atoll from the south.
Yeah.
The intermediate variations on the course always being between 180 and 360.
What position does that give us?
Roughly 600 miles east-southeast of Gan, and nearly 250 miles northeast of the line the Shackletons flew on their way to and from the search area.
Well, where's the position Reese gave?
Well, that's there. The distance between the two is just over 500 miles.
Reese's position is 500 miles out?
Yes. As soon as I've got this worked out, I radioed Gan. I've just had this signal from good Captain Canning.
Hmm?
There.
Now, he says little likelihood of resuming search unless we can give them clearer justification. He says we can discuss it when we arrive at Gann, but that Reese is satisfied the areas already searched covered the island's last known position.
And Reese is still at Gann, sucking up to the group captain, I suppose.
Oh, yes, he's still there. And Canning's final shot is a volcanic action, still most likely explanation of failure to locate island.
Volcanic action, submarine pressures, yes, but that island wasn't a bloody volcano. It was a bit of the seabed, nothing more than that. Can I have a look at that signal again?
Yes, certainly, yes.
Reese. I never did trust Welshmen. Justification, Canning says. What does he mean by that? The opinion of an Adwin wouldn't count, I suppose. Not with a man like Canning, the serving officer who's never had anything to do with them.
You're thinking of Don Mansour?
Yeah, well, he's been there twice, once on his own, once with me. But he knows about the stars. In his own way, he's a good navigator.
Well, I'll try and get hold of him when we reach Gann. But we must talk the RAF into another search.
Well, I'll leave that to you. Group captains aren't quite in my line. With that Reese.
It's very good of you to visit us so soon, Group Captain.
Not at all. I thought it best to come at once and bring Captain Reese with me.
Yes, of course. Captain Deacon will be joining us shortly.
I doubt whether he'll be much help. I hope you didn't encourage them. I've done my best to stop the Adwins sailing their boats off into the blue.
Well, I've no chance. Don Mansour had already left and the others are hell-bent on following him.
I'm very concerned that they're risking their lives unnecessarily.
Well, you can't stop them. You're faced with something as inevitable as the migration of a bunch of lemmings. That island is important to them. So is Peter Strode. Now then, here is the chart I've been making. It's made from my investigations over the last few days, conversations with the officer and crew, random observations, of course, but they all support the views of Captain Deacon.
Deacon? My God, man, are you serious? Deacon wouldn't have had a clue what he was, nor would the crew. I kept a note of all the courses steered. Compass courses, you understand.
I'm not suggesting that the position of the island I plotted here is accurate. But I must remind you that what we're discussing may mean the difference between life and death to the men on that island.
They're dead and the island's gone.
And why has Don Mansour sailed?
Natives, they know nothing about navigation.
My information is that he is a skilled navigator.
But this position you've given us is 500 miles away from mine. Do you think I could make an error of navigation like that? If these natives want to kill themselves, that's their affair. It proves nothing. The shallows we grounded on were volcanic. You know that as well as I do. So was the island, in my opinion, all part of volcanic instability.
Then why didn't you make an attempt to get the shore party off?
I've explained all that in my report. My first consideration was for the safety of the ship.
Yes, I've read your report. It's very convincing. But if you thought that the island
You're trying to blame me for what happened. It's not my fault, it's Strode's. Taking the ship into an area like that, anchoring it off a submarine volcano, he must have been crazy. If it hadn't been for me, the ship would have...
I've been looking for you, you dirty little Welsh bastard. You left them there to rot. Why did you leave them there? If you were so bloody sure the place was going to erupt in your face.
I didn't think there was any immediate danger. It was the storm that concerned me then. I had to think of the ship.
Now look at the chart. You went aground somewhere there. That's where you claim, isn't it?
Yes.
On the northern tip of a big area of shallows. Well, are you telling me those shallows wouldn't be visible from the air?
It's quite possible. The light out here can be very difficult, especially in the afternoon heat.
Oh, they missed the shallows because of the midday heat. But there's no excuse for missing an island, not with radar.
I don't think they did miss it.
It's disappeared. That's your point, is it?
Yes.
Very convenient. Since your air crews have failed to sight it, you say it isn't there anymore. Why can't you admit you've been searching in the wrong area?
Because I don't think we have been.
Look here, Reese. Who told you to fix it so they were left to fend for themselves?
Nobody.
You're lying. I know when a man's lying. Somebody's got at you. Or it doesn't matter. It's not important at the moment. What worries Bailey and myself is those men out there in the middle of the Indian Ocean with nobody bothering to look for them anymore. Group Captain Canning, you've searched one area and found nothing. What's the objection to searching where I think the island is? Don't forget I've been to it too. And I say it's there. Somewhere in that area. Well, what do you say?
There's nothing I can say. A resumption of the search requires Air Ministry authority. Of course, if Captain Reese were in any doubt about his
I
position...
have no doubt whatever. Captain Deacon, are you accusing me of deliberately falsifying my position?
No, I can't do that.
The position I've given, gentlemen, is not exact, but it's reasonably accurate, I'll swear to that.
And you've made up your mind, Group Captain. You won't fly a search in that area. Right. Mr. Fields?
I'm afraid it's out of my hands now. If you can put up a convincing case, then I'll be happy to pass it on to the Air Ministry.
Mr. Fields? Yes, sir. Clear the ship. Prepare for sea.
Aye, aye, sir. If you're thinking of taking your ship into that area, I must warn you, Captain.
You can't stop me.
No, but you do it at your own risk.
What risk? I'm going 500 miles from where Reese said he was.
Yes, I see. At the same time, air-sea rescue in the Indian Ocean is my responsibility, and I don't want any more trouble. You don't seem to understand what Captain Reese has been telling you. The volcanic activity may extend over a wide area.
What's that got to do with it, if his position is the wrong one? You're lying, Reese, about something, but I don't know what it is.
Watch it, Deacon.
Now, are you coming with us? And we'll see who's right, you or me?
No, let him stay here. You'll find out the truth whether he's with you or not.
Perhaps. But truth is not absolute. And the events that lead to a man's death can be very devious. Mr. Fields!
Yes, sir?
Man the helm.
Aye, aye, sir. Are you coming ashore, Bailey? No. Well, I'll instruct my people to maintain radio contact, and I'll notify Air Ministry, of course. I'm sorry, Bailey. It's the best I can do under the circumstances.
Yes, I understand.
I wish you could persuade Deacon to hold off till morning.
Well, I can't. And I don't intend to try.
Why have you left the bridge? It's storm! I can't! Do yourself! It's Harry! He's savage! I can't wake him! He's always on the bridge in a storm! But this time, he should never have had that last drink! You must stay there! If we can count, that's all the more reason why the crew mustn't see you off the bridge! It's no good! I can't take any more! Come on, get up! All right, if you won't go of your own accord, I'll drag you up this ladder. This bloody island has made nothing but trouble. Suppose we run aground, we won't be anywhere near the shallows till dawn tomorrow. The trader was lucky. She had cargo she could jettison. We're empty except for number 2 hold. Now pull yourself together. Don't let the helmsman see you like this. Now come on inside. Thank God he's here. Is everything all right?
Oh, it's you are there. Squall, that's all. Very sudden. Nothing to worry about. I've reduced speed, see that all the pumps are working, will you?
Yeah.
Then check the hold, see how much water she's making.
Very well.
Where do you find him?
Beside number 1 boat.
It's his nerves. You can't blame him. Be a bad sea when the wind eases, I shouldn't wonder. It was in conditions like this, a sudden storm, that Sir Reginald went.
My father, you mean?
Zimbisky, just after we passed the Amen buoy about midnight. Came up very fast. It often does round Ushant. There was a full moon, but the clouds had covered it. There was a weird half-light.
And my father?
I just come down from the bridge. He was alone in the saloon, and I said I'd see him to his cabin. He'd been drinking a bit heavy, you know, and he got a bottle of whiskey under his arm. Kind of you, he said, standing very straight. But I'm on my own now. And Harry, he says, don't stop. Not for anything. Understand? That's the last I saw of him.
What happened?
I never knew for certain. One of the crew said he saw him leaning on the stern rail, staring down into the wake. My guess is that he just drank the bottle and let himself go over. This storm won't last. Tomorrow we'll be sitting here in our chairs, hardly able to keep awake.
I stood by the stern rail last night. I had a feeling of extraordinary confidence.
You're lucky.
The Shackleton's been in the area for half an hour now.
Has it? You see the echo sounder now?
Yes, 200 fathoms. We're in the shallows, all right.
Engine slow.
Engine slow. What's up?
We found bottom. Whatever it is, shoal or island, we're all right.
The lookout sighted what he thought was a whale.
Oh, yes?
If it wasn't a whale, it could have been a gas vent.
Don't worry, Arthur.
A message from the Shackleton.
Ah, thanks. Give it to me.
Sir?
Why's the Shackleton here?
It's on its way to Singapore. Canning diverted it on his own responsibility. It can't stay too long, or it's going to have fuel problems.
Well, we can manage.
Now the Shackleton's had a blip on its screen, quite a big one, almost due east of us.
Yeah?
Bearing from us is 110 degrees, 30 miles.
Well, if that's the island, the show bears about 230. Not 192, which was, of course, Reese steered.
The compass. And when we steered north again after the fire, we'd nothing to steer by, only the star.
Well, that's what I mean. His compass must have been out, badly out.
Right.
It must have been fixed, and we know who fixed it.
Yes, I'm afraid we do.
When he was alone on the bridge, he always was a wild one. What a thing to have done to you. And I accuse Reese of lying.
Well, you want to know. And anyway, if he wasn't lying, he was concealing something. Some sort of tacit understanding that if he had an opportunity to leave us there for a month, it didn't matter. Peter's half-brothers needed time.
I see. Reese, though, poor chap. Oh, I know what it's like to be under pressure from the owners.
No, a message from the Shackletons. Ah, thank you. Ah, they've sighted the island. It's ours, all right. There are men waving to them.
Thank God.
And they've seen the area of shallows where the Strode trader grounded.
What's it bear from the island?
227 degrees.
A compass error as big as that doesn't happen by chance. He's like his father. No consideration for anybody once he's made up his mind to a thing. And he'll get more and more like him.
Yes, perhaps. Unless someone takes him in hand.
Anyway, he's got what he wanted. An island, the people of his own. He'll finish up with more power than his father ever had. New men, new ships. There was a time when I'd have enjoyed a fight. Not now. Not anymore. Mr. Fields?
Yes, sir?
Keep her on course. Steam it slow through the night. He'll be off the island by dawn. Make straight for the anchorage, then put Commander Bailey off in the launch. You're not to delay, not under any circumstances.
Where the hell have you been, Bailey? What does Reese think he's playing at? Did you monkey about with the ship's compass?
Compass? Well, what's the compass got to do with it? We're half-starved. Fuel's almost exhausted. You've been gone damn near a month now.
Did you fix the compass?
Oh, well...
You stupid fool. You nearly killed the lot of us. You've only yourself to blame.
Never mind about that. Where's the Strode trader been all this time?
That's not the Strode trader out there. It's the Strode venturer. When he took the trader out to sea, Reese thought he was backtracking on the course he came in by. Now, because of your work on the compass, he wasn't. He ran aground and damn near lost his ship. I mean, to fool about with the magnetic field of a ship's compass, it was crazy.
Yes, it was. I'm sorry, but it seemed the only thing to do at the time. I didn't trust Reese, and to have the position of the island known. Well, everyone knows where it is now, I suppose. At Shackleton. Did you see Don Manso? Did he tell you when he was sailing?
He left by the time I got back to Maydew. But the last message we had from the Shackleton before she headed for Singapore was that they'd sighted 2 native crafts 20 miles to the west of the shoal area. Now, I imagine they were Don Mansour's boats.
With a good breeze, they may get here in time, but they haven't long.
Well, what's the hurry?
International law. They must get here first and plant their flag. Establish effective and continuing occupation.
As an Englishman, shouldn't you notify the Foreign Office?
If I asked them to take formal possession, it would have the status of a British colony.
And you want it for the Adwan?
Oh, yes. Don Mansour discovered it. It's their island. Besides, if this place were annexed by Britain, it would be for strategic purposes. They wouldn't be allowed to exploit the manganese, and no Adwans would be permitted to land. That's why I had to make sure that Reese couldn't report its real position. Oh, all these months it's been like sitting on a time bomb. Any moment, a stray ship, navy, or aircraft like that Shackleton, we're still a Russian fallout.
Bailey! Commander Bailey!
Yes.
It's Harry Deacon. He's gone. He wasn't in his cabin this morning. Everything left neat and tidy. A letter for me. He's gone. The end of the road. That's what he says. You don't understand. You don't seem surprised.
He couldn't go on, that's all. Like my father.
I'm sorry.
It's your ship now, Mr. Fields.
My ship.
Bailey? Do you see? On the horizon? Sails.
I annex this island on behalf of the Adwan People's Republic and raise our flag here.
I thank Commander Bailey for being a witness. Our friend, Mr. Peter Strode, will send messages to all the world. I name this island Ranamari because it was born of white water, of the struggle of an imprisoned land against the power of a great ocean. Good has emerged out of evil.
Well, that's it. Now you can get back to London. There'll be plenty to do there.
And here?
Don Mansour's brought plants and seeds of everything they grow on may do. He reckons he'll have the whole island green in 2 years. Perhaps less.
And you?
Oh, I'll get going on the mining. The first shipment's due in Rotterdam in August. And look after the Adwan's interests with the rest of the world.
How long will that take?
A lifetime, I hope.
And Peter's staying there?
Oh, yes. He's not interested in Strode House. He says we're to use his votes for him as we think. He wants to look after Strode interests in the Indian Ocean.
Which are going to be big. We'll need new ships.
Well, with the shares going up the way they are, we shan't lack money for them.
Do you think we'll ever know what Henry and George really planned?
I shouldn't think so.
What does Peter want done about them?
He didn't seem to care. Give them golden handshakes or keep them as figureheads. They probably know a lot of people in the city. They'd be useful.
We've both been elected to the board, by the way.
That's good. I may be able to buy that house in London Mary wanted me to. I must go and see the children. Will you come?
I'd love to. What's happened to the Strode venturer?
She just managed to limp back to Gam. But she's done her time. She'll have to be broken up.
We mustn't lose the name. There's too much history involved. The first of the new ships must have it.
And you must launch her.
Oh, no. Mary. She'd love to do it. And a small girl launching a ship, that'd be fine. There are going to be new horizons for us all. I like the idea of Mary saying, I named this ship Strode Venturer.
That was The Strode Venturer by Hammond Innes, adapted for radio by Peter Hall. Peter Strode was played by Martin Jarvis, Commander Bailey by John Shrapnel, and Captain Deacon by Colin Douglas. Ida was played by Heather Bell, Fields by David Brierley, Straker and Canning, Vernon Joyner, Henry Strode and the radio operator, Alan Rowe, Reese and the steward, Peter Pacey, Wimble and Alexander, Geoffrey Matthews, Turner, Timothy Bateson, Don Mansour, Sam Dastor, Lenny and RAF officer, John Bull. The stewardess and waitress were played by Emily Richard. The production was by Dickon Reed.
We present the BBC Drama Repertory Company in The U-Boat That Lost Its Nerve, a play for radio by James Follett, with Nigel Lambert as Bernard Bent. The U-Boat That Lost Its Nerve.
U-boat First Officer Lieutenant Bernard Barrett, you will please stand. This Council of Honour has been convened under powers delegated to us by the Naval High Command with the approval of the Führer. We have been instructed to hear all evidence and to recommend sentence should you be found guilty. Have you appointed an officer to conduct your defence?
Yes, sir. Major Shulker.
Have you agreed to this, Major Shulker?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Belt, the charge against you is that you displayed cowardice in the face of the enemy. And as a consequence of your treacherous behavior, the submarine U-570, entrusted to you by our Führer and the German people, was allowed to pass intact into the enemy's hands. How do you plead? How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
The accused wishes to enter
I want to hear him say it.
Not guilty.
Should the charges against you be proved, this council will have no alternative but to recommend that you be sentenced to death by hanging. I say this because I want everyone here to realize that our present circumstances in no way detract from the authority of this council or the seriousness of the crimes for which you stand accused. Captain Lehman, will you please proceed?
Thank you, Mr. President. On the 27th of August, 1941, the submarine U-570, under the command of the accused...
Mr. President, it has not been established that Lieutenant Bent was in command of the U-boat at the time of her surrender.
He was in command at the time of its capture. It amounts to the same thing. Please continue, Captain Lehman.
On the 27th of August, 1941, U-570 was some 200 kilometers south of Iceland and proceeding on the surface to a rendezvous in the North Atlantic where she was to join other boats in her flotilla in night actions against enemy convoys. You will hear how she failed to maintain a proper lookout, but at this point we should consider the attitude of the accused to his responsibilities and to the war in general. Now, this list details certain unauthorized stores which the accused had placed aboard 570 before she sailed. 40 kilos of Dutch Edam cheese, 20 kilos of camembert, several hundred kilos of ham, 100 kilos of Normandy butter, Riesling, brandy, whiskey sherry, and an unspecified quantity of beer. Lieutenant Bernard Bent saw no reason to change his way of life merely because of his responsibilities as an officer. The war for him was going to be one glorious non-stop party.
Gentlemen, I give a toast. The U-570. May this patrol be the most successful of any U-boat. Bent has made a stencil of a sinking ship.
Oh, yes.
As we have 15 torpedoes, let's hope we sail into Lorient with 15 sinking ships painted on our bridge.
Here we are, sir.
Show them, Bent.
There.
Only one thing wrong.
What's that, Chief?
Well, that stencil looks like a 2,000-tonner. If we want to beat Kretschmer's best patrol, every ship we sink will have to be at least 4,000 tons.
It's only meant to be a symbol.
Make a bigger one, Bent. We must be precise.
This one took me 2 hours, sir.
Maybe for every 4,000-tonner we sink, we could put up 2 of Lieutenant Bent's 2,000 tons.
Well, that wouldn't be honest.
The trouble with you, Bent, is that you take everything too seriously.
Someone has to.
I aim to sink 100,000 tons, Bent. Is that serious enough for you?
If you say so, sir.
I say we have another drink. Back to business. This is superb brandy you scrounge, Bent. We'll drink to you. To Lieutenant Bent. May he have the strength to bear the Knight's Cross Admiral Dönitz will be hanging around his neck.
Lieutenant Bent.
Hey, where's our torpedo officer? I specifically asked him to be present.
Well, Lieutenant Stein is examining the torpedoes, sir. He's been at it since we left port.
Oh, has he? Doesn't he know that messing about with the torpedoes is forbidden? Pass the word for him. Yes, sir. Who do we drink to now?
The Führer.
Ah, yes. The Führer?
The Führer.
What's the matter, Bent?
I'm sorry, but I've already had rather a lot to drink, sir.
Oh, give him some coffee, someone. There you are, Stein, you wretched fella. I hear you've been messing about with our torpedoes. If you can make them go off with a bigger bang, I won't enter it into the log.
Can I have a word with you, please, sir?
Have as many as you like, but first a drink.
No, I must speak to you first, please, sir. In private.
Oh, weren't you warned about those French girls? Torpedoing enemy personnel should only be done at sea. I won't be any use to you. You need the sick berth attendant. You know, you're getting as bad as Bent. No sense of humour. Oh, all right. We'll go up on the bridge and relieve the lookouts. Excuse us, gentlemen. There's nothing like the sea for clearing one's head. Now, what's all this about?
I've been looking at the torpedoes.
You've dismantled them?
Yep, and I've also dismantled the depth control chambers.
You know that's forbidden. How can we sink ships if you've taken the torpedoes to bits?
We won't be sinking any ships, not with those torpedoes.
Of course we won't if you've taken the things apart.
I'll reassemble them, and in any case, I've only looked at 8.
Why look at them in the first place? What do you mean about us not sinking ships? Of course we'll sink ships. This first patrol of U-570 is going to make naval history.
Not after this patrol. All our torpedoes are useless.
Don't be absurd.
They're old G7As. There was a whole batch of them which have been sorted out for sending back to the torpedo research establishment at Kiel. They've been kicking around some time waiting for shipment, and somehow or other, we've ended up with them.
You're responsible for striking down torpedoes. You should have supervised their loading.
There's no good blaming me. I was only transferred to this boat at the last minute. Yesterday was the first chance I've had to examine.
What do you know about torpedoes? All you have to do is load and fire.
Now come below and look at them if you don't believe me.
You'll have to repair them.
They need new firing pistols.
I don't want your excuses, Stein. You fix those torpedoes.
They have to go back to Kiel. And we might as well return to base.
We can't go back. Not without... My family have moved to Lorient. I've promised them so much.
Well, you'll never achieve great successes in this boat.
You will go below and repair those torpedoes. After that, you can consider yourself under arrest.
But why can't you face up to reality? Those torpedoes are useless. Might as well radio base and request permission to return.
I'll be damned if I'm going to let a miserable, jumped-up, working-class tyke with a chip on his shoulder dictate to me.
Aircraft! It went into that cloud!
This far out, it must be a Focke-Wulf 200.
Diving stations, aircraft!
How dare you give orders? You're under arrest. Bernd, cancel that order. It's an FW-200.
Oh, for God's sake, dive, Bernd! It had 2 engines!
What the hell am I supposed to do?
It's coming in for a bomb run! Get down, get down!
No! They'll kill us. Stop engines.
But we must die.
Bernd, what damage?
None. We still got control. I'm sending up a gun.
No, Bernd, no. Look, help me off with my jacket. Come on, hurry.
You're mad.
Before it turns back. Please. Now my shirt. Pull.
I'm coming up.
Stay there, Bernd. Pull. That's it. Help me hold it out so they can see it.
No, you're not going to... You can't. Stop it.
Thank God. Thank God.
You bastard! You traitorous bastard!
What's happening? I thought there was...
Ramlo surrendered.
I had to. I have to think of my crew.
Gun crew standing by, sir.
Tell them to stand down.
You're not taking orders from him,
Get
are
below,
you?
Stein. Bernd, help me tell Chesterton. Sir, you have the sleeves up so they can see it. That's it. They'll destroy us.
I think they got your message, sir.
I ordered you below.
Thank you, sir. I have no wish to be involved.
It's an RAF Hudson. The Coastal Command.
They nearly killed us. The bomb came within 10 meters.
What do we do now?
It's up to them, isn't it?
May I use your glasses, sir?
Here.
Must be a reconnaissance aircraft. Some shot on the nose and another in the turret. Probably Brownings.
And bombs.
Was it a bomb or a depth charge?
I don't know. What does it matter?
I don't think the RAF have an airborne depth charge yet. They're signalling. It's in English. Have you surrendered?
Tell them yes.
Have you considered that it might stand a chance of shooting it down, sir? Our anti-aircraft
They could be on
guns...
top of us with another bomb before we could bring the guns to bear. What's she saying now?
Aircraft to U-boat remain on surface or we will bomb you. Do you understand?
Tell them we do, Bernd.
Control room bridge. I'm ordering the destruction of all charts, code books, identification books, and the law.
Stein, they may not like it.
They'll be ejected through a tube.
But if they see the captain open...
We're flooding the forward tanks to put the valves down slightly. They won't see anything.
Bernd, go below and place Stein under arrest.
He's right about getting rid of the boat's
Go
papers,
below
sir.
and arrest him. If anything goes wrong, the whole crew will be lost.
I'm resisting arrest, Bernd, and there's nothing you can do about it. The entire company's with me. Also, as first officer, it's your duty to arrest Ramlo and countermand the surrender.
I can't do that.
You'd have the full support of the crew.
Yes, but it would amount to, well, mutiny.
So?
But I don't have the authority.
You do, if he's no longer fit to command.
Why isn't he? He's only thinking of the crew. There's an aircraft circling, threatening to drop another bomb.
Another bomb? Were you in the Narvik campaign?
No.
I was. Shall I tell you the armament of that Hudson? 1 anti-submarine bomb. 1. And even that's useless unless it scores a direct hit, as we've just seen.
Narvik was over a year ago. The RAF may have improved their armament since then. But Ramlo may know more than us.
He doesn't.
But you don't know. You're only going on your experiences of over a year ago.
even if it has got another bomb, we could still shoot it down before it has a chance to drop it. But how? Haven't you got any imagination? We could string up some washing or something and load a belt into the 20-centimetre while the Hudson is unsighted. We could even crowd men around the gun. We could load it, bring it to bear, and open fire before the Hudson realised that anything was wrong.
If I was in that aircraft, I'd be watching us like hawks for the first sign of anything suspicious.
No, you're worse than Ramlow.
I don't suppose it's occurred to you that he might be acting in the interests of us all.
Our interests are irrelevant. All that matters is that this U-boat must not be cravenly handed over to the enemy without a shot being fired.
I shouldn't have thought you'd be worried about honour.
I'm not talking about honour. I'm talking about the cowardly behaviour of this submarine in allowing itself to fall into enemy hands who could then use it against our fellow sailors. And if you can't see the difference between that and your blasted sacred honour, then you're as bad as Ramlow. Chief?
Yes, sir?
Everyone signed?
Everyone, sir, without exception. Here.
Thanks. Here's my Luger, then. Take it. Take it. That's it. It's loaded. Now, Chief, read that paper.
We, the undersigned crew members of U-570, deplore the action of Lieutenant Commander Ramlow in surrendering our U-boat, and we fully support Lieutenant Bernard Bent in doing whatever is necessary to relieve Lieutenant Commander Ramlow of command. We also swear to obey Lieutenant Bent and pledge him our complete loyalty. And it's followed by the signatures of every member of the company.
Thank you. You have a choice, Bert. You can either go up on the bridge, arrest Ramlow, and take over command, or you can side with Ramlow by placing me under arrest. But if you do, I shall see to it that after the war, you and Ramlow hang. Bert.
Sir?
Have you arrested Stein? Well?
No, sir.
I suppose he talked you out of it. Eh? Odd sort of fella. Got a chip on his shoulder about his background. Bit of the red in his makeup.
I don't know, sir.
I'm going to break one of the first rules in duelling. Real duelling, I mean. Not all this modern stuff with face masks.
What's that, sir?
Never turn your back on an armed man. Wonder how much longer his fuel will hold out. Can't be much left. 200 kilometres south of Iceland. You'll need some to get back. Do you agree with Stein? Do you think I'm a coward?
I don't know.
I always thought cowardice was something so definite, like murder, that there would be no doubt in my mind when I was actually committing it. And yet when I waved my shirt at that Hudson, it never occurred to me that it was a cowardly act. Wherever we're in harbour and the crew are lined up on deck, it always frightens me to see how many men's lives depend on me. The horrible thing is, I don't know if I surrendered to save my own skin or the lives of the crew.
I don't know.
That's all you've been able to say, I don't know. It's about time you started making a few decisions for yourself instead of letting